The Eternal Laws, written by Natalia de Limene Macanovra, published by UBA Holdings in association with New Generation Publisher, narrated by a seeker. UBA Holdings declares copyright on this audiobook production only to ensure its continuity and to preserve it as a whole work. You are free to listen to and distribute this copyrighted work as long as it is done as a whole and not in parts. Listeners are urged to listen to the material in the order in which it is read as each chapter builds upon the previous. Interview instead of introduction. Question: will you reveal to the readers or listeners why you decided to write a book about eternal laws? Answer: I am glad you have raised that issue. I want to let readers immediately, at the beginning, to know that I am not the author of the wisdom they will gradually acquire in the book. Myself would never decide to write such a book. It would seem presumptuous to me. Question: and after all, you have done it. What or who gave the impulse to you to do it? Answer: if I were to reveal to the readers how I was told about this mission of mine, no one would believe me. Materialists, because they do not have enough information on spiritual actions, and supporters of various religious teachings, because of their fear of being accidentally misled from their path. Question: so will we not get to know who urged you to write the book? Answer: attentive and perceptive readers and listeners will learn it directly by reading while they discover the authentic source. Question: if there is already a source of information, why have you had to write another version of it? Answer: the original book, written by a German author, was only intended for spiritually mature individuals who are seriously seeking the truth about life and its meaning. For common people who are quite preoccupied with earthly worries, it's as if sealed. They cannot grasp it because it requires concentration and a lot of time. As we approach not only the period of fulfillment of long-standing promises, but also the period of cessation of everything wrong, my mission is to bring the source of light which is connected with the implementation of such changes. Question: would it not be enough to just point out the authentic source? Answer: no, because this source is freely accessible for years, but it is unknown and not understood until now. My job is to make it approachable in a new, easier form, so the reader, after receiving the basic information that are simplified, will be interested in complementing of them. Question: do you think about that? Why this job was given to you? Answer: of course, at the beginning I was surprised that the spiritual job was given to me, to the late materialist. But I found out the details of this task gradually, also that its realization was only reminded to me at the right time. I had not known the original book until then, even when I was still looking for universal truth and justice. As far as I was absorbed in this source, which answered all of my questions, I felt the thankfulness for that I can continue in the propagating of its knowledge. Question: whom is your book, in fact, determined to, when you excluded the materialists and the following of other religious streams immediately at the beginning? Answer: I wrote it in a way that is approachable for open materialists, but also for idealists who look for the logical and complete image of the universe and human being. Question: what do you expect from the publishing of this book? I know I shall not persuade anybody about something new if he or she does not want it. I have only to notify to the people there is something that can help them to understand current chaos and to gird themselves for unexpected changes that happen. It is an offer. It is up to everybody how he or she will receive it. Interview led by the editor, Magdalena Sledskova. Chapter 1: Eternal Laws. Why do people need to know eternal laws? What is the point of it for them? In order to answer these questions, let's examine them through a different area where we already know the answers to similar questions. Due to significant development in road transport and traffic, the requirements for quality have increased, and every driver needs to know traffic regulations and abide by them. At first, he or she regards many of the rules as superfluous since they do not know their purpose or why they are in place. Only when they have to pay for every wrong move, whether with a penalty or material or bodily damage, they realize that they can't do anything else but to submit to the traffic rules. It is similar with eternal laws. If we do not know and obey them, then they unceasingly cause harm and punish us, so to speak, until we adapt to them and understand their meaning. A paradox of our modern lives is that he who wants to drive a car must be the one to know the traffic rules, in order not to threaten oneself and other people. However, due to the ignorance of the working of eternal laws in our lives, we are daily being hit by their consequences, which are, compared to driving, at times much more dangerous. How is it possible that the knowledge of eternal laws escape us when they are eternal and always present? As long as the most valuable thing for us had been only satisfying our earthly needs and desires, we were not able to come into contact with eternity. Our souls were not ready to accept this knowledge yet. Nowadays, many of us have sufficiently developed spiritual abilities which open the door to the knowledge of eternal laws. The general development of society has increased demands for material comfort, better quality of housing, hygiene, and more creative work. We devote more time to our appearance and to culture. At the same time, the needs for higher spiritual knowledge have increased because the body can only develop in harmony with the soul thoroughly. More and more people want to penetrate deeper into the secrets of life. They long to find out how to live a better life, but also why they live and why they die. But which way, from the many ways being offered today, leads to the right knowledge? There are so many people who go astray on their journey. They stumble and fall and start to doubt whether the right way exists at all. However, man can only find his or her way out of this labyrinth if they keep a clear head and an open heart. So as traffic signs and directions bring them safely to their destination, so eternal laws are the milestones on the way to knowledge in common life. At the beginning, it is usually difficult to apply eternal laws in practice. In many cases, man has to make a 180-degree turn back or embark on an entirely different path from the one used so far. But over time, he or she finds that their life became more peaceful, more balanced, and they submit to them voluntarily like they did with traffic rules. Through the knowledge of and adherence to eternal laws, society will gradually get rid of suffering, stress, and injustice, which are the result of the lack of knowledge of eternal laws. Suffering is not an inseparable part of life, as some spiritual movements claim. It is only a consequence of erroneous deeds which we commit due to ignorance. How do the eternal laws manifest themselves? First of all, they act as a power which keeps the universe moving. The effect of this power can be understood as a whole only intuitively. However, the intellect, which likes to pigeonhole and classify, sees it as a total of several laws. Eternal laws manifest themselves continuously without regard to the expansion or contraction of the universe because they are everlasting and immutable. In this world, we are under their influence in several areas of life, in nature, in our deeds, in thinking, in emotions, and even after death. Frequently, we are not able logically to explain their impact on our life. Therefore, We cover our ignorance by simply asserting that what happened is an accident or something that we have no influence over. The universe and the invisible worlds above have many inhabitants. Man can recognize and accept these other worlds only because they are interwoven with the same laws. We shall gradually uncover the immaterial but perceivable effects of primordial laws, the existence of which must be ascertained by everyone on their own by thoroughly observing and evaluating their life and surroundings. The material effects of eternal laws were discovered by different scientific disciplines a long time ago, so we can find a reflection of their effect on our professions. We shall first explain eternal laws on familiar events and terms from everyday life, after which we will expand into other areas and introduce new knowledge as well. Later, we will come to understand that almost every event is a result of the effects of several laws working together and that they work as a unit. Nevertheless, we shall deal with them now one by one. How does the law of gravity manifest itself in the non-material form of life? We should look for it mainly in the area of thinking and intuitive perception. Every one of us surely knows from his or her own experience how dismal thoughts and serious worries weigh us down. A guilty conscience or a wrong decision also makes us tired, exhausted, depressed, as if we carried a heavy load on our shoulders. But we also know the feeling of euphoria, of floating on air, when joyous news, noble thoughts, and loving emotions make us feel lighter. To simplify, we can say that the law of gravity is evident in the non-material sphere of life by the fact that all things negative, unpleasant, and evil are depressing, while positive and optimistic thinking and intuitive perceptions make us feel lighter. People with similar attitudes, interests, and life values easily relate to each other. That's why a connection, attraction, and understanding can happen only on the same level. Unequal cannot unite. It repels, creating discord and suffering. It is similar in nature. For example, when crossbreeding plants. It is not possible to crossbred wheat with apples because they are two different species. But we can crossbreed wheat with a different grain because they are of the same species. In emotional life, we can use the relationship of a couple as an example. A loving and permanent relationship can only arise when both partners are genuinely in love. If only one of the parties is in love and the other one is indifferent, the homogeneity of emotions, mutual love, is missing. Imbalance, problems, and suffering are a result of this relationship because the law of homogeneity is disturbed. But if this couple is united through another homogeneity, for example, mutual coveting of material goods, children, or something else, they can coexist successfully, but they will not know true love. The law of completing a unit is closely connected with the foregoing law. According to this law, within the same species, in time of maturity, two opposing poles attract each other. The positive and the negative, the male and the female, a man and a woman. Together they create a perfect unit. That's why the prerequisite for the law of completing a unit is homogeneity. A rooster and a hen can breed, but not a rooster and a cat, as they belong to different species. Two hens also will not breed, even though they are of the same species, they lack the opposite pole. It is similar with human traits. Not what is the same, but the heterogeneous complete a unit. If two partners have the same characteristic, such as instability, their relationship is without peace and order. It is dominated by chaos and imbalance. But if both partners are stable to the utmost, they lack new impulses, they are bored, or they are not even aware of their own limitations. The most ideal situation for a life in harmony is created by a couple who complement each other's heterogeneous characteristics, but nonetheless recognize the same values and goals in life. How do we explain the law of reciprocal action? The effect of this law on everyday life was observed by people a long time ago, and it is expressed in the saying, "How to give as good as you get." Christ has explained this law to Christians by saying, "What a man sows, that shall one reap." In physics, it is known as the law of action and reaction. Because the universe is limited and not infinite, as it seems to us from our restricted human point of view, nothing is possible to get lost in it. Everything comes back to its origin in a circle, even multiplied. According to the law of homogeneity, in reverse movement, homogeneity attracts itself, amasses, i.e., increases. That is why the law of reciprocal action works simultaneously with the law of homogeneity. If we evaluate the deeds of a person, or even our own, we do not always find immediate consequences, i.e., reciprocal action, as would be expected. In real life, a righteous deed is not always rewarded with righteousness or an evil deed with evil. Let's just think of people who live in prosperity and satisfaction to the detriment of others. Because we do not see the results of their deeds and reciprocal consequences all at once, we think that this law does not function properly. We need to understand that the life of a human being takes a very short space of time. In order to reap everything that has been sown, we have to find compensation in eternity, in the other world, and in repeated returns to earth. Most people improve through their own mistakes. We do not necessarily have to experience the consequences of these mistakes, reciprocal effects, in the same life, because the conditions for them are simply not mature yet. That does not mean, however, that the consequences have been lost. Many people have stopped believing in the validity of the law of reciprocal action with justice precisely because of this time delay. All old religions throughout the world have recognized repeated returns of man to earth, reincarnation, which is the only possibility for making amends for mistakes where they were made on earth. In the 6th century, at the Ecumenical Council in Alexandria, the Christian Church wanted to prove that the human will can change even eternal laws. By denying reincarnation, the Church wanted to erase the influence of the law of reciprocal action. The law nevertheless functions, whether the Church acknowledges it or not. According to Christian ideas, a man who has sinned will, after death, land in hell forever. But the expiation of mistakes by remaining in hell forever gives no opportunity for further development. Thereby, man no longer has the possibility to correct the mistake and change. Only return to life back on earth gives him or her this opportunity. There are several passages in the Bible, quote-unquote, erroneously retained by the editors of the day, which show that already in Christ's time reincarnation was known as acknowledged. As there are more of these passages, let's just mention a few. The apostles asked Jesus, when they saw a blind man, "Rabbi, who sinned, this man or his parents, for him to have been born blind?" They wanted to find out whether he paid with blindness for his own sins or his parents'. Further, in the Gospel of Matthew 17:10, Jesus clearly states that the ancient prophet Elijah returned to earth in the person of John the Baptist, but he was not recognized and was killed. We shall see, from an example of modern life, the functioning of the law of reciprocal action. A young man drives too fast through a village. He does not respect the speed limit because he is too young to foresee any possible consequences of his driving too fast. When a child runs across the road in front of his car, he is not able to avoid the accident, despite his efforts, and the child is hurt. If the man is genuinely sorry for his mistake, and he demonstrates this by driving more carefully in the future, he is already partially atoning for his mistake. His positive attitude leads to an early closure of the circle of reciprocal effects. His expiation can be finished, for example, by preventing in some way a serious accident which he witnesses. A person who does not learn from his or her own errors does not necessarily have the opportunity to undo it in this life. According to the law of reciprocal action, their deed is taken along into their next life. And, due to the law of homogeneity, the multiplied consequences will be felt approximately like this. Either he or she themselves will be the victim of an accident with an injury greater than the one caused, or someone else will seriously hurt their child. So the reciprocal effects paid for in the same way, with an accident, will affect only a person who has not learned from his or her mistake. This way, the victim has a new opportunity to understand their faults from their own suffering and then to change. From this, it follows that it is not God who punishes man, but the man who is punishing themselves when they do not know and do not adhere to eternal laws that have a boomerang-like effect. If we acknowledge the functioning of the law of reciprocal action, we may ask why someone is born deformed when he or she was not yet able to do any evil in life. Or by the same token, we could think about the punishment of war criminals who brutally murdered and maimed people. It is true, not all of them had to bear the consequences of their actions in life, in which they acted so inhumanely. The later they will have to bear the consequences, the heavier will be their impact. These consequences will multiply in the same way as when one seed is sown and more will grow from it. But not all suffering is the expression of reciprocal effects. Many people bear oppression, harm, or illness because they cannot cope with perceived injustice, insufficient love, and understanding. Self-pity is a consolation, but only for a short while. Then, man has to acknowledge his or her weakness and find the causes which brought them into this predicament. Finding a way to understand themselves and other people as well will help in dealing with the situation in a constructive manner to eliminate further suffering. No one doubts that movement is a necessary part of life. All that submits to the law of motion has life in it and thereby also development. Where there is insufficient movement, there is stagnation and decline. In the wilderness, animals have their natural enemies. This urges them to constant movement and alertness, to improve and develop. Only weak, ill, and old animals become victims of predators. Appropriate physical motion and even stress activate the human body and mind, reveal hidden reserves, and as a result of it support development. Comfortable and lazy people get sick and weak sooner than active people. Their mind, like their body, is rigid and lazy and can understand the causes of their suffering only with difficulty. These poor people have neither enough power nor courage to escape the insufferable situation or to change it. If they are ill, they do not want to alter their diet or correct harmful habits. Insufficient movement is a hindrance for physical and mental health and development. When there is overactivity, frequently due to long-term stress and a heavy physical load, the results are similar as with insufficient movement, faster aging and illnesses. As the body needs constant movement, so does the soul. It is active through thinking, developing intuitive perceptions, and the setting of goals. The law of motion is displayed in the mental sphere as volition, will, through which we realize all our wishes. If a person wants to live in proper physical and mental health, he or she has to submit to the law of equilibrium. That means a constant effort towards harmony, to equalize fluctuations brought about by an active life. Everyone needs to ensure that, in his or her life, there is a balance between giving and taking, work and rest, suffering and joy. Balance is a state that does not last forever, but towards which we need to strive continuously. If he or she does not heed the law of equilibrium, they will be balanced by it in various forms of suffering, depression, weakness, illnesses, and accidents. Due to the increased pace of life, many people act mindlessly, with no clear concept of living and only one goal: to survive. A person who has no time to set aside a few minutes a day for contemplation about his or her life, activities, wishes, and goals is in constant stress and tension, which is carried over to the surrounding family and work areas. Such a life is just a missed opportunity because the person has no time to find out why, in fact, he or she is here. Every person starts to experience the desire for spiritual knowledge at a young age through an inexplicable sense of disquiet and seeking. The purpose of this law is for a person to grow and develop spiritually. Some people stifle this desire at a too early age or suppress it as something that is not practically applicable and superfluous in life. Others lead it onto the wrong path. This is mostly true about the young generation and their idolizing of certain personalities, singers, actors, or sports people. These examples inspire more to vanity than actively seeking higher spiritual truths and knowledge of the true meaning of life. Other people fulfill their desire for a more beautiful and improved world, which is the expression of this law, in a comfortable way, by escaping into other worlds in an altered state of consciousness through drugs or meditation. They bar their way to the knowledge of higher truths through a natural development on earth. The so-called realists transformed this desire, this disquiet, into a chase after purely earthly values, goods, social status, and entertainment. Despite constantly satisfying of them, for them, the most relevant needs, they lack peace and balance. They do not find the real meaning of life, to which their search was supposed to bring them: knowledge of the world and self. Chapter 2: The Universe. When looking at stars that are so far away, it is almost unbelievable that the universe has boundaries, that it is finite and limited. Laws of physics confirm that, where there is time and space, there must be boundaries. Although it is exacting for us to imagine how far they are, they nevertheless exist. In certain periods, the universe expands within these boundaries. It grows, and then later diminishes, until there is only an invisible primordial seed left, which gradually takes on more coverings and grows. From the perspective of a human being, the universe consists of two basic parts: the visible and the invisible. Despite this distinct difference, both parts are material, but each one is of a different kind. To simplify, we will call the visible part the gross material world, and the invisible the ethereal world. They are two different worlds connected by the same origin: matter. Matter is subject to endless change. It grows, becomes dense, and disintegrates because it is imperfect, unstable. Both parts of the universe are also subject to the same process, as they are both of matter. The gross material universe consists only of the material visible bodies of the universe, stars and planets. The ethereal universe is the so-called shadow of the gross material universe. It has the same but larger form, not visible to the human eye. Above the whole of the universe, there are other worlds which are non-material. We shall talk about them later. They will not be classified under the expression universe, but under the term creation. Although the whole of creation is suffused with the same laws, their effects are different, depending on the planes in which they work. This is caused, but not exclusively, by different temperatures in the individual worlds. The gross material universe is divided into 7 planes, one above the other, according to the law of gravity. The most dense, coldest planes rotate on the bottom. The higher planes are more permeable and finer. Due to higher temperatures, the upper planes move faster. The lower ones move slower. Faster movement and higher temperatures result in increased longevity of the planes. Higher worlds are, therefore, more durable, finer, and larger. Lower planes are denser and smaller. Because less light penetrates them, the rotations are slower, and they disintegrate and decline sooner. The ethereal universe is also divided into 7 planes according to the law of gravity. Thus, both parts of the universe have 7 levels. At the boundaries of the planes, the matter becomes finer, making it possible for them to unite and permeate each other due to the law of homogeneity. The difference between the gross material and ethereal universe is so vast that, without this stratification, the uniting of all planes could not be achieved. The whole of the universe consists of 7 basic parts, the names of which are mentioned in the Bible, the book of Revelation: Ephesus, Smyrna, Pergamum, Thyatira, Sardis, Philadelphia, and Laodicea. The earth is in the Ephesus part. According to the law of gravity, it belongs to the plane of the lower planets, though not the lowest ones. The whole of the universe is suffused with an invisible energy, the principal power. It manifests itself as light and warmth, and, in conjunction with eternal laws, it maintains the individual levels of creation. Although the matter is motionless and has no inherent warmth, every body of the universe individually, and the universe as a whole, rotates. The principal power warms and rotates it with the intercession of a higher world, which will be talked about later. Man is also in contact with the principal power and exists apart from him or her. He or she connects to it through his or her intuitive sensing and its activity. Because this power is neutral, it can be used positively or negatively, depending on the quality of the intuitive perceptions. The principal power is as if a conduit and makes it possible for both good, but also evil, happiness or unhappiness. If man had not the use of the principal power, he or she would be restricted in their existence and development on Earth. This power is called principal because besides it, other energies also flow through the universe, from lower worlds to which we do not connect through intuitive sensing, but our intellectual ability and activity. The universe is not quiet and dark, as it seems from observing the night sky. All bodies of the universe sparkle like diamonds, and shades of their color give us a clue as to the kind of life on them. In the higher spheres, color is united with sound, and this union resounds as the most beautiful music, called the heavenly harmony. Every change in the chords changes the color and intensity of the shining rays. The ethereal part of the world, the ethereal world, also called the afterworld, the beyond, the astral, is older than the gross material part, the gross material world. Our soul has developed in the ethereal world as it emerged earlier than the material body. We will explain its creation later. As has been scientifically confirmed, an invisible energy, the soul, leaves the body after death. It has a certain weight, although it is negligible compared to the weight of the body. Scientists have been able to measure it and prove that the soul is also made of matter. In death, our material body perishes, disintegrates into original elements, which become improved with every owner. Therefore, the matter is being more spiritual. Due to the law of homogeneity, the soul cannot remain on earth after the body has died, as its ethereal basis cannot be active or influence its surroundings here. According to the law of reciprocal action and the law of homogeneity, it returns to the place of its origin into the ethereal world, where it continues on a different plane in its conscious existence. Death, therefore, is the end of life on earth and the birth into the astral world. This is a significant event, and many dead relatives and acquaintances come to welcome the new inhabitant of the world beyond. The dying person perceives them with his or her ethereal senses because after death, the body no longer perceives with material senses. When the soul leaves the body, it stays close to the living people around it and experiences all they are doing and saying. It talks to them, touches them, tries to persuade them that it has not died, but no one listens. The law of homogeneity disallows the perception of impulses that are not homogeneous, and the living are not able to see the soul or hear its voice. They also do not feel its touch on their body. After death, the advanced soul quickly separates from the physical body to which it is connected through an ethereal astral thread during life. As a rule, it does not feel pain before the mortal struggle, although the body sighs heavily, because it slips out of the body quickly and easily. It is different with a not sufficiently developed soul that, due to its heavier weight, stays connected to the body longer and so experiences a painful mortal struggle. It is not rare for it also to perceive its funeral, and frequently also the dissection and disintegration of the body. The law of homogeneity keeps it with the body for a long time, while the mature, light, and gentle soul separates from it quickly due to the great difference in substance. Relatives can sometimes inadvertently harm the dead. If the soul quickly leaves its body, and the thread, which connects the soul to the body, is not severed yet, it comes back voluntarily because of the heavy lamenting and desperate cries of the relatives. It wants to tell them not to suffer because it lives, but in a different plane. But they do not hear or see it anyway. By returning to the body, the soul experiences mortal torture, which it could have been spared. How do we recognize a mature soul? It does not necessarily have to be a spiritually knowledgeable or religiously oriented person. Many people professing to have a deep faith do not have an advanced soul. On the contrary, not a few atheists may have a developed soul if their motives and deeds are pure and unselfish. Sometimes a person with a mature soul is not recognized by the people around him or her, as this quality is not apparent externally. Death should be seen as something given by law, unavoidable, and often already determined before birth. Even an untimely death is mostly planned. That's why revenge and injustice is best left to be taken care of by the eternal laws. Death does not end anything. It just brings about a change in the environment and the form of life. People move from the gross material earth into the ethereal earth, where they continue to develop. The only possession which he or she takes to eternity after death is the soul. Everything else is finished by death, even intellectual knowledge, because the intellect is only a finer part of the brain, matter. So far, we have called the ethereal world the astral, but in reality, the astral forms the central part of the gross material world already. After death, according to the law of reciprocal action, the soul of man must experience everything in the astral for which no amends were made on earth. A pure, advanced soul, not weighted down by guilt and low character, moves quickly through this threshold into higher spheres of the ethereal world. In the astral, life is much more varied than on earth. Countries, buildings, and everything that man has created or invented on earth are more beautiful, but also worse here because it is easier to shape matter in the ethereal world. In a different part of the astral, there are prototypes of all things and activities from higher worlds according to which people on earth create their works. If you think of something, you will attract it, due to the law of homogeneity, because it literally hangs above your head. Whoever adapts the prototype to their own ideas at present time thinks that he or she is the source of it. The masterpiece, however, was created also with the help of other people on earth and higher planes as well, who have delved in similar activities. The astral and the ethereal world are not the final destination in the journey of the soul. Here it only waits for a further incarnation. It does not sleep the eternal sleep. More developed souls live an active life here as conscious persons and also educate themselves. The soul takes the form of a human being, which is even nicer than a material body. Being of finer matter, it can expand but also contract. That's why it grows with the body. However, the souls are not so beautiful in the lower astral, and also their environment is not, since it was created from negative thought forms and emotional upsets. Low souls are improving in the astral through suffering, which they experience here due to the law of reciprocal action. After leaving the dead body, the soul either ascends or sinks down to a certain level as a result of the law of gravity. Thereafter it continues to travel on this plane to the appropriate part, into which, according to the law of homogeneity, it belongs. Christianity correctly states that after death, souls go either to heaven, the higher planes, or to hell, the lower planes. It is a figurative expression of the quality of each of the gross material and ethereal worlds. Let's show an example of what the not-so-pure souls experience in the world beyond, in the astral. If on earth they achieve their status or property dishonorably or at the expense of others, after death they will suffer from similar injustices themselves. Many of the souls do not even realize that they have died, as they end up in an environment similar to the one on earth, in a factory, an office, jail, etc., where their lifestyle continues. Due to similar traits, all in this plane are the ones who punish as well as the punished. Only when they wake up and recognize their mistakes and faults do they desire to redeem the evil which they have caused on earth. When suitable conditions develop, they will be given the opportunity to reincarnate, to be born again. In the beyond, souls are classified under the law of gravity into individual spheres, and under the law of homogeneity and quality of souls into parts. Souls of various levels of development live together only on earth. This way, conditions are created for their faster development, although this frequently causes suffering and harm to the developed souls. However, the lower individual finds an example for their behavior and a greater opportunity for spiritual growth. That is no longer possible in the astral, as there only souls of the same level of development live together. Only satiation, rejection, and opposition to evil or perversion bring development, the desire to change, and escape from this environment. On earth, more developed individuals suffer because of the negative impact of their less developed surroundings. If their character is not distorted by this, then they become better and stronger in their virtues. The goal of development is not only perfection, but also to gain spiritual strength. Chapter 3. Karma. Almost everybody, at least once in his or her life, has experienced a fatal blow. It came out of nowhere and was cruel. We had the feeling that it was unjust, that we did not deserve it, and we had serious difficulty dealing with it. Like the Band-Aid, which was supposed to heal the wound, was the comforting thought that it was fate, that there was nothing we could have done. It was no one's fault, because it was so willed from above, from a higher power. Karma, this well-known expression, is explained in a similar way, with just a slight difference. In it, the originator of the fatal blow is not a higher power or God, but man themselves. In their previous lives, the actions of the person in question have caused the event, the consequences of which they are experiencing later when they have forgotten about it. That means that karma is connected with reincarnation. This explanation of karma makes clear that the Indians, from whom this expression was adopted, were wise to the law of reciprocal action. For them, fatal blows are not a reason for desperation or hopelessness, as they are in the Christian society. If a man believes solely in fate, he or she feels injustice if they receive a blow. As he or she does not understand the reason behind it, one feels deceived by life. According to karma, the expiation of guilt in this life, during which it was caused, is easier because one knows why he is being punished. Covering up a wrongdoing and avoiding making amends for it brings unjust and surprising blows in future lives. Not all guilt stems from evil intentions or deeds. Man also atones for harm caused unintentionally by ignorance or negligence. For example, a woman who does not know how to nourish her family properly can cause illness to herself and the whole family. The consequences of this can be felt in several lives through her own health problems or a deadly disease. Her task is to understand the cause of these problems or disease, and then she will no longer repeat these mistakes. Sometimes karmic guilt can be caused by condemning someone for a deed, the reasons for which are not known fully. This is done quite regularly in politics and with influential personalities. We accept an opinion of someone else, although we do not know the facts. The condemnation harms the person's reputation and burdens us with guilt. This needs to be remedied, perhaps through experiencing a situation similar to the one experienced by the person harmed, or we may also be gossiped about, apparently without just cause. It is difficult to know all the reasons for karma, as these reasons are numerous and manifold. Expiation of karma can proceed in many forms. 1. The famous expression from the Old Testament, an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth, explains that man will feel the same effects of the consequences of his or her past mistakes on themselves. A murderer will be killed in his or her next life. A thief will be robbed, and an intemperate person will become sick, etc. Relatives and friends of the victims of violence or injustice should not try to retaliate because they will burden themselves with similar karma. The laws will proceed in the right time and in the proper way. Nothing can be hidden from them or remain unpunished. Delayed punishment is quite a bit heavier. Sometimes that is the reason for the delay. 2. Symbolic atonement. If a person improves before the reciprocal action of karma reaches him or her, the karma will manifest itself only in a symbolic or moderate form. A certain man overindulged in food, drink, and also smoked a lot in his previous life. This is a little excessive for one person, but let's just take it as an example. Through improper lifestyle and negative inclinations, he consciously harmed his health, which tolerated these excesses without injury. In his present life, however, because of his previous mistakes, he was supposed to become terminally ill. If, during his illness, he becomes conscious of his unhealthy habits and starts seriously to seek and practically apply ways to attain good health, he can cure his disease through his effort and abstinence. 3. Pure and deep love towards a person, even if it is not reciprocated, ennobles and improves a person so that he or she forgets their own ego and becomes unselfishly giving and loving. This gets rid of many mistakes caused by egotism and indifference in the past. If, however, he or she only has eyes for their beloved and is indifferent to all other pain and sorrow in the world, they do not feel true love, but only greater egotism. 4. Making efforts to do good. If everything he or she does is done with a pure intent, in accordance with eternal laws, the threads of negative karma are weakened, and new, pure karma begins to form. If a person endures unfavorable karma with resistance and a lack of understanding, and there is no betterment and improvement, he or she does not get rid of his or her karma, but it continues punishing them until there is a change. The reciprocal action, therefore, does not always include the expiation of karma. People like to generalize and throw all negative manifestations and events into one bag without thinking. For them, everything is karma, as if no free will was, which causes new karma to emerge. If everything was subordinated to karma, and man did not have their own free will for new deeds, there would be no development. Many innocent people, frequently even better than the majority, were victims of the free will of others. There are many examples from history: witch hunts and torture in the Dark Ages, persecution and killings of prophets, concentration camps, etc. Free will gives man the possibility of either easing the expiation of guilt or, on the contrary, further enmeshing themselves into heavy fate through new karma. If the man takes all evil and injustice passively as their karma, and does not fight for their rights, they multiply the evil of the perpetrator, as the lack of opposition enables the one to do even more harm. How do we know what is karma and what is not? Theoretically, it is too easy, but practically, it is difficult. We have to be really honest and open with ourselves. If we seriously think about how we suffer in our life, and when we realize that, even unintentionally, we treat others in a similar way, we will come to the conclusion that we are being punished by karma, but not by the free will of others. That is the only way to learn how to discern between deserved and undeserved evil. No one, only the person themselves, has to understand and help themselves. Accelerated karma. Some people, embarking upon a road of improvement, suddenly feel much greater evil affecting them than ever before. This is a case of accelerated purification, which is expressed by an increased occurrence of negative influences and events. This fact often dissuades people from their useful aim to continue in the positive development. They do not know that if they changed, instead of having to atone till the end of their life, they would only suffer for a few years or an even shorter period. The expression karma is also used in the positive sense. We talk about good karma if somebody is successful, wealthy, lottery winnings, or they get an inheritance without using obscure means or trying too hard. Envy is not appropriate in this case, as it is the multiplied yield of his or her past deeds. Envy is a treacherous weapon for the one who uses it. In its reciprocal action, it will strike back at the originator in the form of a disease or a loss. Karma may also mean a task, a mission, with which a person is born to bring new knowledge and to help to mankind. It is determined prior to incarnation. This is the case of eminent scientists, mainly in the health field, artists, prophets, etc. It is not necessary to know whether an event is karmic or new. We should not investigate our past lives. If we could remember them, many people would not be able to forgive their own relatives the evil that they caused them in previous lives, and so would inadvertently prevent them from expiation. A person who would be able to remember his or her past lives would live in their present life only as a non-participating observer when expiating their guilt or absorbing goodness. He would not experience events fully in their emotional depths and heights, and his or her soul would not develop. It would return to the astral with the same level of maturity as when it left. It is supposed to improve in every life through experiencing it. If it were useful or necessary for man, he or she would remember their past lives. Only powerful emotional experiences from past lives influence and improve a person and his or her attitudes. For example, a person who experienced war as a victim no longer remembers their suffering, but in their subconscious they know that war is terrible and they do not wish for it to happen. If man knew ahead of time everything that awaits him or her in life, they would not make an effort to decide independently and could not cultivate their free will. A person for whom it is useful to know his or her future or past lives will know about them, even if he or she would rather not want to. A person for whom this knowledge would be a hindrance will not receive the knowledge, even though he or she would like to. Every human being has karma of his or her own, which someone else cannot and should not know. In difficult events in life, people frequently lament and complain, "How could God let this happen?" Because we are already acquainted with the law of reciprocal action, we know that we are being punished by the reciprocal consequences of our own deeds, i.e. karma, and not the wrath of God. A person who, through his or her position in society, created conflicts and wars, but was themselves spared of their effects, has to suffer the consequences once suitable conditions are created in several lives and in a multitude of ways. Not all war victims have karmic guilt. Sometimes also highly pure individuals are affected. They voluntarily decided to suffer together with the people close to them. Therefore, they reincarnated with them. War may also have to be experienced by people who outwardly do not harm anyone, but in their thoughts are violent and hateful. They do not want to express their thinking publicly so as not to ruin their good reputation. If they fully experience these negative emotions in war, they will get rid of them, as they will recognize their consequences. From what we have just said, it follows that wars are, in actual fact, planned, as they can be foreseen from reciprocal actions. In countries where famine occurs, people bear the consequences of heavy guilt towards their close relatives. Either they did not give them their deserved reward for work done, which brought them to near starvation, or it could have been also a case of employees stealing from their employer, although he treated them well. This karma is likewise borne by lazy people who took payment for work but did not perform accordingly, thereby consciously disrupting the law of equilibrium. It is also suffered by mentally immature people who did not use their own free will to support themselves in life, but instead abused the goodness of others. Mass and individual accidents are the reciprocal actions of negligence, irresponsibility, but also of hate and the greed of individuals and groups. For example, former pirates who have killed whole ship's crews can find themselves on the other side of the coin in several of their lives, become victims of mass traffic accidents. Natural disasters have two causes. Either they are the natural consequence of the disintegration of matter, or they are a punishment, reciprocal action, for the moral and economic decay of the society. We can use the examples of the cities of Pompeii and Sodom and Gomorrah. Those who were to save themselves were forewarned to escape from the place which was to be destroyed. Although the disaster proceeded along the lines of natural laws, i.e. in the form of earthquakes, floods, or volcanic eruptions, the timing was planned from above. A clearer example of karmic retribution is the old city of Nineveh, where a state of general moral decay prevailed. After being warned by the prophet Jonas, the Assyrians started to atone and made an effort to change their lives even through their deeds. Owing to the law of reciprocal action, the fast and honest change saved the city from destruction. Subsequent generations again gave in to previous mistakes, and so the enormous city, which seemed unassailable and indestructible, was leveled to the ground from above. Chapter 4. Free Will. With adulthood, there comes the manifestation of another of the eternal laws, the free will. It should serve for man to go in their developing their own way, which is usually different from the one demanded by society. Everyone perceives intuitively how to go through life because subconsciously he or she is being led by their own goals and tasks, which they were assigned before birth. If, however, a young person is corrupted already in early youth, their straight path becomes crooked or is changed altogether. Parents should not force their adult child into something which he or she does not want. Even during childhood, they should not intervene in important decision-making, other than with advice or admonition in, for example, the choice of school, or profession. In childhood, up to adolescence, children develop something which is akin to instinct in animals, the imitation impulse. According to this trait, a child acts similarly to its parents, but this is a conscious decision, while an animal acts subconsciously. In ancient stages of development, in times of slavery and feudal periods, the average person was not free enough. His or her private choices, for example, when choosing a profession or a spouse, were subordinated to the will of their ruler or some authoritarian figure in the family. As mankind matured, free will has grown in all areas of life. Despite this, many people, even today, do not want to use their free will. It is more comfortable and easier to let other people decide for or instead of them. Free will is closely connected to the ability of independent decision-making and the resulting responsibility for the consequences. Many people do not want, whether consciously or subconsciously, fully to use their free will for this very reason. Others do the opposite. Without thinking or good advice, they always want to decide on their own, often on impulse and without reflection. They do not know that the consequences, which they will have to bear, will be much harder than their own decisions. Therefore, man should not shun the warnings, the advice and experience of others, but should compare them with his or her own knowledge and volition, and only then decide. Some people think they have no free will. They are controlled by their negative inclinations and traits to such an extent that the law of reciprocal action prevents them from being released from their consequences. Only a strong desire for change, combined with the knowledge of the reasons for the negative attributes, can overcome weakness and mobilize all reserves to remove them. If someone suffers due to the lack of free will, for example at work, he or she should stop to think about the reason of their unfreedom. Perhaps it is because he or she is not interested in their work and has to push themselves into it. Or maybe the conditions at work or hours of work are not satisfactory. Their co-workers could be part of the problem. He or she has to consider all of this, and then perhaps change work or workplace only, if the former or the latter are seen as the disruptive element. Someone else may feel a lack of freedom because he or she is being misused due to their kindness, skill, and willingness to help. In this case, he or she should think about changes in their inner self, because they will fare the same even at a different workplace. He or she also has to examine the lack of freedom in a relationship thoroughly and try to find the hidden reasons. Perhaps in time, one of the partners realizes that there is nothing in common in the relationship which would fulfill them, which is why he or she feels hemmed in. A person frequently stays in restrictive relationships only because of fear to live according to his or her own will, or they do not have enough courage to break up. He or she does not realize that suffering pressures them to think about themselves and reevaluate their life. The result of this pressure does not necessarily have to be a separation. Sometimes it is enough to understand the situation and the partner. Many people prefer drowning their problems in alcohol to a serious reflection on their life, or else they blame others for their fate. Others waste the time for a serious self-contemplation in escapes, excesses of work, or a hobby so as not to have to deal with themselves. Perhaps the most difficult case of problems due to the lack of free will is the expiation of karma. Let's look at one example. An adult son is suffering from the domination of his father, who is making decisions for him, restricts him, sometimes even with violence. Misunderstandings and quarrels are a daily occurrence. As the son is younger, i.e., spiritually more flexible, he should be the first one to recognize the cause of this limitation. He should not continuously ask his father to change, but should try to understand why his father is the way he is. First of all, he should realize that he has been born to this father due to the law of reciprocal action, i.e., in the past, he has treated his father the way his father treats him today. The fact that the behavior of his father bothers him proves that he is still the same, as otherwise he would not object to his father's behavior. The same negative traits repel each other. Recognizing this can immediately change the son's attitude to his father and remove the karmic obstacle. The son's suppressed free will is reawakened and will be respected by his father. If the cause of the problems is first understood by the father, the son will change as well. They are connected through karma and either mutually support or suppress each other. If, however, the son will not change and will always only want his father to alter his ways, he will bring his negative attributes into the upbringing of his own children. Some, or all, of his offspring will also resist his dominance and will reject him. That way, the son gets another opportunity to realize that he is the same, like his father, and needs to take a long, hard look himself, first and foremost. Another reason for the dominance of the father could be the exact opposite. The son is too weak, never expresses his own will, and thereby magnifies his father's will. If the son, at the right moment, shows that he has his own will, harmony will come, things will balance. To ease decision-making and for developing of his or her will, everyone has their own guardian angel. It is, in fact, an ethereal spirit, a person who lived on Earth not so long ago and is familiar with the conditions on Earth and his or her ward and weaknesses of one. According to the law of homogeneity, this spirit also possessed, or still possesses, similar shortcomings, so he or she knows their ward well. His or her role is to advise their ward in difficult decision-making and warn them of danger and fall. This activity improves his or her standing in the ethereal world, and he or she does not have to incarnate to Earth if the law of reciprocal action is no longer binding them to it. The influence of this ethereal spirit is perceived intuitively, heard as the voice of conscience, as advice only, to reach their own decisions, to develop free will. Every guardian spirit is a little better and more developed than their ward. He or she is no angel, although this expression is commonly used. Due to the law of homogeneity, there is little difference between man and his or her guardian spirit in respect to spiritual development. A much higher spirit or angel would not be able to understand man's earthly desires and faults. The guardian spirit, being of a somewhat higher level, through his or her influence, accelerates development. If his or her ward heeds the advice, the guardian spirit is pleased, but they suffer when their ward does not listen to the voice of their conscience. According to the law of free will, a guardian spirit cannot pressure man into or detract them from anything forcibly, even if this would prevent their downfall or death. Everybody, regardless of the quality of their life, has one or several guardian spirits. It is a law. No one is without help. A spiritual guide is a higher level of a guardian spirit. He or she is assigned to a person of higher spiritual qualities. Chapter 5. The Animistic Realm. Above the gross material and ethereal universe, there is a world of a finer type, which is the driving force behind the cycle of the whole of the universe. It is the animistic realm. It also has 7 levels with various forms of life. It is home to diverse beings and creatures that can be divided into 2 basic categories, conscious and unconscious creatures, depending on whether they are conscious of their personality or not. Minerals and plants are unconscious creatures. They are considered living organisms because they already incorporate a certain quality of life. They grow and die. They are protected by a law according to which they do not suffer from tampering with their body, although such tampering can lead to death or disintegration. They do not have a soul which experiences feelings. If some people are able to talk to trees and plants, they do not talk to them specifically, but to the beings who live in them. Animals are also unconscious creatures. They form a higher class of this category. They have a soul, and that means they feel pain. When killing their prey, they instinctively behave according to the law of killing. It means they use the quickest method of killing so the victim suffers the least. After death, an animal does not feel its body being torn apart and devoured. Man should seriously think about this law and do accordingly when killing animals, as, if this law is incorrectly applied, consequences have to be suffered, whether in the form of a disease or a difficult death. Animals have a group soul. This, different to the human soul, disintegrates after death into its original parts, which are gathered in the place of assembly of homogeneous species where a new animal soul is created. However, an animal, which lives in close contact with humans and is attached to its master with loyal love, does not lose the integrity of its soul after death. The soul stays intact and reincarnates with other qualities. This accelerates maturing, as everywhere there is constant striving for development from unconscious to conscious life. Conscious creatures of the animistic realm have a human form. Many of them live also on Earth, but they are not visible to ordinary people because they do not have a material body, just a soul. Hierarchically, they are divided into two basic groups, little and great, and we use the term elemental beings for both groups. Little elemental beings originate from animistic germs, which a self-activated stream carries into various natural elements. There, beings of various types develop, living in fire, water, air, soil, flowers, trees, rocks, clouds, etc. They have a female or male form. Their task is to keep the elements, nature, in such a state as is required by eternal laws. According to the orders of the lords of the elements, they also activate disasters, for example, floods and earthquakes, storms, tornadoes or positive natural phenomena, beneficial rains, rainbows, etc. Although these natural processes can be explained scientifically, i.e., in order for them to happen, certain conditions have to be met, that does not mean that they happen on their own. We consider it to happen that way because we do not see the activators of these processes, only the consequences, which are organized according to certain rules and are accurate. The life of bees also has precise rules, but because we can see bees, we do not say that the gathering of pollen and production of honey happens spontaneously. The world today is not able fully to understand the activity of elemental beings because we have lost the ability to perceive them. Due to the emphasis on intellect in our lives, mankind has dulled its ability to use other than physical senses for perception. Fairy tales and legends preserve the inheritance of some of our spiritually more developed ancestors who saw these beings and communicated with them. They helped each other, which is illustrated in stories of giants, dwarfs, and fairies. We consider clairvoyance an extraordinary ability today, as it is particularly scarce, but in times gone by, this was a general characteristic of people. Even today, some extraordinarily pure individuals see elemental beings, but no one believes them because it is a rare phenomenon. Only the new mankind will again become close to their little helpers and be able to see them and better understand the subtle nature of the happenings. Little elemental beings reach their human form through development. Their soul is gradually formed from the animistic germ, from lower creatures to more developed, from dwarfs and gnomes to beautiful fairies and giants. Their shape is improving, and it attains human form, along with consciously being aware of their own personality, their own ego. That is another eternal law. Because their appearance is formed gradually through development, we call them the developed elemental beings. An animal has a soul too, but it is not conscious of itself, its personality. That's why it does not have a human form. Little elemental beings are much more beautiful than people, as they do not know evil and imperfection. They live in harmony with eternal laws. Today, they are always active among us, as well as long ago. They are not extinct, only we can no longer see them. Even bacteria, which were only discovered after the invention of the microscope, have existed since time immemorial and affected us. We just did not realize it. Due to ignorance, some people consider little elemental beings to be extraterrestrial, as they do not know much about them. Little elemental beings can be as small as a finger, but also bigger than humans, giants who predominantly dwell in rocks, mountains, great bodies of water, and clouds. They are governed by structures of authority to which they voluntarily submit. They come under the law of unity with the whole, according to which an individual cannot exist on his own, only as a part of a society. That's when he is strong and useful. The structure of their rule approximately looks like this. Little elemental beings living under a tree are subjects of a king or queen of the forest who has the sovereign of the whole mountain above him or her. This king, in turn, is subjected to the ruler of all mountains in the country, and so the hierarchy continues up to the ruler of the planet and finally the whole of the universe. All elemental beings excel in their work due to their precision and responsibility. They feel unconditional love and respect towards their master. In contrast to humans, elemental beings do not elect their leaders. The leading position is determined according to the degree of perfection. This happens automatically according to law. We shall go into it later. Their joyous attitude to work and love towards their superiors makes them that they are happy and beautiful. Little elemental beings have various tasks. Some deal with matter, its shaping, maintenance, and disintegration. This way, matter is continuously being ennobled and made finer. They are the creators of nature, and at the same time its destructors. People think that nature creates itself, as they see how it changes and multiplies on its own. It is a natural phenomenon. When a plant or animal attains maturity, the positive and negative poles are united according to the law of completing a unit, and this is how they multiply. This spontaneous event is only being helped by little elemental beings. At first, man lived in harmony with nature. He or she seldom interfered, primarily when building shelters on their own property. Later, he or she started to devastate nature, and now, as a result of industrial activity, they are totally destroying it. They do not know anything about its creators, so they cannot cooperate with ones. In the civilization of Atlantis, people received help with enormous construction projects from giants who did the heavy work for them. The inhabitants of Atlantis did not have or need any technology. We only assume that they were as technically advanced as our civilization. They also did not have any means of transport, and still they traveled around the whole world on huge birds. Fairy tales are not just a fantasy. The activities of other little elemental beings are connected with people more. Their task is to weave invisible threads out of every human intuitive sensing, thought, and deed. The quality and type is distinguished by color. Along these threads, paths, the souls, after death, are led into the astral and ethereal world, which have been woven by the elemental beings from the people's intentions and deeds. This is how little elemental beings weave, according to eternal laws, the fate of a person. It leads from earth, either down to the lower worlds, or up to the higher ones. It is an activity which we cannot imagine or understand. as there is nothing to compare it with in our world. Therefore, little elemental beings are also the living executors of eternal laws, but they are not the controlling or evaluating authority. They weave the threads of fate without any personal engagement in the lives of people. The result of their weaving, which reveals the innermost secrets of every man, is judged by other authority. For better understanding, we can imagine the elemental beings to represent typists who type a thesis for a student. They do not tamper with the contents written by the student. Apart from this, elemental beings also weave threads which connect people to each other. Their work is under the supervision of different, more advanced rulers. Hence, there can be no injustice or failure. Through their weaving, little elemental beings are connecting the material and non-material worlds. Little elemental beings come from a higher plane than the universe, from the animistic realm, and so they contain more principal power in the form of warmth and light. That way, they heat, change, animate, and improve matter, the universe. Man also is supposed to improve matter, but their activity differs from the activity of the elemental beings. They are preparing and assisting, while man is to continue in their work and become the ruler of matter. Regretfully, man has become a ruler, a destroyer, because he or she has understood their rule incorrectly. Great elemental beings are of an even finer substance than little elemental beings, as they live in the highest, finest plane of the animistic realm. In contrast to little elemental beings, they did not develop gradually, but they were formed immediately from animistic germs into supernaturally beautiful male or female forms. According to eternal laws, all that is perfect forms immediately and thereby gets a leading position. We call them the prime elemental beings, as they were the first to be created in this realm, and they are eternal. Some spiritually advanced individuals from ancient civilized nations have seen them and called them, due to their size, beauty, as well as supernatural abilities, gods. Greeks and Romans have given them various names, although they were identical, for example, Zeus, Jupiter, Aphrodite, and Venus. Other nations have seen them as well and given them names, most of which are not known anymore. Later, when, due to increased materialism, people were losing the purity of intuitive sensing, they stopped perceiving them, also communicating with them. But fables remained about their existence and activities. In these fables, great elemental beings have become more and more like people, and even human weaknesses and shortcomings have been ascribed to them. Thus, people diminished their value and trustworthiness. Little and great elemental beings exist even today, and they work on their respective tasks. But we can no longer perceive them. Even their seat, Olympus, is not a fantasy. It exists at the highest and farthest corner of the animistic realm. Prime elemental beings control several activities. 1. The creation, maintenance, and disintegration of matter, nature. This is performed by little elemental beings under the supervision of the lords of the elements, great elemental beings. For example, all waters in the universe are subject to the Lord of the Seas, Neptune or Poseidon. He controls many smaller rulers in rivers, seas, oceans, countries, on individual planets, etc. Prime elemental beings are not the highest gods and goddesses, as people used to think. However, they are much more perfect than people on Earth, as they live in a world higher than the universe in the animistic realm. 2. The fulfilling of eternal laws is under the rule of the great elemental, prime elemental beings. Hereby they do not perform the controlling, but just the mediation role by transferring tasks from other rulers from a higher level to their subjects. 3. Another task of the prime elemental beings is to help people towards improvement. That's why some of them represent virtues, for example, Aphrodite, love and beauty, and Pallas Athena, wisdom and justice. In the animistic realm, each trait forms itself into a prime elemental person, a perfect being who radiates this characteristic downward and is a paragon for people. This activity seems incomprehensible to us, but we can find something such like in our own life. A parent is an example for a child who imitates him or her, whether consciously or subconsciously. Even though we do not see prime elemental beings, we can feel their radiation, and it is always at our disposal. Anytime we need a virtue or have a desire for it, we connect to it through our volition, according to the law of homogeneity. Primitive peoples, arrested in their spiritual development, also on a low level of earthly development, cannot see little or great elemental beings. Only advanced civilized nations were able to see into the higher worlds, up to the animistic realm. Spiritually undeveloped nations only perceive astral beings from lower worlds, demons and phantoms that were created from people's negative intuitive sensing and thoughts. In order to drive them away, they use peculiar music and dance ceremonies. For them, they are gods, as they do not understand their origin and purpose. We shall gradually elaborate on other activities of the elemental beings. From our materialistic point of view, it seems unbelievable that everything around us is alive and well organized. Little elemental beings live not only in the animistic realm, but also in the ethereal and gross material universe. Because our spiritual development in certain areas did not go hand in hand with material development, we stopped seeing with our spiritual eye, and we consider the invisible worlds to be fairy tales rather than reality. Like our ancestors who were not able to imagine the future and did not believe clairvoyants who said that one day on Earth there would be metal birds, aeroplanes, flying, there would be houses, ships, floating, or horses, cars, would be driving on wheels, we also stopped believing. We stopped believing in the past, and thereby veiled our spiritual sight. What man does not want to see, he or she does not see, and generation after generation they are born with this restriction. Small children today are not able to see elemental beings, even though just recently they saw them. No wonder. How can they perceive something non-material if they cannot even see properly with their material eyes? Weak eyesight in children is almost common nowadays. It is a sign of our physical and spiritual blindness, as many of us are indifferent, superficial towards it, and thus blind. Chapter 6. The Spiritual Realm. Above the animistic realm, the spiritual realm floats. As every world is of a different substance, the spiritual realm, too, is totally different from all the worlds under. It is non-material, and because of that, eternal. It does not age or disintegrate. The name itself indicates that spirits live in it. In order to understand better their essence and position in creation, let's repeat what inhabitants live in the individual worlds below. The gross material universe is inhabited by people on many planets. The ethereal universe is inhabited by the souls of people after death. The animistic realm is inhabited by little and great elemental beings. The spiritual realm is the world of spirits. Because the spiritual realm floats on the highest level of all these worlds, so also the spirit has the highest status among the rest of the inhabitants of these worlds. What do spirits, in fact, look like? What we like to call spirits, who are visible or can be felt by some sensitive individuals, are in fact souls, not spirits. Man can only see with his or her inner eye into the astral, which is the middle part of the gross material world. More advanced individuals can even see into the ethereal world. In our dreams, souls appear as well, whether of living or dead people. When we sleep, our soul exits the body, and travels vast distances. We need not be afraid that it will not return, because it is connected to the body with an astral thread, which is of as if infinite length. The law of homogeneity prevents people from seeing a spirit or the spiritual world. Between the universe and the spiritual realm, the distance is too enormous. The spirit is of a finer essence than the soul because, in contrast to the soul, the spirit is non-material. In appearance, it is similar. It looks like a man or a woman, but has a much more beautiful, radiant, and perfect form than man or soul. We already know that the soul is of ethereal matter. That's why it lives longer than the body, which is made of gross matter, but it will also eventually expire. The spirit, being non-material, will never expire. It is eternal. What is the origin of the spirit, and what does it have in common with man? In the lowest level of the spiritual realm, there are spirit germs. We shall talk about their origin later. Owing to the influence of the principal power, which radiates stronger here than in the universe, spirit germs awake to consciousness, to the desire to form into a spiritual being. Like the matured gem of a hen instinctively desires to be a hen, the same way the spirit germ desires to be a spiritual personality. In order for a chick to hatch from an egg, it needs appropriate conditions, a higher temperature. The spirit germ, in contrast, needs colder temperature to form as a spirit. As soon as, in the spiritual realm, the desire for an individual personality is awoken in the spirit germ, it works in a subconscious way towards this goal, i.e., starts seeking the right conditions. Until the longing life has awakened, it was immobile, seemingly sleeping. The volition for development is the first movement of the spirit. Under the influence of the law of motion and the law of gravity, the spirit germ starts to sink from the spiritual realm into the lower spheres in order to develop. It stops at the edge of the ethereal world. Here, under certain conditions, the outer shell starts to form, first into the shape of a child that gradually grows and develops into an adult. That way, in the ethereal world, the soul forms into a human shape, representing the cover of the spirit germ. The spirit germ in the nucleus of the soul remains undeveloped. Similarly, while from an apple no apple can grow without a tree, people also have to develop a soul first, only thereafter the spirit. That's why the ethereal world emerged earlier, in order for the souls to develop first. Only after they developed, after a human form has been achieved, the world of matter and the earth, where souls enter physical bodies, arose. The whole of the gross material universe has one purpose only. It serves the development of spirit germs. The stay in the ethereal world is only a transitory period needed for the formation of the soul, the covering of the spirit. The soul is, in fact, a connection, an intermediary, with the help of which the spirit germ connects with the body in order to be able to function on earth and thereby develop. The body protects the soul and spirit as well from the coarse influences of the environment. Along with the development and maturing of the planet, the human spirit matures too, through several lives on earth and its stay in the ethereal world. The development of the spirit is similar to the development of a nut. The nucleus is small, shapeless, and soft at first. Only through the maturing and thickening of the covers, in the form of a skin and shell, does the nucleus grow and harden. After maturing, the covers no longer serve a purpose, and they disintegrate. The spirit germ also grows and matures under its coverings that are the soul and body. The spirit, after reaching maturity, becomes an eternal and conscious personality in a human form, and it no longer needs the coverings, body and soul. They only served as a cloak for the spirit in the applicable levels in order to protect and support its development. The spirit germ is gradually changing into a developed spirit. This term indicates that, through the development, the spirit matured into a conscious personality. Little elemental beings are developing in a similar manner, gradually, not immediately. They do not have a spirit or body. They only have a soul and an animistic nucleus. In the spiritual realm, in the middle part, which is called paradise, or according to the Bible, God's kingdom, the developed spirit lives as a male or female being. In paradise, unlike in the material worlds, evil or imperfection no longer exists. Here is only beauty, love, goodness, and justice which rule, but not inactivity. The law of motion is valid for all levels of creation. The blissfulness of spirits does not stem from being passive, but from a joyful, creative, and well-organized activity. The purpose of the life of all developed spirits is, among other things, to help other so far undeveloped spirits, people in the world of matter, to finish their development on time and return as mature spirits to their home. This help is necessary, which we will explain later. The developed spirits from paradise cannot help directly in the world of matter, as the law of homogeneity prevents this. Nevertheless, every person has his or her highest spiritual guide in the spiritual realm. The spiritual guide, however, can only influence the person through intermediaries in the animistic ring and the ethereal world, and they in turn through the guardian spirit. In paradise there also live children of different ages, but they are not born as here on earth. They do not have parents. They belong to everyone. They also arose from the spirit germs. They immediately formed in this level as children. They need not sink into the world of matter for development, as they are perfect right away. They lack maturity, which they will reach gradually through contact with developed spirits. And so, life in paradise is varied. There are male, female, and child spirits, and every one of them can experience emotions. All spirits are active in some way. Fatigue or stress does not exist in paradise because they are only the manifestation of matter. The fact that there is daylight around the clock, and that light here is much brighter than on earth, also contributes to a joyful life and constant activity. There is no trace of darkness or evil. The higher levels of the ethereal world are rough imitation of paradise. That is another law, according to which every lower world is created by imitating the one above. An imitation can never be the same as the original. The lower world, because it is denser, is less perfect, and therefore cannot create the same, only similar. Life on earth is a copy of the ethereal world. Many people think that the astral is an imitation of the earth because they see churches, schools, and cities in the same way that they exist on earth. In reality, the opposite is the truth. We on earth imitate the astral. We carry its picture in our subconsciousness as we lived in it as souls before birth. In order to make things clearer, let's examine the differences in perfection between paradise and earth. In paradise, flowers grow, but their perfection lies in more beautiful and larger forms, more variety of colors, and more intense scents. Bellflowers indeed ring there in beautiful tones, and many flowers are used as vessels for delicious drinks. The description of the clothing of spirits, the beauty of their houses and environment, would sound like fantasy, a fairy tale, which cannot literally be expressed or imagined properly in human terms. Man can only imagine what he or she have already experienced, or what is homogeneous, similar to his or her imagination. Because paradise is several levels higher from the world the humans live in, we cannot perceive its perfection, as our language does not even have words to describe it. At the highest level of the spiritual realm, perfect spirits also live, but they are of a different nature from developed spirits. They didn't have to enter the world of matter in order to develop. Owing to the higher perfection of their germ, they formed into a human shape immediately and still in the highest sphere. That's why we call them the created spirits. Perhaps it seems to be confusing to speak of a higher or lower perfection, as in human terms there should be only one perfection. But let us first explain its characteristics on spirits and spiritual worlds. When spirit germs are able to take form immediately in the spiritual realm, it means that they are perfect, homogeneous, with the perfect environment. Imperfect germs must exit into the world of matter, which is imperfect, i.e., homogeneous with them, to develop and form into perfect human beings. Perfect spirits, although they have free will never choose the path of doubting, distortion, or evil. Their intuitive sensing, behavior, and deeds are not a matter of choosing between good and evil, as they are pure and clear. Imperfect spirits, owing to free will often choose even wrong paths, as they want to experience them. Regretfully, these are not always a lesson for them. Frequently, they take them away from the real goal, even if they do not realize it. It is because of this imperfection that spirit germs of human spirits cannot form in the spiritual realm, because the law of homogeneity does not allow it. Imperfect can only develop in an imperfect environment, in the world of matter. After finishing their development, the human spirit reaches perfection. That means perfection in the spiritual world has several levels, stages, in which development progresses. Everything in all creation is always evolving within its limits due to the law of motion. Due to the law of homogeneity, negative characteristics within families are also rooted out in this homogeneous environment directly, even if this results in quarrels and tension among family members. Among more advanced people, the elimination of negative traits would not be permanent. Lack of conflict does not necessarily mean change. In a better environment, a person simply does not have the opportunity to express his or her negative sides, so they stay suppressed and subdued. Created spirits, owing to a higher level of perfection compared to developed spirits, play a leading role in the whole of the spiritual realm. Like prime elemental beings, they have leading positions, because their spontaneous and immediate forming speaks of a higher spiritual quality in relation to the others. Due to the adherence to this law, there are no problems with authority, and a natural sense of loyalty and respect prevails. Created and developed spirits are the hierarchy which rule and evaluate our deeds and fate on earth. With the help of the elemental beings, they organize a just fulfillment of the eternal laws. The laws, therefore, act as an intelligent force, because, in some cases, they are ruled by the intelligence of spirits, and other circumstances they act spontaneously through the principal power. The intelligence of the created spirits cannot be compared to earthly intelligence. It is only spiritual, without the participation of the intellect, and this gives it a totally different scope and unimaginable abilities. The world of matter, or the earth, when compared to the spiritual worlds, is the least advanced place in creation, where the spirit is supposed to stay for only a certain phase of its development. It should not therefore be considered the final destination, but just a stopover. According to the plan of development, in a certain period of maturity, a created spirit is incarnated into the most advanced nation as a person. Through their higher abilities, they support the spiritual development of the environment, which would stagnate and degenerate without this higher help. In the spiritual realm, the book of life is being kept, in which every spirit germ entering the world of matter is recorded under his or her spiritual name. The ruling spirits follow their paths and try to help them in many ways not to get lost in the world of matter and to return to paradise as a mature spirit. As can be seen, in our life on earth, we are not left to our own devices. We have our teachers, parents, above us, who lead us spiritually and help us, through our guardian spirits, successfully to reach the goal which brought us into the world of matter, to Earth. Chapter 7. The Creation of Man. A human being comes into the world according to earthly laws in 2 stages, through fertilization and birth. Both parents believe that they are the creators of their child, that they created a new personality who is their work, both physically and spiritually. If there is a resemblance in appearance and character from early childhood on, the more reason for them to feel that they are right. Let's take a look at these processes from the viewpoint of eternal laws. We already know that the real essence of man is the spirit. The spirit, however, is not inherited, and it cannot be divided as the matter can. It represents an independent core in every human being. We need parents on earth to create our body, through which our spirit will be able to express itself and develop in matter. During fertilization and at birth, the spirits of parents do not release or give anything of themselves. The child does not get even the smallest part of their substance. A parent can only give of his or her spirit through education and example, which the child is consciously absorbing or rejecting owing to the imitation instinct. Parents procreate their child physically only. From the sperm and egg, the physical germ is created, which grows from the nutrients of the mother's body. Physical resemblance and disposition toward certain diseases are inherited, as the matter can divide. But mentally and spiritually, every person is an independent being who was attracted to earth by his or her parents due to the law of reciprocal action or homogeneity. Therefore, children should not deride their parents for their own negative traits and predispositions as an injustice in inheriting their mental properties. They brought them along themselves. They do not stem from their parents. According to the law of homogeneity, they have been born to parents similar to themselves. Earthly families mostly attract souls with negative characteristics, as they are, due to the laws of homogeneity, heavier, more homogeneous to the characteristics of matter. When members of a family with the same negative traits have to live under one roof, many problems and aggravations arise, which could ultimately lead to their elimination, to a correction, because an obstacle can be overcome by like being treated with like. How does the spirit of a child get into the mother's body? After fertilization, the radiation of the mother's soul is intensified. Thereby, a homogeneous path is created, along which the soul of a child can come closer to the mother. Without this special bridge, which is only created during pregnancy, a soul would not be able to reach the mother from the distant ethereal world or lower levels. The incarnation of a soul happens mostly due to karmic reasons. Then a spirit, already known from a prior life, is incarnated into the family. When karmic threads are missing, a foreign spirit is incarnated, which is only connected to the parents due to the law of homogeneity, that is, it has common mental and spiritual traits. The spirit of a child does not come to life without experience, nor is it as pure as freshly fallen snow. It has experienced a lot in previous lives. It also brings some guilt along to expiate and new tasks to accomplish. It has forgotten its past, although it is encoded in its spirit. The child will gradually remember this, but only under the influence of various events. No human spirit lives on earth for the first time. According to the law of homogeneity, the incarnation of a new, less mature spirit would not be possible among mature spirits, because it could not evolve there. The vast gulf of understanding between him or her and their surroundings would prevent this. The fact that these differences exist today is not caused by the lesser number of lives, but due to the inadequate use of these lives, and that is man's own fault. It is similar to a situation in school. A pupil who is not attentive at school and does not learn has to stay behind. The soul, i.e., the spirit germ covered by the soul, is already approaching the mother at the beginning of her pregnancy. It stays around her, participates in many experiences, and she can also feel its presence internally. Naturally, the spirit does not come to the mother directly from the spiritual realm, but from the astral, in the form of a soul. The soul can only incarnate into the mother's body when the embryo reaches its fullest maturity, in the middle of the pregnancy. After the incarnation of the soul or spirit, the embryo has its own blood circulation. The movements in the mother's body are also a sign that the embryo has come alive. If during the time of maturity, no spirit enters it, which could be caused by negative karma, an incorrect development of the embryo, or a weak radiation of the mother's soul, the embryo degenerates and dies. Only the spirit, a higher substance than matter, can further develop it into a human form. From the standpoint of eternal laws, the process of the birth of a child consists of 4 stages. Fertilization of an egg, the soul approaching the mother at the beginning of the pregnancy, incarnation of the soul in the middle of the pregnancy, birth of a child. Who is regulating the process of the incarnation of spirits so as not to create injustice and make sure that eternal laws are followed? We already know that our life in the world of matter is controlled by our more advanced brothers from the spiritual realm. The view that perfect spirits have of our earthly life is much more complex and has more foresight. They draw from our past lives and from knowledge of the future. They know what will happen during our life on earth, in which part of the world a disaster or war will happen, and whether it would serve our purpose in our life. With this knowledge of future events, they control our incarnation. They know us better than we do ourselves. The book of life and the form of our spirit are a mirror of our past. Up to adolescence, each child's spirit is seemingly disconnected from the outer world. That's why a child only expresses itself mentally and physically. Only when it starts to mature sexually does its spirit connect with matter, with the world outside, and is then able to work in it. However, the difference between the non-material spirit and the world of matter is so vast that, according to the law of homogeneity, they could not connect. Nevertheless, it has to happen. On earth there exists the finest power, which at the same time is the highest power in the world of matter, the principal power. Owing to its fineness, it is almost equal to the spirit. The increased radiation of reproductive organs in adolescence creates a path along which this power enters the spirit through the soul and unites with it forever. As this path leads along the radiation of the reproductive organs, it is called the generative power. It manifests itself as a desire for love, beauty, purity, and ideals. At the same time, a previously suppressed law is awakened, the desire for spiritual knowledge, because the spirit tries to develop and express itself actively. This law is connecting the spirit with eternity. It helps the spirit not to forget about its origin in everyday worries, not to lose sight of the goal it came to earth to reach. According to the law of homogeneity, a spirit can only be educated and developed by spiritual knowledge and deep, intuitive experiencing. For a young person to be able to realize his or her ideals, they have a help in the connection of the generative power with matter, i.e., with reality. The natural process of connecting the principal power with the spirit is shown in youth, when they start to be conscious of the positive and negative aspects of their surroundings. This results in an effort to change and improve their environment, and in a positive case, also themselves. At the same time, according to the law of completing a unit, a young person starts to look for his or her opposite pole, a partner. If between a couple, the mental and spiritual powers emerge first, and only then is there a loving physical union, this pure flame can burn the biggest part of their negative karma and create conditions for a harmonious life and a positive development of the spirit. Sexual intercourse and procreation are only secondary goals of the generative power, which will be constantly expressed from adolescence on, even without these functions. Therefore, the end of the functioning of the sexual organs does not mean the loss of the connection of the spirit with the principal power. Young, inexperienced people are, unfortunately, diverted from the natural course of the generative power into a wrong direction because of present-day morality. The sexual instinct and the need to satisfy it as soon as possible and to the utmost, even without spiritual love, have been artificially overvalued. The real purpose of the generative power has, therefore, been weakened and turned into an animal instinct only. Frequent sexual intercourse, numerous sexual partners, and masturbation sidetracks a young person in his or her development. The generative power, which he or she was to ennoble physically, mentally, and spiritually, has been changed into a dangerous negative force, which, instead of granting support, limits them in development and pulls them down. Being chained by mostly physical, i.e. material, gratification, man cut themselves off from the help and inspiration of higher elemental beings, which according to the law of homogeneity cannot connect with them in that state. This separation from the spiritual heights results not only in a moral and spiritual, but also a cultural and economic decline, and the decline of society. Through his or her overly heightened passions, due to the law of homogeneity, man connects with lower spirits, which live in planets under the level of the earth. So instead of connecting with higher spirits, man unites with lower ones. At the same time, he or she also attracts dark spirits up to the level of the earth. Without this artificially created bridge, they could never reach earth, due to the law of gravity and homogeneity. Although not all are incarnated, they remain in the astral and influence the psyche of people. They suggest thoughts of repeated orgies, masturbation, etc., as these feelings are nourishment for them. This also applies to other negative traits, such as smoking, abuse of alcohol, drugs, etc. The victim thinks it is his or her own desire they need to satisfy. Instead of uniting with perfect beings, he or she connects with dark spirits, which are much worse than man themselves. Why did man succumb so easily to sexual excesses? There is only one reason. He or she pulled down their protective wall, the feeling of shame, which was to protect them from decay. This wall was built along with the receiving of generative power. Because man did not know its purpose, he or she was able to pull it down easily. The feeling of shame is a natural support for spiritual, mental, and physical development. But morality, based on the effort to eliminate this protective wall and give low passions free rein, has reached what it wanted. The protection was voluntarily and gradually given up. We silently agree with and consider as normal what is not normal at all. We have made sexual instinct almost the only goal in our lives. The volition chained by it cannot realize its higher desires and aims, as all generative power is being used in frequent or unnatural sexual intercourse or masturbation. The first flame, which gradually came to burn as a destructive fire in the souls of people, was lit, even if inadvertently, by psychologists and sexologists. They stated that, without regular sexual intercourse, no normal life is possible, that the lack of it results in frustration and problems. So if there is no partner available, he or she has to satisfy themselves. This has disturbed the mental balance and feeling of security of even normal people. Advice and explanations of this nature can be valid only for a person who does not know that by moderating the sexual urge, the generative power grows and awakens creativity, natural desires, and volition. Only by thinking deeply about the consequences of an excessive sexual urge can a force be released to regulate it. The law of free will does not allow dark spirits to force a person into something which he or she themselves does not want. They can only lure him or her, tempt them, suggest to them that the desire which they have inspired is his or her own need. This knowledge can liberate man. Only hidden and veiled evil is dangerous. By uncovering evil and knowing about it, evil can be overcome. A gradual, not sudden, moderation of negative tendencies makes dark spirits leave their victim, as they have lost their hold over him or her. The purified person starts to feel a sense of shame again, which will protect him or her from further decline. Transforming low passion into spiritual ideals puts the generative power onto the right track and awakens a desire for real, pure love, which will in time come along. A strong desire, multiplied by moderating the sexual instinct, connects man with elemental beings, helpers, and they create conditions to realize his or her desire, pure love. Generative power is weakened, also, through unbalanced nutrition. For example, the lack of proteins as a result of a long-lasting vegetarian diet. Sometimes this diet is recommended to heal diseases. In that case, it can last several years. However, after overcoming the illness, he or she needs gradually to come back to the original varied diet with an increased intake of fiber and reduced amounts of meat and fat. Other ways of weakening generative power are by reading unsuitable literature, watching films with too much stimulation for the senses and nerves. This negative practice connects man with dark spirits that will try to rule him or her in order to nourish them. Many people will find this unbelievable, but even occult training and meditation bring about a lessening of the generative power and a connection with dark spirits who, at present, are surrounding Earth like a dark mist. If someone meditates in order to get rid of stress and fatigue, he or she is, broadly speaking, relaxing in a sitting position. That is not dangerous because he or she does not penetrate the astral. When meditating more deeply, especially going down into the past or to dissolve in nothingness, the person meditating is almost inviting dark influences. He or she voluntarily connects with low spirits who at first seem to be harmless, so that later they can control the meditating person. Man should improve by natural means, through the knowledge of spiritual truths and ideals, also by practicing them in everyday life, not by escaping from reality. We already know that the animistic realm is the moving force of the gross material and ethereal universe. In the middle of the rotational cycle of the universe, some material planets reach the appropriate maturity. That means that they can be fertilized by spirit germs. This is analogous to the case of the human embryo, which matures in the middle of pregnancy and is fertilized with the spirit of man in order to continue on to a higher state of development. In one cycle, this event only happens once. Planets, which do not have the proper conditions at the time, will get another opportunity in the next cycle, about 1,000,000 years hence. When talking about the maturity of planets, we mean the creation of conditions for the life of spirit germs in the world of matter. This is done by elemental beings on planets with the suitable temperature. So far, we have learned that the human spirit germ cannot develop in the spiritual realm. Therefore, it is expelled by the law of motion into cooler, lower regions, into the world of matter. This phenomenon is figuratively called the expulsion from paradise, and is the voluntary or necessary ousting from the spiritual home. Without this excluding, the spirit germ would never develop into a perfect spirit. Let us take a look at this process more concisely, how and through what levels the germ penetrates down. Right under the spiritual realm, the animistic realm rotates. It is a little cooler, but even here the germ cannot form. It has to sink deeper yet into lower spheres. Due to the law of homogeneity, it cannot travel through a foreign level without taking a covering from it. Thereby, owing to the weight of the animistic shell, it lowers itself into the bottom part of the animistic ring. Even here, no proper conditions for development of it are, so it takes on another denser covering, and due to a weight of its own, sinks further still. The process of receiving coverings from two different types of heterogeneous materials is not automatic. It is aided by two beautiful female beings, fairies. They have the task to manipulate germs carefully, not to damage them, because they sink unconsciously without self-protection. The activity of the fairies can be compared to the work of women in a poultry farm, where they wrap eggs not to break them on their way to the consumer. Each spirit germ contains the slumbering potential of all the perfection of a mature spirit, which wakes up gradually by becoming conscious of itself. This process is called the improvement of the spirit. The unconscious journey of the germ through the animistic realm will be halted at the edge of the ethereal universe. It cannot sink further as an unconscious spirit germ. It is caught in the ethereal field where it will slowly come to life. During its sleep, other, also beautiful, female beings take care so that the spirit germ is not damaged. Here, male caretakers are present as well. Their strong positive radiation protects the germs from the unfavorable energies of the lower worlds. The principal power, in the form of light and warmth, also sweet music, accompanies the gradual awakening of the spirit germ to consciousness of itself in the ethereal world. The upper, denser covering, which it received from the second fairy in the animistic ring, starts to grow in the ethereal field into the shape of a large, beautiful flower. As every germ awakens with a different intensity and quality of consciousness, flowers of different type, shape, and color grow here. The ethereal field resembles a vast flower garden. When the flower bud opens, the first finer covering starts to develop, forming, under the influence of the spirit germ, into the shape of a human body. In the half-opened flower lies a small child, protected from the harsh rays of light. Likewise, a chick is protected by the shell of an egg. The spirit germ itself does not have a human form yet. Only the first animistic covering has formed, the soul. While the soul is developing from childhood to adulthood in the ethereal world, the elemental beings are preparing a suitable planet for its life. They form the nature by imitating the ethereal paradise, and in that way establish a pleasant home in which a person's spirit germ can develop further. In the meantime, the soul has matured in the ethereal world, but it is of such flimsy nature that it cannot be active on Earth or any other material planet. It cannot grip a piece of wood or a stone to build an abode or pick a plant to eat. The law of homogeneity requires a homogeneous body through which the soul can have an effect on nature to improve it and at the same time develop the real ego, the spirit germ. The highest rulers of nature, the prime elemental beings, control and organize the work of their subjects, the little elemental beings, in order to prepare a denser covering for the human soul, the material body. When the most advanced animal on earth matured into the highest state of development and attained a form similar to the human body and the ability actively to influence matter, the time of maturity of the planet, time to fertilize it with spirit germs began. Into the noblest animal pair, the primeval man, human souls incarnated instead of animal souls, a male and a female. Gradually, to their descendants, only human souls incarnated. That is the origin of the first human race. Other creatures of the primeval man perished. Due to the influence of the spirit, which is lacking in animals, the bodies into which the human souls have placed themselves started to develop into a more perfect and noble human form, with higher abilities. So Darwin was partially right when he stated that humans stem from the most perfect animal, the ape. But now that we know that the real essence of a human being is the spirit, we have to narrow this explanation. Not a human being, but only his or her material body has its origin in an animal. During his or her many lives on Earth, man had to use their abilities and traits to the fullest to survive in the harsh climate and rough living conditions. The soul, also the spirit germ, had to try harder, had to exert more warmth to penetrate the thick material covering, body, and through it influence and improve the surroundings. The spirit germ was activated in the cooler, coarser environment. It had to learn to control its body in the same way as a man needs to get used to working in thick rubber gloves. One may ask why the development of a soul in the ethereal world could not be adequate for the spirit germ to return to paradise. Simply because the ethereal world was not sufficiently coarse, cold, and material to awake the slumbering abilities of the spirit germ to its fullest potential. However, the spirit germ could enter the earth, enter the world of matter, only after the development of the soul, so that with the soul's help, the spirit germ could control the heavy material body. The spirit germ itself would not only be unable to move the body without the soul, but, due to the law of homogeneity, would not even be able to stay in the body. The big difference in its substance compared to matter would expel the spirit germ. Even the soul is not a homogeneous intermediary for the material body. The soul is too soft to stay in the body. That's why the little elemental beings that specialize in this activity produce an astral body of man from medium gross matter. It forms the connecting link between the ethereal soul, as it is a little thicker, and the gross material body, as it is finer. After the earthly death of man, the astral body exits the material body and disintegrates into its original elements in the astral. It has a longer lifespan than the material body. As it has a human form, some sensitive people can see it with their spiritual eye. After the final life on earth, which is different for every human being, the spirit germ develops into a perfect personality of female or male form. After the death of the body, the mature spirit walks into its home, into paradise. In every level through which it goes, in the ethereal world and the animistic realm, it leaves its coverings, which are burned one by one under the strong radiation of the mature spirit. Where does the strong radiation of the spirit, which burns the ethereal and animistic coverings, come from? When the improved spirit attains a human form, man has to develop his or her mental and spiritual power. This grows stronger by overcoming obstacles in its path, also by living the spiritual truths in everyday life. He or she who only reads about but does not practice them does not gain spiritual power, the strong radiation which destroys the ethereal and animistic coverings. The return of the spirit into the spiritual realm, into paradise, is connected with further improvements through the help of a spiritual guide who guides the spirit to its proper place. Owing to the law of reciprocal action, the originally unconscious spirit germ returns where it came from as a conscious spirit, as everything returns in a circle. The event is described as the return of the prodigal son. Chapter 8. Distorted Souls. Every spirit germ has its specific character. It is either positive or negative. The germ stems from the spiritual precipitation which, in the higher worlds, is divided into heavier male parts and lighter female ones. By the time the spirit germ rolls to the bottom of the spiritual realm, it is already a well-formed little ball destined to be either a female or male spirit. How does a spirit germ know what gender it is when it has no human form yet? Spirits in the spiritual realm do not have reproductive organs because they are not needed for reproduction. Nevertheless, there is a striking difference visible right away between male and female spirits. Not even the child-shaped soul, the first covering of man in the ethereal world, has reproductive organs. Only through development does it gain a male or female form, but without the reproductive organs. What makes the spirit germ change into a male or female spirit? We know that inscriptions on gravestones, "Rest in peace," do not express the real life of the soul after death. Everyone will be active in the world beyond, whether by experiencing suffering or by being creative. And it is this activity and the overall expression that determine a male or female form. The propensity to a certain type of activity is present already in the spirit germ itself, as it is either positive or negative. That's why already the child-shaped soul in the ethereal world develops depending upon the type of expression and activity, and that makes it a male or female. How are real manhood and womanhood manifested on earth according to eternal laws? The work of a male is active, enforcing and coarse. It is work with matter, strength, and the intellect. The work of a female is passive, directing, requiring less strength. It is finer work, mostly emotional and spiritual. The woman is controlling from the spiritual standpoint, as, generally having a finer essence and a more permeable body, she can, due to the law of homogeneity, unite with finer, higher spheres. Thereby she gains greater spiritual knowledge and might. Her control is expressed in a passive way. She only feels, inspires, directs, and plans. The man processes her ideas and combines them with his own decisions. He is the executor of her plans. Very few of today's women rule in this passive way. Woman today is almost as active as man, which is the result of the fact that she does not live a purely feminine life. She is led by the circumstances so that she desires equality, emancipation, that pushed her, albeit unwillingly, into the whirlwind of male life. The term emancipation literally means the release from the inconvenient state to the equivalent one. Its legislative acknowledgement was provoked not only through umbrage-oppressed women, but also through the influence of spiritually quite developed people who felt its necessity for the further growth of mankind. However, the right principle of emancipation in its realization was stealthily lost and led away into an entirely different direction. The purpose of emancipation should have been the acceptance of real masculinity and real femininity, and the fact that they are equal in value. This should have erased the superiority of men and the disadvantaged and underestimated position of women. But equality, as practiced today, has been comprehended by its followers so the woman can and must do everything what the man does, and the man is to have the same duties and rights as the woman. In the socialistic society, the Constitution set the women compulsory working, except the maternity and care of the child, which were limited by time. That's why a lot of women had to leave their households involuntarily and go to the unknown surrounding to various occupations, to the male ones too. The women in a capitalistic society did, on the contrary, voluntarily, mostly for an ambition of boredom or financial necessity. They also embarked on the path of equality. Has the emancipation led women to the longed-for equality with men? Not at all. In the majority of cases, women attained equality in the job obligations, but their posts and salaries did not correspond with their results. In order to gain them, women had to emphasize the equality to men more markedly. First it began with masculine ways of clothing, wearing pants, later on adapting for male customs and habits. And later still, women were able to think along male lines just to narrow the gap between them and men. Whether the men did or did not like it, they had to maintain the household chores and the like, when the woman was more able or equal to finance the family. The law of completing a unit has been distorted. How could there be harmony in a relationship when the pure negative and positive poles no longer existed, when neither man was pure man nor woman was pure one? The after effect which has been caused by this eliminating of differences we can see and feel both at home and at the workplace. Everyone does everything what he or she knows and is able to accomplish. Continuous stir and superficiality become a part of the modern man who cannot even see themselves that life could be different, more tranquil. The symbol of the present times is the everlasting lack of time and peace. Neither man nor woman consider themselves as being able to make full use of their resources and abilities because there is no time for them. Unceasing motion and disturbance take the inner composure and peace away from them. Even if most of the emancipated women realize these negative points, they will surely protest against previous claims. Are we to come back to the pots and children? Nevermore. It is not necessary to be afraid of coming back. However, it is necessary to go forward straight, without deflections, which avert us from the right aim. The right way directs to the harmony and creative action, and not to rush and frivolity. Through equality, the woman should have gained the similar education as the man, to prove her rational maturity, which was never granted to the woman. That was often the reason of underestimation and humiliation of women. An educated woman should have become the equal partner for the man. For the welfare of society, the emancipation should have given the equal enforcement of own abilities for those women which wanted to devote to a work completely. The compulsory employment in socialistic society was the byway which seduced many women from the right way. Instead of free decision, whether to be the mother or to work, the women usually had to do both. When the man wanted so, as the woman does not injure health herself, he had to adapt himself too, and to help in the household, even with the female work. The free will of today's man should have led him or her to their own choice of a partner, according to their ideas, not according to the wish of parents or possessions. Although most people use this free choice, the partnerships are not better than in the past. Why? After all, the emancipation should have led to the coveted harmony and equality in marriage, but it brought the destruction instead of benefit because of its wrong understanding. The continuous process of emancipation, which is erroneously understood as equalization of gender differences, brought about, within a short period, the establishment of types of partners totally different from the types existing previously. The new prototypes of men and women were connected by one word, a distortion. Men stopped being men, and women stopped being women when each of them had to act, according to need, like the other one as well. We have eliminated pure contrasts from our lives. Into the black color, the white one was added, and we obtained gray. On the other hand, into the white color there was added the black one, and we got the same gray color again. The entire life became gray, tedious, and thereby chaotic, because pure counterparts, which were inspiring and giving the power in their purity, have been removed out of it. The gentle heart of woman and her tender caress, which were intended for making the man and children happy, hardened in strenuous job obligations. The strong masculine support broke down because it lost its stability and strength through light but monotonous household chores and childcare. This has been called the progress, the emancipation. If the mutual adaptation to the household tasks develops evenly at both partners, the feeling of the seeming harmony arises, even though both of them are being turned aside to the opposite poles. However, when one of them resists distorting of his or her naturalness, he or she is the cause of unceasing problems, resulting in quarrels and split-ups. To try to find a solution, many people look for another distorted human, which strangely enough they are able to find sometimes. More cautious people discovered a rather easy way out. They live alone. To find a distorted counterpart is considered by them as being too difficult and unlikely. Everything distorted is hardly usable, compatible, also impractical. Let's imagine the straight things, like door, tables, or pens, were curvy only. We could hardly use them and would lose a lot of time. Evenly, it's extremely difficult for distorted partners to find the harmoniousness in partnership. This disharmony takes a lot of mental and emotional energy, joy of life, and creativity from both partners. Then they miss this energy in other areas. Most of the successful women began to underestimate their husbands because of their inability, which resulted from their apathy and weakness. Other women were forced to take over the activity when their husbands did not know or want to be the right men. Next, emancipated women lost their gentleness in another way. Two kinds of activities, at home, also at work, without enough help, took the woman the physical and psychical power, and thus the right femininity. Nowadays, it is not the irony that many unemployed men have nothing what to do, whereas the employed women destroy themselves in two occupations? However, the deviated behavior of men and women is not only a current issue which has been spread throughout the earth as a result of a wrong emancipation. Distorted souls lived in human bodies centuries ago, but their distortion was not too distinct outwardly because of the lack of social freedom, which supports the distortion as we can see it at present. When anyone had the opportunity to recognize his or her former lives, he or she had to be surprised by the almost incredible fact that they also lived in the body of the other sex. How is it possible that the same person is a man in his or her some life and a woman in another one when the spiritual germs are either positive or negative? One of the eternal laws, the free will, plays the decisive role in this case. According to this law, man may act in such a way that he decides. For example, when a female spirit is born on earth as a woman and during life decides, under the influence of various conditions or her own free will, to live as a man, that means more actively and roughly, rationally and strenuously. It does not mean that it changes into man physically in that moment. The mass, so the earthly body, is not able to change so fast. But when this soul leaves the earth after death, it comes to the beyond as a man. The soul has converted into the male being faster than the physical body, thanks to the more gentle nature of it. If this woman likes the male behavior, she acts in the ethereal world this way, and she is born as a man in the next life. But it can happen, she will suffer in this male life under the influence of stronger demands. However, she has to play her role to feel the positives and negatives of man's life, so she will never need to repeat this change. If she realizes the female activity is more natural for herself, she can fulfill this desire faster after death thanks to a more gentle body. In next lives on earth, she can already act as a woman. Some spirits have to try, in fact, on their own bodies, who they want to be. As, according to the law of free will, man may make mistakes, take wrong paths, do lawlessness and even evil in his or her life, so they may decide to live in an opposite way as they are predestined in their nature. Of course, they must bear consequences of its decision alone, because free will is closely connected with responsibility. Once, when some occupations were not accessible to women, the woman decided to be born voluntarily as a man on earth when she wanted to be helpful for mankind, for example, as a doctor. Many lives ago, she could gain valuable experience as a herbalist or a midwife, and then wanted to bring it into the scientific medicine too. Similarly, other skills led the women to become the helpful men for the society or their own development on earth, to become the priests, monks, ascetics, or with practical skills as lawyers, philosophers, teachers. They were not only distorted souls all the time. The change of sex may also be a form of atonement in certain cases. Then it does not arise from the own will of the spirit. For example, when some men degraded and oppressed women consciously with evil intentions, according to the law of reciprocal action, they will experience through the change of sex that which they caused. Only through their own experience they will be able to understand their limited opinions and prejudices. Man took the rule over woman in hand as a consequence of ignorance and pride only. He misused his physical strength, power, and intellect to disgrace and humiliate her instead of protecting her and honoring her. Despite emancipation and common progress nowadays, women still live in most countries in such a humiliating and limited conditions it surprises. Their status is similar as hunger, wars, and unhappiness, the product of wrong behavior of individuals and groups. Some women misuse their free will and tolerance of their partners so much that they did not develop their femininity in the right way. They have distorted and stopped not only their own spiritual growth, but also the development of their partners who had to repress their own manhood because of the balance. Straightening of these women to their right role can happen only under the stronger influence. So, in the position when they have to behave and act as the women under pressure because they would act wrongly again from their own will. When this woman understands and receives her femininity, she will be born in free conditions. All examples are only the indications of thousands of possible causes of karmic incarnation of spirits. Because of presented reasons, it is purpose-built and necessary the various status of women in the society on earth. It will take until the attitude to women improves. It depends mainly on the men, but also on the women until they realize their right femininity. Eternal laws help in the process of the unbending by pushing man towards what is best for him or her. Under the influence of their own free will, many people would take a course in the opposite direction of the development just out of their ignorance. They will understand the provident guidance of higher entities only a fixed period of time later when they already keep on top of things. A proverb, "Every cloud has a silver lining," confirms this experience. The communistic idea that all people should have lived under the same conditions have proved to be unreal in practice. The reason for this is a different spiritual maturity of people. While in the ethereal world, souls live in the places where they belong to according to the law of gravity and the law of homogeneity. On the earth, other principles take effect. There are living here together both more and less developed men. This situation has been called forth by themselves because they have been paying no attention to the law of homogeneity. The less developed ones often misuse goodness of more advanced men and cause them sufferings and harm. They do not know that they produce thereby new negative karma themselves and will have to take the consequences of it as the blows of fate later. Lower spirit needs for its development harsher conditions and stronger strokes than more developed one. The one understands and improves oneself without the physical suffering and humiliation. Through the removal of castes, which were preserved in their original sense in India for the longest period of time, and through the attracting of low spirits by the negative propensities on earth, a connection among men of various inner maturities has been formed. The castes were the imitations of the ethereal world, in which its individual planes are divided into parts according to the laws of homogeneity. The perfect spirits of the spiritual realm directed the birth of souls according to their species of homogeneity, the qualities of the soul into these castes on earth. The spiritually more advanced men matured in the highest caste by teaching of others, giving out their knowledge and experiences. They were teachers, priests, doctors, lawyers, and the like. Others were developing spiritually in the second caste as knights, soldiers, heroes through the sacrificing of their own lives in favor of other men in wars, secret missions, and catastrophes. The third caste comprised artists and craftsmen. The least developed people serving to others belonged to the fourth caste. Many of them lived alone, under harsher conditions, in order to be awakened spiritually by strong blows of life. However, any one of them had the possibility of passing to the higher caste when they spiritually exceeded the level of their caste through an exceptional deed or a manifestation. People lived and came in contact only within their caste at that time. Thereby the law of homogeneity was observed, according to which a person situated too low cannot develop in the presence of a much higher one because of misunderstanding. When they want to understand each other, according to the law of gravity, the low spirit drags down the higher one because he or she is heavier than that one. Since the low spirit cannot ascend, accordingly, the higher spirit must go down for the understanding of each other. Neither of them can grow through this adaptation. On the contrary, they both stagnate or fall. As long as a less advanced man lives among the equal ones, small differences offer them the possibility of mutual understanding and growth. The sorting of spirits at birth into the castes was not a chance happening, but it occurred according to the law of homogeneity and the law of reciprocal action. Therefore, also marriages and relationships in the society of castes were spiritually equal and right. The distortion and misuse of the caste system went along in the period when the human materialism, the giving priority to matter and intellect, was getting stronger. The ruling castes themselves caused their breakdown since they started exploiting the lower castes and considering themselves as being superior. In this way, they induced general dissatisfaction and imbalance, which consecutively led towards abolition of castes. Neither democracy brought the longed-for solution. The spiritual development did not improve. At the present time, man ought particularly carefully to examine that with whom he or she gets acquainted because, after the removal of castes, he or she is thrown back on themselves to distinguish and assess fellow men. By the wrong choice of the partner and friends, he or she stagnates or declines spiritually, even though they do not often realize this. He or she will not be conscious of their higher abilities since they are not able to exercise them in the unequal relations. Instead of a joyful development, they experience only misunderstanding and stress, whereby one gets weakened. Chapter 9. The Man. What are the mistakes the man did in his development? When and how did his distortion start? The first roots are in the old Atlantis, which we call as the fabulous one fallaciously. It truly existed as the long streak of narrow land in the Atlantic Ocean, from Greenland to the South Pole. On the maps, where the bottom of the oceans is shown, the rest of this land is visible, and it is called the South Atlantic and North Atlantic Ridge. In the early age of Atlantis, the woman lived in her own womanliness and clearness. Despite of her virtues, the man did not appreciate her. What is more, he humiliated her because of her weakness and emotionality. At that time, the wrong started to spread in the man, which has got such dimensions nowadays that we do not realize it anymore because we have accepted it as the natural part of our lives. How is that wrong, which acts for thousands of years and is hidden among us in such a way that we do not register it? Outwardly, it acts as our friend and necessary friend, but it only plays this role. It hides behind it as behind the mask, which hides something entirely different. It is our enemy, in fact. It tries to rule our lives unqualifiedly, although it is not strong enough for this role. Where should we look for the pest in order to know about it? Let us look for it in our heads. There is residing there, it has honored name, the intellect. Someone could say now, It is unbelievable. How can the intellect be our enemy? Is it even invincible? Let yourselves be persuaded. We can begin with the original purpose of the intellect. It was supposed to simplify life on earth, to make man a wise master over nature and its creatures. At the same time, intellect was to be a counterweight to the spirit. It was supposed to keep it grounded so that it does not escape from reality during connecting with the heights. Although the intellect is the finer product of our brain, it is still material. That means it belongs to matter and earthly activities in its essence. But man wanted, by his or her intellect, to rule over their soul and even their spirit, which are, according to the law of homogeneity, totally different nature. When man did not understand spiritual happenings with his or her intellect, they reacted as a child would do. They made fun of what they did not understand. Although we do see love and hate, we still acknowledge their expressions and consequences as something real because we feel them. It is different with the spirit. A materialist claims that the spirit does not exist because he or she can't see it. He or she does not believe that, would they give it a chance to express itself, it could develop many different abilities, even outside time and space. The spirit, due to its non-material essence, acts above time and space and is more multifaceted and resourceful than the intellect. It also draws from the experiences of past lives. The intellect is young and inexperienced, a mere child compared to a mature spirit. It only gathers and keeps information from one life, even only earthly. In spite of this, it tries to subjugate the spirit. Just imagine the life of an adult who is subordinate to a child, who leaves to it all decision-making and power, like intellect wants to do to the spirit. Will a relationship like this lead to mutual benefit and growth? It resembles a chick leading a hen. What can come of it? Only senseless wandering, misunderstandings, and chaos. When the child rules, it acts according to its abilities. It plays games and acts up. The intellect also only thinks within the framework of its abilities. It cannot rise above the horizon of its comprehension. As it is the product of matter, it acknowledges only that which is of the same substance, i.e., material. If a child does not acknowledge the wisdom of an adult, it will not respect his or her advice and experience, which would help it to grow and develop. It is similar with the attitude of the limited intellect towards the more mature and versatile spirit. Because it cannot comprehend it, as it is of a different essence, it resolutely states that the spirit does not exist. It does not realize that it undermines its own position. It is only the spirit that supports the development of matter and the human body. The physical embryo in the mother's body cannot develop without the spirit. It dies. Let's come back to the man to the ages, when he started to use his intellect in the wrong way for the first time. The Atlantis was the most developed civilization on the earth at that time. It had about a position as the USA does nowadays. The men were fully using their intellect for improving the earthly life, and the women lived fully with intuitive sensing and spirit way. That gave beauty to their life and accelerated progress as real men and real women, according to the law of completing a unit, created harmonious living and relationships. Later, the man also started to use his intellect where he was not supposed to. He started to evaluate the woman with it. He thought, because she chiefly expressed herself through emotions, caring for children and the household, she was inferior, incapable, as he could not evaluate her invisible spiritual contribution with his intellect. The woman, closely connected with the heights, created a bridge for the incarnation of higher spirits, and at the same time, she attracted to earth prototypes from the astral. The man perseveres in his error to this day. He considers scientific and technological progress as the top of the development, as he perfected matter and his intellect through it. The intellect tries to stay in this favorable position and suppresses everything that could disturb its ruling status, mainly the spirit. Many people do not even know that, apart from the frontal brain, they also have the small brain that receives spiritual impulses from the spirit and keeps experiences from past lives. But due to its long-lasting and forced inactivity, its capacity has diminished to such an extent that it became stunted. Both parts of the brain were equal in the beginning, as they worked uniformly, harmoniously, as, for example, the kidneys do. The capacity of the frontal brain has increased just as the small brain's capacity has diminished, on the grounds of favoring logical thinking and neglecting of the emotion, intuitive sensing, and the spirit. Children are being born with this disfigured brain. This event is known as the decline of mankind, the hereditary sin. It is an involuntary inheritance which the newborn brings into life on earth. This deformation of the brain limits it from the start and inhibits the usage of the small brain. Fortunately, by knowing about this hindrance and making an effort, everyone can awaken the small brain into a more intense activity. Ever since humanity elevated the intellect to the judge of all things, it started on a path of a totally different development. Instead of being ennobled, it declined spiritually. It honors and acknowledges primarily intellectual knowledge, physical abilities, possessions, and powerfulness. With an increased income, material requirements are also increasing, and man has to work hard, constantly. The reward, again, is material delight in form, the food, sex, fun, and games. A life where hard work alternates with hard play is considered the height of happiness. But what leads to the highest peak in the same time leads to decline. This frequently is the end of civilizations based on the rule of the intellect, based in the matter, which has an inherent propensity for change, formation, and disintegration. If mankind voluntarily surrendered the rule of its life to a higher element, i.e. to the spirit, it would avoid the negative consequences of matter and changes thereof, and it would live eternal life, also on earth, without the necessity of the decline of civilizations. Mankind would become enlightened and develop upwards, and there would be eternity on earth. It would be of immeasurably longer duration than that of the matter. Man would not be hindered by unnecessary suffering and hardship. They could live on earth in a similar way to living in paradise, in love, joyful activity, and creativity, as eternal laws would not punish them with their own mistakes. But already in ancient times, people started to live under the influence of hereditary sin, under the rule of the intellect. That's why the Bible preordained man to work in the sweat of his brow and women to give birth in pain. Hardship, pain, and disease are consequences which humanity caused themselves by their fall, when they tasted and ate the apple from the tree of knowledge, intellect. Man became a true materialist when they elevated the intellect over the spirit. A further distortion was caused by the man through the incorrect understanding of the sexual instinct. As he has done with the intellect, he has likewise put the sexual instinct onto the highest pedestal above the generative power. It was generative power that was to lead man, and not the sexual instinct. Correctly used, generative power spiritualizes the body of man. This happens in pure love and noble emotion. In that case, the generative energy unites and improves all three parts of man: body, soul, and spirit. Sensuality connects only matter with matter, sexual organs in the brain, in which the feeling of pleasure is experienced. The spirit does, untouched, unused, stay. That's why a person is never fully satiated and satisfied, or only for a while. He or she does not know that the feeling of long-lasting satisfaction can only come when pleasure is experienced on all three levels of existence. The sexual instinct is, in the same way as the intellect, an inevitable part of life. That's why it should not be removed from life. It should be put into its proper place, behind generative power. What does that mean practically? It means to first of all get rid of the unreasonable view that man becomes a real man only by frequent and long sexual experiences. It is similar with food. He needs to eat, but the manliest man is not the one who most frequently overeats. The golden mean is always the best. Only when man stops seeing the woman as an object of entertainment and his sexual urge, and he begins to approach her as a being that deserves genuine respect and real love, he will change her into a goddess who will reciprocate his love and offer him unforgettable and eternal pleasures on the level of the body, soul, and spirit. From time immemorial, the man has expressed himself through his basic character, activity. But in this case, also, the distortion has happened. Under the veil of tolerance and emancipation, the man voluntarily loosened the hold on his activity and let it be gradually taken over by the woman. So the active man has changed to the comfortable or obedient do-gooder, who has the pleasure on top of that he has got this role. He gave his activity to the woman voluntarily, not only at home, but also in those areas where he should be dominant. The decline of the male activity has expressed in the sphere of the relationships in the most comic way. It looks almost the woman has to woo for the favor of man to get closer to him. The mouse has become the predator, and the cat has become the prey. Nowadays, the man is afraid of the unsuccess and humiliation. Therefore, he is rather passive and lonely than to experience the refusal or to get on the risk. When he stopped being the real man in the area of the partnerships, he lost his masculinity in other areas too. It is mutually connected. He has become weaker and gentler and created the unbalance, which the women, consciously or not, started to redress. They have taken the male role. If nevertheless some of the men reached his aim through his own activity and gained the woman of his life, in most cases his next effort decreased. It is often said, the marriage is the tomb of love. He was so sure about his prey, especially when he had a loving and devoted woman, that he did not have reason to be active any more. When the conquered fort fell down, he did not feel the need to renew it and conquer again. He lost interest in it, became comfortable, and gave up the role of the fighter. He began to be uxorious. The other one, who remained active and did not succumb to the laziness, started to let off activity in other areas, not at home. He conquers foreign forts and leaves the ruins behind him. Only when the man becomes the real man again, the black, not the gray one, his partner will also be the real woman, the white, not the gray one, too. The law of equilibrium and the law of completing will fill, and the harmony will happen. The inspiration and mutual attraction will appear, which can take forever, if both sides try to. If the man wants to be the active partner, he cannot scatter with the female tasks regularly, which call for quite different attitudes and expressions than the man has. If he does the housework when the woman is absent, ill, or exhausted, it is commendable, because in this way he proves the respect, love, and thoughtfulness to her. But if it is his permanent task, it is clear this relationship is distorted. Unfortunately, most women do not appreciate their partners for their goodness and submissiveness. It is true, the woman should rule in the household, it is her kingdom. But it does not mean the man should be her servant. The man is supposed to be her helper by hard housework, for example, by cleaning the windows, the carpets, holding the heavy shopping, and so on. He should repair all broken and not working things in the house, from the least to the largest, take care about the car, and equip the offices and the like. Nowadays, some men neither know how to repair things nor how to call the repairman. They probably do not have the power for that when they exhaust it by female works. The others, belonging to the opposite extreme, who do not have the time for that because they spare it at work. Therefore, they do not know the expenses of the household and how it works. These men do not even like to contribute for it. They think it has to work also without them because it is only a piece of cake compared to their work. They do not appreciate the work in the household at all, but talk about themselves as much as about the pure men, because they not once ever touch the vacuum cleaner. So-called typical men maybe contentedly stroke their bulky belly now. They think they live in the right way when they do not help their working women in the household because they consider it to be under their standard. They know how to earn enough and secure the family, and they want only to have a rest at home. If they have a wife who prepare for him delicious food and create a snug household because they do not work, it is not a mistake. Conversely, they complement each other. However, it is worse when they neither allow their wives to stay at home nor want to help them when one comes home exhausted from work. Many men and women think incorrectly. The woman has to stay at home only when she has small children. It is mistaken view. Most of the children would agree to live modestly up to their adulthood when their mothers are not employed, not because of playing and learning with them, but making the stable feeling of heat, love, and habitat. Some women feel happy themselves only in this role, and if they did not need to, they would not work. They would rather live modestly and only for their household and family. They should talk about it with their partners and use today's chances. We do not have to be afraid of the future, illness, and pension all the time. We should live for the present, and everything will go in such a way as how man deserves it, according to the law of reciprocal action. Love creates love, money creates money. There are also women who are not mothers, but they have a strong sentiment for home, and the work outdoors does not make satisfaction for them. If their aim is to create a snug home indeed, and not shopping, sitting around in cafes, or exorbitant care about themselves, the men should think about that, if it would not be better for the woman to stay at household. Other women are good mothers and housewives with the gentle sense of the self-realization. They should work only part-time and give time to their hobbies. Some women claim that they would never stay at home because they do not like the housework. They should think honestly about whether the apathy to the housework does not result from the exhaustion at their work, where mostly they lose all of their strength. They hide this complex, the apathy to do housework, by the assertion they work because of better financial security of their family. But what is the meaning of the family, which has a large furnished flat, the most modern car, and everything that it wants, when some of their members leave it prematurely in a couple of years? Life is not only the constant stress, hard work, and delicious food. We can already form the paradise on earth now, if we think honestly about our life and displace everything that burdens and makes us exhausted. Money does not have such value as we attribute to it. Everyone would hold out, even with the smaller amount, if he revalued his needs honestly. The same things are possible to buy for the smaller price, out of a bit of goodwill and time, even in the case of present high prices. This way it is possible to live more contentedly with a smaller income. When the calm, love, and modesty come back to the household, doubtfulness and an apprehension about the future will disappear. They are only the expressions of exhaustion and stress in most cases. The household is as the firm, where anything is not done by only one person. The work is divided into various areas which are controlled by someone. The other one does the work and is responsible for it. Even in the household, the woman should determine to every member of the family, even to the small children, their adequate tasks and duties. She should have enough time and patience to show how to do it, as well as may control their fulfillment. The equality should have brought the acknowledgement of the female works in households and make them tantamount to the male work in the employment. If the paid workforce should do these works, the expenses would be equal to mostly the whole salary of the man. Therefore, the underestimating of the housework is not right. Their neglecting causes the permanent disorganization, frivolity, and stress which are so typical for today's era. What should today's man do to become a real man again? First of all, he has to know his hidden abilities and character, and then cultivate them. The man's most crucial task should be to provide the financial security of the family. This requires enormous activity and responsibility. This is his true role, which makes a real man out of him. Basic male qualities are most of all activity, responsibility, courage, strength, honesty, respect for woman and authority, justice. The man should display these qualities not just towards his partner, but also at work and in his community. But some men want to act in work as a gentleman, therefore they undergo the freaks of their female colleagues or other subordinates patiently, only not to blot their copybook and the perfect picture about themselves. But at home, they have to release the repressed emotions not to get the heart attack or stroke. The victims of their emotions are mainly their children and their wives, even if they love them. Respect towards women does not mean tolerance of their serious shortcomings and the suppression of dissatisfaction. A decent leader can use the right approach so as not to offend his female worker, but make her aware of her shortcomings. By suppressing his negative emotions, he does harm not only to himself, but also to her, as he supports her faults. This can create an atmosphere of injustice and weakness in the workplace. If the man is lacking certain male qualities, or if they are developed to a lesser degree, his partner will have them in abundance. She can gift them to him, not by criticizing and underestimating him, but by voluntarily submitting her treasures through advice, inspiration, and support. The man does not need to spend as much time on spiritual education as woman. His spirit is awakened and growing by fulfilling his goals in practical life with the help of the ideal male qualities. The man ought to engrave his goals and character into the matter through his will. The will is the driving power, which comes from the spirit and in his hands changes into action. Without action, the will is nothing. Only through activity, through a deed, a man grows spiritually, ideally with the help of a woman who inspires him. The men whose only goal in life is spiritual are mostly impractical in life. Indian culture mirrors this state. Although it reached a high level of spiritual development in a certain period, it gradually began to stagnate and decline, as it did not consider material life on earth important. The result of this disharmony is shown in the unequivocal fact that only a minute number of the enormous amount of ascetics, yogis, or monks reaches salvation, the final development of the spirit. In most cases, the lack of harmony is a handicap. Only a person who knew earthly joys and worries, has experienced them, can give them up. He or she who gives them up prematurely has wasted life. Spirit and matter are equally relevant on earth. Both of them need to be used and developed. Only by overcoming matter does the spirit develop, grow, and strengthen. Chapter 10. The Woman. We know the figurative phenomena in the Bible cannot be understood at face value, but considering the meaning. So the first man on earth was not created from the clay, but the earthly elements, so from the matter from which the animal body developed. The spirit or the breath, which brought him to life, was the soul, which came into him in the stage of the greatest maturity. The woman was formatted in a similar way. But the splitting of the spiritual germs into the male and female ones preceded this phenomenon, which happened in the mass, on some planet. According to the law of homogeneity and gravity, the heavier parts of the germ separated from the lighter ones in the complete spiritual germ. In this process, the gentler female germ was created later, in the passive way, after the active separation of the heavier male part. So the Bible is right, that the woman was created later. Religious tradition has given us somewhat incorrect opinion. When the man was created as the first one, is also spiritually on a higher level than the woman. Because the male on earth has a denser body, he is, according to the law of homogeneity, more connected to matter, to earthly affairs. Woman, according to this law, due to her finer substance, connects to the finer, higher radiations of non-material worlds more easily. That means that woman is on a higher level spiritually than man. Her more sensitive substance makes her more perceptive, but at the same time, more vulnerable. She perceives vibrations from higher and lower levels as well more readily. The radiations from lower, denser planets are so strong that they can lead man from the true path of development. That's why in the ethereal field, where in flowers spirit germs are developing, male beings are also present, who are protecting them from negative influences by their positive, stronger and denser, radiation. In this period, the germ is still unconscious, so it is not able to distinguish between good and wrong influences, and could be lured onto an incorrect path during its spiritual awakening. Male beings aid the germ in its first free decision-making to choose the right path when traveling into the world of matter. That's why the beginning, the first life, is usually the correct one for everyone. Man is only later being lured onto wrong paths through his or her own will and ignorance of eternal laws. Life on Earth is similar to life in a jungle. Man is being influenced by radiations from higher and lower worlds, and, whether he or she wants it or not, they are subjected to their activity. The radiations from the lower planets are stronger, as they are more homogeneous to the matter on Earth, heavier and closer to the Earth. Man perceives these vibrations earlier, also better than higher spiritual ones that are much further and a whole lot finer. Eternal laws and spiritual knowledge are like traffic signs, which man uses for orientation so as not to get lost. He or she who disregards them and does not want to heed them travels to his or her goal on detours, also has to protect themselves from the attacks of various wild animals that endanger him or her on the wrong paths. When prehistoric man realized which animals were dangerous, they avoided them or killed them. But they could not avoid dangerous spiritual vibrations, as they were present everywhere. They did not pose so much of a danger to the men as to women, as the men were protected by the density of their body. According to the law of homogeneity, the men were thereby more immune for higher as well as lower spiritual vibrations. For ages, the woman has connected the man with the heights, the higher worlds, through her sensitivity and higher perceptibility. What she attracted from above, in the form of prototypes, virtues, or ideals, the man has put into practice. This process took place often only subconsciously. Spiritual purity protected the woman like a lock from undesirable negative influences. We must not arrive at the wrong conclusion that the man was not able to receive anything spiritual. Before he cultivated his frontal brain excessively, he also had received spiritual impulses from above. Only later, due to the increased development of primarily the intellect, he closed himself off from the heights. While the woman lived a natural feminine way of life, she devoted herself mainly to lighter work, care of children, her husband, and household. She found fulfillment in emotions. Her higher spiritual activity and connection with higher worlds changed her, in comparison to man, into a beautiful being. In pious respect, the man served his goddess and protected her from negative earthly influences. He built a shelter for her and provided food and safety of the family. The first generation of man lived still in spiritual purity and in agreement with eternal laws, as they let themselves be led predominantly by the Spirit. It could be said that the first people on earth lived satisfied, as if in paradise, although the conditions compared to the present ones were seemingly much harder. They did not know everyday hardship or burden, and were more in tune with natural cycles. According to the Bible, the woman was the first to give in to the temptation of the serpent. It is just a simile, but it is sadly true. Precisely because the woman was more sensitive, she, as the first one, succumbed to the luring and temptation of the serpent, i.e., the negative radiations from lower levels. Why do we call these negative radiations temptation? Because the serpent, as a negative principle, is not a fictitious idea, but a conscious element, and the one deceives people actively through negative thoughts. We will talk more about it and its representative later. In the beginning, the woman perceived only positive thoughts through her brain. She communicated them to the man together with the spiritual vibrations from above. The man put her ideas and suggestions into effect in matter. Later, when positive thoughts started to change to temptation, the woman did not realize the danger and consequences. She did not know about the existence of the serpent and its intentions. That's why she lacked caution. At first, the woman considered her beauty as something self-evident. She did not need to care for it or enhance it. She was graced by spiritual purity. Spirituality and purity are expressed as beauty, as they are in agreement with eternal laws. The serpent, temptation, constantly whispered to the woman that she was more beautiful than the man. When she finally accepted this deception as her own thought and realized her superiority to the man, she was overtaken by a so far unknown quality, vanity. She started to beautify herself to increase her advantage and profit from it. This intellectual speculation was the first bite into the apple of sin. By taking care of her beauty, the woman gradually started to tie herself to her body, to matter, and turned her back on the connection with the heights. As a result of this change, her beauty became more and more earthly, and gradually she influenced the man's senses more than his spirit. His so far moderate, natural, sexual instinct started to get overactive. The chain of negative consequences continued and began to create new qualities not known before. While the woman lived in spiritual purity, the man could count on her faithfulness, even though she was beautiful. But by stressing her advantages and by trying to use them practically, i.e., gaining favors, she awakened in the man previously unknown jealousy and with it a feeling of ownership. When the man sensed the covetous looks of his fellow men, he started to doubt his wife. In order to keep her, he fought, first with fists, later with weapons, later yet with wealth. He started to accumulate possessions, even at the expense of others, just to attain or keep the most alluring of the women. The accumulation of property was the beginning of oppression, injustice, conflict, and other negative consequences. Later on, the man was able to develop these negative traits even without the woman. He discovered that he could use his intellect not only when working, but also when contending for power, which he needed to get what he desired. When the intellect gained power in him, he threw the woman off her highest pedestal and started to despise her. He was no longer obstructed by her purity, which she was losing because of her vanity. With the loss of purity, the woman also lost her power and real respect. In order to better her dishonored status and to make the man like her despite his contempt, she was capable of doing anything, even to selling herself. This way she has not ruined only herself, but also the man. Material pleasures and possessions gradually became the main purpose of life. The woman was the first one who sank, and thereby caused her own and the man's fall as well. That's why it should be the woman, as the first one, to recover and raise herself, and also the man. The woman, through her nature, is a bridge to a higher spiritual knowledge, if she lives the right life. In that case, she uplifts the man, family, and her surroundings, and thereby the whole nation. How can the woman regain her original purity which she almost lost? Is it even possible nowadays? Yes, it is, by certain circumstances. First and foremost, the woman has to know her drawbacks, which are the consequences of the distorted values and opinions. When she receives and confesses her mistakes and falls deeply inner herself and honestly desires for rectification, her limp immaculacy will start to blossom. The first mistake, or distortion, concerns her most pronounced value, the beauty. To the present day, it is the primary and most prominent symbol of the woman. But whom do we consider being the most beautiful of the women today? The one who lures and catches the most looks of the men. The women know that the man's sexual instinct is often the only evaluating tool used to determine their value, so they enhance their beauty to awaken and provoke it. As a result, beauty and temptation go hand in hand. The woman is not attractive without the sex appeal. She does everything to adapt to this ideal of beauty. The competitions of beauty, the elections of miss and models are the only meaning of life for many girls. The result of it, then, is just the priggishness, the ambitiousness, and accumulating of property. All of it are the distorted ideals of the woman. They do not make her prettier. That's why she has to compensate beauty of hers with artificial adorning. The most of the winners of the beauty competitions look ordinary without the expensive clothes and adaptation of the face, and, what is more, most of them look worse than the trivial girls and women. Some of the men have already understood the senselessness of these competitions and claim the most beautiful girls are walking in the streets. They rightly feel the woman is not beautiful only due to her perfect physical outward appearance, cosmetic adaptation, and rational knowledge, i.e. intellectuality. Exorbitant decorating, fads, and plastic operations are only the compensation for that what the woman misses, the natural spiritual beauty which would hide everything. At the first place, it is the soul which makes the woman beautiful. The people used to say rightly, every young girl is pretty because she is clear yet. But only hardly any of the men are fascinated by the clear beauty of the woman without seeing the object of their physical desire in her. What should be the ideal and the aim of current woman, as it was from the beginning? To uplift her surroundings thanks to her purity and natural beauty intent, that everyone feels the respect and desire to do nobly in her presence, because she awakens the best of what is in them. It does not mean the woman should refuse any decoration of her outward appearance. She would hardly elevate her surroundings if she is tousled, untidy, and dressed carelessly. The woman should give so many attentions to her physical beauty as she gives to the hygiene and food. They complete the life, but are not the main meaning of it. The physical clearness is the first presumption of beauty. No perfumes and deodorants could compensate for it. Gentle decoration of the face, so the makeup should make the inconspicuous features visible more and hide smaller drawbacks, mostly in the case of the women of mature age. The woman can follow the fashion in clothing if it is not eccentric and provocative. Masculine haircuts will hardly command feelings of respect towards the woman. The weaker sex, in true, undistorted the men. The same applies to masculine types of suits and trousers, which do not enhance femininity and natural attractiveness, which should bring gentlemanly feelings and behavior in the men back. In wintertime, the warm, semi-long, and lightly enlarged skirts warm up more than the trousers, which the current woman finds to be the necessary part of her wardrobe. Even less beautiful, woman looks more feminine in the skirt. The skirt is the natural protection of the woman against her decline to masculinity. A necessary component of physical beauty is movement, which adds a gracefulness, or on the contrary, a ponderousness to the woman. In this area, again, the woman concentrates on the wrong goal. When her figure started to deform because of her sitting work, she looked for the possibilities how to remove this deficiency. She started to do sports like tennis, aerobike, running, weight training, calisthenics, and the like. She is aiming for a new ideal of beauty, a firm, sporty figure with slight curves. And so the fine, weak woman tries to be equal to the man not only in work, society, and fashion, but also her body. Let yourselves think about that. What is happening with the woman after strenuous exercises and physical effort? Her originally graceful, permeable, and supple body became heavy and firm, similar to the male one. Due to the increased density of the body, there is a more homogeneous connection of the woman to matter and to earthly affairs rather than the heights. She became an equal, but not a complementing partner to the man. She is not white, but gray. And what is more, she is proud on this change. So how should the woman keep the nice figure and stay a real woman? The rising physical effort harms her not only physically, but also mentally. Therefore, the woman should choose simpler, easy exercises and more relaxation. That leads to the flexible and spiritualized body. Yoga without meditation is the ideal medium to reach the spiritual and physical beauty. Relaxations and not difficult exercises provide the freshness, impalpability, and health for her. The woman needs more relaxation than exercise because of her sentimentality, which expresses itself by more raised psychical ability and excitement. This purpose is also filled by the undemanding dance, walks, and gentle tourism. Where should the woman find spiritual beauty and clearness? Is it even possible nowadays? Yes, it is. When the woman starts to straighten out, outwardly at first, then she should penetrate into her depths of soul and look for her distortions there. But where should she find the clear ideas when this current life is full of injustice, possession, and hypocrisy? The woman should fill herself with the ideals even from her young age by reading the fairy tales, legends, spiritual literature, and Bajas letters, which will elevate her during the whole life. Any artistic activity, but also the passive perception of art and the handworks, improve the female beauty and gentleness. The contact with the children and love for them are also the key to the purity of the woman. By replacing beauty to the trivial life, by clear thinking, emotion, and doing, the woman shapes her soul, which reflects in her eyes, the whole body, and exhibition. What should the woman develop from precise qualities when she wants to achieve true femininity? Let's just mention the basic ones. Faithfulness to her man and ideals. Purity of body, her environment and thoughts. Tidiness in the household, at work, in mind. Calmness. Stress and absent-mindedness, as well as talkativeness, which are primarily an expression of fatigue, should be eliminated by relaxation, sleep, setting priorities, and planning. Full experiencing of the emotionality, intuitive sensing, joy and sadness, as their suppression causes tension, depression, and disease. Giving tenderness and care for children, animals, plants, arts, and handicrafts. Expressions of honest, true, and tender love to her partner and her community. Behaving naturally, being herself, not imitating idols. The morality made the maternity as the higher aim of the woman. That woman who lost a possibility to have the child or gave up of this value voluntarily is regrettable and inferior in the eyes of others. The same is true with the women who do not marry. Therefore, the girls and mothers think about the happy getting married and the children since early youth. Because motherhood and marriage, as natural ways, give the woman the possibility to express her emotions actively, the woman desires for it. But she is not always fully satisfied when she accomplishes it. Care about the children is the maximal boundary of the mental development of some women. Therefore, they also like to play this role at the older age, as they care for grandchildren. The women with higher demands also have more difficult aims, which could be connected with the female, but also the male matters. The tough period, when the woman loses the physical attraction and freshness, also the self-confidence, could be to break by the role of the grandmother, but also by the education of her spirit. She did not have the time for that in the past, because she took care about her children. Then she spent a lot of time in the work and did not have the time to think about the spiritual development. In some parts of India, there are kept curious habits till now. The married couple, at old age, leave their children and grandchildren to prepare themselves spiritually for the transition from this world to another one. The modern woman can also choose the similar aim at the mature age, concurrently remaining with her family. Often, or regular, but not permanent, helping with the grandchildren has not to disturb her spiritual growth. On the contrary, can support it. If the woman does not need to work hard at 2 jobs for most of her life, her spiritual development would run parallel. But the lack of time and permanent stress turn her away from the real meaning of life, the connecting with the higher worlds. The difficult modern life at 2 works has taken most women relax, naturalness, and femininity. Therefore, the women without children and the single ones who did not become the slaves of an occupation are more valuable for society sometimes. The exhausted and busy wife and mother do not uplift her surroundings spiritually, despite her modern clothes and decoration of the face, if so, at the utmost aesthetically or erotically. Only the calm, happy, and spiritual woman can bring the virtues and the archetypes of the artworks from above, provide them for the whole surroundings, and elevate it due to her beauty and purity. Maternity is for the working woman too difficult. Therefore she should choose what she will prefer, the carrier or the children. Both activities take a lot of time and energy. Therefore they are hardly compatible, even if everything seems to be all right outwardly, especially when the husband and the whole family helps. The lack of the mother love will express in children later when parents are inattentive to them. This is the result of not creating the stable, loving bond to each other in childhood. When the woman decides to become the mother, she has a big responsibility for the child. It includes more than taking care of its body and material needs, but first of all, providing of the strong feeling of safety, love, and tenderness, which the child needs for more than 3 or 4 years. The grandmothers and the teachers can never give the child everything that the mother can, if she gives fully, not burdened by working problems and other troubles. The reward for them would be the lasting love and respect of the children, who will mature for their serious roles in the adulthood when they provide time for mother's self-realization at work and her spiritual development. Every woman should realize and determine her short and long-term aims and do not let it get confused by random events. Most of the women do entirely different things in their lives than what they want because they do not know how to refuse them. Then they are sorry for it for their whole life. The woman is valuable in every status if she lives as the real woman, whether that is married, single, without children, divorced, mother, or only assiduous worker. Therefore, she should not lose the time with the man who she does not love just because she would not remain single, or to have the children just because she should have them. If the woman decided to be a mother, it does not mean that she has to give up her other desires and aims for the rest of her life. After growing up of her children, or alongside upbringing of them, she can realize her potential in the part-time and attend various hobbies. At work, the woman should orientate mainly on the human activities, as art, speeches, social, cultural, or organizational work, where she can use the spirit and sentiments mostly than the intellect. Management of various interest groups for children or adults gives ideal possibilities of self-realization to her. She is useful for others, she improves herself. Also, it does not take to her a lot of time, which she should devote especially for children and the household. When the woman is single or childless, did not lose the aim of life as most people think about and feel sorry for her. On the contrary, it is her advantage. She has free time, more for spiritual improvement of her own, that enables her to connect knowingly with the higher worlds. She becomes what she gives the time to. The knowledge of the real aim in life gives her the feeling of meaningfulness and balance. The maternity is not the highest mission of the woman. On the first place, there is the spiritual development and the uplifting of the surroundings, but not by neglecting of the maternity and the household. So as the woman is judged according to her outward appearance firstly, secondly, we can guess her spiritual quality according to her home. The woman was always its queen. Everything in the household depended on her hands and taste. She felt there the best and the most safety, alone with the husband or the children. Despite rising materialism, home did not lose its task and function today. It is the source of rest and safety. The home, clean and modest beauty, is a balm for the soul and the body of the whole family. Often stays outdoors, which are spread enough nowadays, provide only the dispersal and cause the chaos. The troubles remain. They are only repressed in mind because they are not solved and understood. In the snug home, the man can lie on the sofa and think about why he or she is in a bad mood, the problems they have, how they can solve their mistaken and muddled problems. Half an hour spent in this way daily after work, thinking about the problems, provide a lot of new impulses and can help to get rid of stressed thoughts and troubles. Except that, in the calm home surroundings, we can talk with the family members and change the experiences and advices. Working woman usually does not have the time to control the prices of food or sales discounts. She buys without thinking what she needs. She often does not know if she bought goods more expensively because she does not have the time for comparison. So she can spend a lot of money easily. The thriftiness and good economical skills leave most of the women's souls as something obsolete, unfashionable. Occupied woman wants to have everything what is offered on the market. After all, she works hard, so she deserves it. Their husband and children also think in this way. Sacrifice has become unknown and an absurd term for many people, although it elevates the man to the spiritual development above. The money and hard work excluded love, also modesty, from home. The children already do not cry when they have to go to the nursery or the school. It is indifferent to them because they did not experience better care at home. Already, since early youth, they have used this style. The love and modesty are not part of life, only the hard work and affluence. If married couples did not determine the tasks and duties rightly, there is a mess in the household all the time. It occurs to nobody that it also leads to a mess in the mind. Disorganization and glibness have become the current expression of life, and in these conditions, the new generation grows up. Nobody knows it is the consequence of the fact the queen left the home. Employment took the woman from indispensable duty for which she cannot have the time when she works. It is the care about the health of the family. The necessary part of health is the proper lifestyle, which includes also the proper food, except the calm and clean home. Many women do not realize it keeps the health. They do not have the time and energy to study and research what is useful and harmful for every member of the family. The lost health then is compensated by the money to the doctors or medicaments because there was not enough time for the prevention. Most of the women cook only during the weekend. Their children eat only in the school canteens and complement the food with sweets because they miss the feeling of deepness and love. Many parents express their love to children only with money because they do not have the time for their problems, emotions, or preparing of an adequate morning snack. They give money to the children to buy whatever they want. Similarly, as the mess in the household, we cannot reproach this to the working woman. She would have to tear. She was able to do everything, even when the man helps her. How can we change this common way of life? Easily, by a change of values. Just this change can bring an improvement. However, the transformation demands certain self-denial, also to set oneself to a different lifestyle. But not everybody can do that. Everybody has the free will and the possibility to do what he or she finds to be proper. We can choose either love or also a calm in the snug home, despite the lack of money or the chaos and affluence without love. Chapter 11. The Creator and His Realm. Each world, each realm, is divided according to the law of gravity into 7 levels. Equally, the whole of creation consists of 7 basic worlds, of which, so far, we only know 4. We were discovering them from below to above. Let's repeat them. 1. The lowest part of creation is the gross material universe. It is the smallest one from all worlds, but the most consistent and the roughest one. There are living the people in a material body on individual planets of it. 2. Above it, there is the bigger ethereal universe, where the souls of people are living after death. Even if the world is of an entirely different nature, it is material too. 3. The stimulus of both universal worlds is a substantiate ring, the animistic realm. It causes the warming, reformation, and motion of mass. The beings called little and great elemental beings who are active in both universes are coming from it. 4. Above the animistic realm, there is hovering the spiritual realm, the paradise of spirits. There are living the developed spirits who came through the development in gross material mass in its lower part. In superior parts, there are living the created spirits who control the paradise and the whole universe. The remaining 3 worlds we will deal with from the top to bottom. The whole of creation is suffused with the principal power which animates and maintains it. Towards the lower regions, its effects are ever weakening. Its intensity is the highest in the highest world, near its origin. The principal power originates from a certain source, in the same way that the light of a light bulb has its source that produces electricity. The source of the principal power is eternal. We cannot see it, we only feel it intuitively. Also, deduce it logically, as we already know its radiation and laws. We have learned previously that the effects of eternal laws are not accidental or chaotic, but precise and consistent. So we presume that they have an intelligent originator. Materialists and some spiritual movements call it the cosmic energy, light, or power. Idealists call it God. The former group does not personify it, as they acknowledge only its external expression, the radiation in the form of light. Idealists intuitively understand that the light is not equal to the source itself. They feel that there is a personified intelligence behind it, the Creator. Who has discovered the truth? Both groups. Idealists discovered the source, and materialists the radiation. Each group recognized part of the truth, which is clear to us only as a whole, connection of the source with its radiation. The principal power is contained in the radiation of the highest source. It is transmitted into the lower parts of the gross material universe through stars, suns, as through light bulbs, into the solar systems. That means that the sun is the intermediary of the principal power and thereby maintains the living nature and animates inorganic matter. Practical life gives us many examples of the connection of the principal power to matter. One example is the computer. This object does not work without being activated, as the matter has no life. In order to activate it, it needs energy. We have to connect it to electricity. That is not sufficient for it to work and express its intelligent abilities. It needs a software program that will direct its usage according to certain rules. Who created the software? Certain intelligence, the author of the software. The interrelationship works as follows: computer, electricity, software, author of software. Let us compare the computer chain with the whole of creation. The computer box, as the most material part, can be compared to the universe. The electricity which activates the computer can be compared to the animistic realm, as it drives and animates the universe. The universe is also controlled by software, the eternal laws. It has its creator as well, the author who is the highest source that created these laws and applies them. The interconnectedness can be expressed like this: universe, animistic realm, eternal laws, creator. The whole of electronics and technology, all instruments and machines, work on these four basic levels. We now see that although materialists do not know and do not acknowledge an intelligent source or eternal laws, they are still subjected to them and the Creator. You may have an idea that the computer consists of parts similar to those of a human being. Let's make a comparison. The physical body is similar to the computer box, visible and tangible. Without a soul, it is rigid, without life. The soul, therefore, is the animator, the electricity of the body. In order to influence the body internally and externally, the soul needs software, the spirit. The spirit, due to its latent abilities, which can be compared to laws, controls the body and soul. As the spirit is only the program, it has to have an author, the originator, which is the highest source, the creator, from whose radiation the human spirit originates. We have reached this logical correlation: human body, soul, spirit, creator. Let's make a list of all parallels: computer, electricity, software, author; universe, animistic realm, eternal laws, creator; human body, soul, spirit, creator. Let's contemplate the way idealists used their knowledge. They acknowledged the personified existence of the highest source, but did not continue in their spiritual search with the same intensity and consistency as they did in the area of intelligence, because the work of the Creator, the laws, have been unclear to them in certain parts. The result of this imbalance was a misrepresentation of the real essence of the Creator, whom they needed to make omnipotent in order to explain his deeds and manifestations. And so the argument about the disparaging views of his existence on the part of intelligent materialists and naive idealists seems to have gone on forever. The materialist does not believe in any God, and the idealist believes in a supernatural, unreal God. An ordinary person who lives in nature that he did not create, he only adapted it to his needs, lives with the conviction that it was created automatically, that it created itself. He has the same idea about eternal laws. Although man daily experiences their effects, as they either reward or punish him, he thinks they also act on their own. He has doubts about the Creator of the eternal laws. He even claims that because he cannot see him, he does not exist. This same person works with a computer and would never question the existence of the author of the software program just because he cannot see him. But only few people stop to think about these parallels and the illogical attitude towards the Creator. Let's continue the comparisons. Can the author of the software program, due to his superior status, be omnipotent and make changes to the computer without adhering to the necessary procedures, i.e., connect the computer to electricity, turn it on, and install the software and the program? Everybody knows the answer. He cannot. He has to comply with the laws according to which the computer and its program are working. Similarly, the Creator, although he is the author of eternal laws, cannot arbitrarily interfere with them, as they are immutable. Because he gave every man free will in his or her spirit as one of the laws, he has to respect this law, and cannot also, and does not want to, curtail it. He only tries to direct and inspire it through guardian spirits and higher beings. He cannot forcefully change all people to correct ones, as he would make automatons out of them, and not people of free will, who are supposed to mature by developing on their own. Man's free will supports the development of the spirit, and thereby its duration, eternity. God directs man in a similar way, as parents help a child. But in adulthood, man has to, most of the time, fight on his or her own to become a mature and strong individual. Through forceful direction without its own conviction and experience, the spirit could not become an independent conscious personality. For most people, God is a known, but at the same time unimaginable and empty concept. The greatest obstacle in understanding God and accepting His existence is the fact that He is invisible to people. It is a tragedy, however, that most people are not even trying to get to know and understand Him, as they are indifferent to His existence. Like the user of the program is satisfied that he has some program to run it, and he or she does not have to know its author, so most people are satisfied that they have a life. They are not interested in who created it and why. Only in times of difficulty, when they are dealt a fatal blow, do they remember their Creator, even some atheists do, and ask Him for help. There were times when people did not need to know eternal laws. As long as they lived more through their spirit than their intellect, which has tied them solely to matter, they did only what they intuitively perceived to be good and right. They loved their Creator as a child loves his father, loyally and purely, even though he does not quite understand him. Later, when people subjugated their spirit to the rule of the intellect, they were unable to perceive and feel God. They needed to make Him tangible. They did this in the form of animals, statues, paintings, amulets, or other gods. But by idolizing these forms, they became tied to them and not the real God. Contemporary man, oriented towards their intellect, not only is not able to love their Creator, but they also do not feel the need to know Him, as their overdeveloped intellect is not able to understand that which is not homogeneous to it. The only part of man which wants to know its origin is the spirit. The spirit anchors the law of desire for spiritual knowledge, which forces it to find the meaning of life. He or she who neglects this desire does not know what they are missing. Each law has its purpose, and that's why it needs to be used. Because modern man learns and evaluates primarily with their intellect, the only path which can still bring them to the knowledge of the Creator is the intellect. Logical thinking and a desire for spiritual knowledge can connect the intellect, and the spirit and man will be able to grow and develop spiritually. What does the Creator look like? Although He acts as intelligence, He has no form, He is unsubstantiate. The white light is only the radiation of His invisible spirit, which the idealists rightly call holy. Man is also a spirit, but not the same one. Between the unsubstantiate essence, the Spirit of God, and a human spirit, there is a vast difference. The expression holy, therefore, expresses not a quality, but the essence. Holiness represents the highest form of perfection and unsubstantiality, which is expressed in the fact that only God is independent. Everything else, having its origin and life from His radiation, is dependent upon Him. After explaining this, we may understand that the words holy and saint are being used incorrectly on earth. People who in their pure life have achieved higher perfection than the rest should not be called saints. Perhaps they became developed eternal spirits who can enter paradise after death on earth. But man cannot become a saint. He or she would have to become God. Although some spiritual teachings say that anyone can become God, with further knowledge we shall understand that this is an erroneous idea. Holy is only the Creator, who, due to His perfection, is of a totally different substance, and this cannot be transferred to anyone, as it is given from the very start, and it is immutable. All, apart from Him, originated only from His radiation, not from His unsubstantiate essence, the source. That's why it is totally different. When a painter paints a self-portrait, his work is not qualitatively equal to its creator. The picture does not have the same qualities as its author. It is only a resemblance. Similarly, all except God is only a resemblance of God, not the same. Man will never be God-like. The unsubstantiated God forms a Trinity, Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit. God is the oldest. He was the only one in the beginning. We call him the Father for two reasons. One, because his sons arose directly from his unsubstantiate essence. Secondly, to people, he is also a father, as they arose from his radiation. God's Son, Jesus as love, and Emmanuel as will, the Holy Spirit, have separated later as independently functioning intelligences. Although each part can work on its own, it is constantly connected to the whole, to the Father. The sons, in the divine sense, are different from the sons in the human sense. A human son is not a part of the Father spiritually, only physically. God's Son, on the contrary, forms a spiritual part of the Father, as he has no other covering. God's Son is of the same type as the Father, only later and only partially separated from him. In order to picture this separation and a simultaneous connection better, we should imagine God's sons as the arms of a human. They are divided from the body, they can be individually active, and still they are connected to the whole body. The unsubstantiate Trinity forms the first and largest world, the unsubstantiate realm. Nothing else can exist close to it but a sea of hot flames, the light of which illuminates the surrounding darkness. Only quite some distance away does this radiation lessen due to the cold, and this results in the formation of various levels of life. Even though they are not visible to us, they still are real. Light permeates the free space under its own pressure, and from a certain point, it returns to its origin on its own strength. This radiation, therefore, is limited. It forms the second world, the divine realm. Because it has limits, time and space must exist there, and therefore development. From the standpoint of the development of the human spirit, time and space in the divine realm are imperceptible, eternal. The basic laws are already functioning in the divine realm. The Creator's own radiation returns according to the law of reciprocal action and the law of homogeneity. It does not change when crossing the levels of the divine realm. It is not cooled, but it remains homogeneous. That's why it is attracted back. If it had changed, the law of homogeneity would have prevented it from being attracted back. That means that, in the divine realm, all is equal to the original radiation, i.e., eternal, perfect, homogeneous, and immutable. Man has to realize that the expression divine is not the same as God, but denotes only the radiation which has formed. That's why the divine realm is perfect and equal to God's radiation and not to God. We can also say it this way: God means more than the word divine. Only that which arose from his highest quality, first radiation, is divine. His sons stem directly from his unsubstantiality. Therefore they are God's sons, not divine sons. In the highest level of the divine realm, the first being in creation has formed, the primordial queen. She arose from the radiation of the unsubstantiate God's love. She is the most ideal and beautiful female being in the whole of creation. Her light and radiation only works on females, although, under her influence, all beings in creation have formed, male and female. She gives women the ability, or quality, of creating. On earth it means that only a woman is able, naturally with the help of the male part, the sperm, to create a human body. The physical embryo grows from her own body, and so a covering is created for a new spirit in matter. The Creator, or man, is the originator, and the woman, the keeper of life. It is similar in all non-material worlds. In every level, first woman most of perfect is formed, and with her help, automatically, under the influence of the divine radiation, spirits and beings, animals, and everything else is formed. In all levels, woman is as if the mother of all inhabitants. The woman most of perfect creates a bridge to a new world. The primordial queen, as the first woman in creation, is the mother of all creation, not just humanity. The primordial queen Elizabeth never lived on earth, and that's why she was not the earthly mother of Jesus. The Christian church wrongfully calls his earthly mother, Mary, the Queen of Heaven. For some people, we're given the ability to see the supernaturally beautiful picture of the primordial queen, but not the real image of her. She functions in what seems a far distance from the Creator, between the unsubstantiate and divine realm. But they are connected by a mutual love, the purity and depth of which a human spirit cannot comprehend, as it is divine. It is of a different quality than even the most pure human love. From the radiation of the Trinity and the primordial queen, 4 guardians of the throne of God were formed in a further level of the divine realm. They are beings formed into winged animals, a lion, an eagle, a bull, and a ram. These animal forms are quite incomprehensible to people. The guardians, winged animals, are enlightened conscious beings that also have a spirit. Animals on earth are conscious of their existence only, not of their personality, as they only have a soul. They lack a spirit. These beings, forming a square around God's throne, contain the basic building material for other levels of creation. Other worlds are formed from their radiation. For example, from the ram, the only one with a human face, human spirits arose. The guardians of God's throne, in spite of their animal shape, have nothing in common with animals on earth, apart from their form. Their spirit is more mature than a perfect human spirit, as they formed already in the divine realm. Therefore, they can communicate with the Creator. Their semblance expresses, besides high spiritual abilities, also physical characteristics: strength, courage, heroism, endurance, loyalty, etc. In another level of the divine realm, archangels have formed. They resemble beautiful male-female beings in which negative and positive parts of the divine radiation are united into a whole. Archangels, like all other beings as well, are constantly active, as only movement maintains life in all creation. Because they live in immediate closeness to the Creator, they are perfect, even though they do not have a will of their own. In the divine realm, angels, divine beings, also live. They are not only God's messengers, they fulfill other tasks as well. Angels live in all worlds, and as they have no will of their own, they are ruled directly by the Creator through the individual hierarchies. When God visits archangels and wants to become visible to them, due to the law of homogeneity, he has to cover himself with the material of their level. He forms into a human being, although this is not his real form, as he is unsubstantiate without a form. This covering is necessary for the archangels to be able to perceive him and communicate with him, also for his too gentle spirit to stay in their environment. Without the covering, it would rise again into the homogeneous unsubstantiate level. In spite of this covering, the face of the Creator has such a strong radiation that the archangels cannot see it, as its light blinds them. After all beings have been formed, and there are many more of them than have been mentioned, animals, countries, buildings, and objects were created in the divine realm. Although we shall be using expressions known from fairy tales and fables to describe the other worlds, for example, king, queen, knight, castle, guardian, and realm, we are not talking about fictitious images, but real persons and objects. Fairy tales are the reflections of visions of spiritually mature people who glimpsed into higher worlds. When we lived more through the spirit than through the intellect, we used the words common in the higher worlds to describe the same things. Today, in the materialistic world, we use more modern terms instead, and the original words were preserved only in fairy tales. For example, we call a castle a residence or the seat of government. The king became a president. Knights are soldiers. The function and purpose remain the same, but the words have changed. The worlds, which we describe as spiritual, non-material, are intangible and invisible only from our viewpoint due to the totally different essence of our matter. Simplified, the whole of creation is material and living, real. In spite of this, we talk about all the worlds above the universe as non-material, as they are invisible for us and cannot be perceived with human senses or technology. Names of persons and objects were communicated in the form of visions, or they were brought from above through messengers and prophets of the Creator. Later we will talk about them as well. When getting acquainted with non-material worlds, we will find that they are ruled by hierarchies, which are necessary for their proper functioning. According to the law of homogeneity, leading roles are given to the beings most of perfect, who have formed automatically, so there is no underestimating or abuse of authority. At the very edge of the divine realm, on its border, there is a beautiful building, a golden temple, the divine castle, from which the principal power, white radiation, reflects back to the Creator. But only the strongest homogeneous part returns. The rest of the radiation, without the best elements from which the divine realm was created, cannot return to the source due to the increased distance and decreased pressure, as it is no longer homogeneous with the original radiation. It stays here as an unformed spiritual precipitation, cooled radiation. It is not destined to extinction as it contains germs of further life. They can only form in a greater distance, in a cooler environment. If the precipitation would be released into the darkness and cold, it would disintegrate, as, in order to live, it also needs light, but not as strong as is present in the divine realm. But no light exists beyond the divine realm, as all returns back to the source. That is why the Creator, with the aid of His will, kept light even outside of the divine realm, and thereby created conditions for the life of the precipitation. With the biblical expression, "Let there be light," He sent part of His Spirit, His creative will, Emmanuel, to provide light for the life of the precipitation. It was not just a literal event, but a real happening. One part of His Son, the will, truly left Him, and in the form of a real person, it is the light of life for other worlds. Thus, the Creator enabled the creation of new worlds beyond the borders of the divine realm. This would not have been possible without the help in the person of Emmanuel. The divine radiation, the principal power, has two main functions: to create new worlds and maintain them. The worlds arose from primary radiation of it. The remainder of the radiation only maintains them. Let's illustrate the whole creation, all 7 worlds, as seen from our human viewpoint, from top to bottom. 1. The unsubstantiated realm. 2. The divine realm. 3. The primordial spiritual realm. 4. The spiritual realm. 5. The animistic realm. 6. The ethereal universe. 7. The gross material universe. The principal power, due to the law of homogeneity, cannot permeate all levels during the forming and maintaining of the worlds in its pure form. When passing each lower level, it weakens and cools. This change is necessary as the inhabitants could not withstand the stronger radiation. In essence, the weakening of the principal power changes it into 3 basic powers: the divine, the spiritual, and the animistic. From each of them, cooler worlds are formed. The principal power is an investment, the deposit of the Creator into creation as a part of himself, his radiation. Every world receives this power as a glowing fluid into a vessel in the form of an enormous golden bowl, which is called the Grail. In the highest level of each world, the Grail is guarded by a castle, which functions like a fortress. All castles with this purpose are called Grail Castles. The first castle, from top to bottom in creation, is situated at the end of the divine realm. The second castle stands at the beginning of the primordial spiritual realm. The third castle is positioned at the tip of the spiritual realm. The fourth castle is at the highest part of the ethereal universe. The animistic realm does not have a Grail Castle, but the seat Olympus. The fifth castle will be built on Mount Sion in Jerusalem. In the divine Grail Castle, i.e. at the very edge of the divine realm, the guardians of the Grail live. They are called the Eternal Ones, the Old Ones, or the Elders. There are 24 of them. In contrast to archangels, they have their own will, due to the increased distance from the Creator. Their task is to protect, divide, and process the principal power in the divine realm, and deliver it to the primordial spiritual Grail Castle. All Grail Castles are transformers of the principal energy in the whole of creation. The king of the divine Grail Castle is Emmanuel, the Holy Spirit, who is symbolized by a white dove. In every castle, only the most pure, spiritually most mature from within the world can be knights, guardians of the Grail. It is the highest male function in the spiritual worlds, which involves for us as yet unknown activities. The Grail holds a bubbling and boiling liquid which illuminates the whole castle. Only the guardians of the Grail are able to withstand its intense glow, due to their perfection. The high pressure and heat emanating from the vessel could not be endured by a lesser spirit. He would either burn or lose consciousness. In regular, set intervals, on Earth it happens every year at the end of May, the Creator sends the principal power into all Grail Castles through his Son Emmanuel. In every world, the inflow of this energy is received consciously and with gratitude. This event is celebrated as the greatest holiday. Only on Earth, people do not give this happening serious consideration and importance, as they do not know about it. If one year the Creator would not send his energy, all worlds beyond the divine realm would start to shrivel, fall apart, and die away. We all can feel the lack of principal power, primarily in spring, when we say we are suffering from spring weariness. The inflow of new strength is experienced as increased optimism, joy, and lust for life. In ancient days, the earth was on a higher level within the world of matter than it is today, and consequently, more principal power permeated it and made it more luminous. Nights were shorter, the climate was warmer and moderate. People did not need long to rest and recuperate, as they lived mainly with the spirit and did not know fatigue, which befalls the body and intellect. Hand in hand with the greater amount of principal power there was beauty, goodness, and justice, i.e., life in accord with eternal laws. The earth was on the bottom edge of all luminous planets. It formed its border. It was suffused with the radiation of all worlds above it. The earth played, and still plays, the role of the first violinist in an orchestra of creation, as it receives, processes, and returns the radiation of all levels of creation. While people on earth lived a more spiritual than material life, the earth radiated the processed principal power back into all of creation as well. Later, under the weight of the dark spirits, it sank to the level of disintegrating planets, which, because of the great distance from the principal power, also due to the lack thereof, are dying off. Their negative influence on Earth affected its radiation. The first violinist started to play a false tune, and that naturally distorted the playing of the whole orchestra, the creation. The Creator was reprimanding the violinist, the earth, through his messengers, and when that did not help, he decided to intervene. His intervention will have drastic consequences for the violinist. Chapter 12. The Primordial Spiritual Realm. By now, we have a simplified idea of how the divine realm was created and what it looks like. When both God's sons, Jesus and Emmanuel, visit it, they function there as real beings who arose by covering their unsubstantiate core. Whoever leaves the Trinity does not separate as a whole, just in part, and after returning to the unsubstantiate realm, he again unites with the whole. Part of the will of the Holy Spirit, Emmanuel, however, does not return to the unsubstantiate realm. It stays forever outside its home in the primordial spiritual realm. That's why he is called the outborn Son of God. Why did this separation happen? When the Creator wanted to make it possible for the spiritual precipitation to develop, he said, "Let there be light," and he sent part of his will, his spirit, out of the divine realm. In order for it not to return, due to the law of reciprocal action and homogeneity, it needed to be altered. It needed a covering to weigh it down. The primordial queen has participated in this act, and so she became the mother of a new being, Parsifal. He is light, and at the same time, a being which sends his radiation into the other worlds. The unsubstantiate Emmanuel from the Trinity of God works as two figures. In the divine Grail Castle as its king, Emmanuel, and the primordial spiritual Grail Castle as its king, Parsifal. Thanks to their unsubstantiate core, both figures are permanently connected with the Father. They are the bridge between the Creator, the divine realm, and the primordial spiritual realm. The main role of Emmanuel and Parsifal is to deliver, through the Knights of the Grail, the principal power from the divine Grail Castle to the primordial spiritual Grail Castle, and from there into the whole of creation. At the same time, Parsifal is the king and originator of all worlds past the divine realm, as they came into being from his light. Without his radiation, the spiritual precipitation could not form into the new worlds past the divine realm. He is called the Son of Man because, with the help of his radiation, the spiritual worlds, also the man, have arisen. Logically, he should be called the Father of Man, but this would not be totally true, as the Father of the whole creation is the Creator, or more precisely, his radiation. Because Emmanuel, as the intermediary of this radiation, is his Son, he was left with that expression, Son. Now we can clarify the origin of the human spirit, man. Let's remind ourselves that all worlds, the divine realm as well, arose from the divine radiation only, not directly from the unsubstantiate source, the Creator. Only his sons form part of his unsubstantiate essence. That's why they are called God's sons and not divine sons. The Creator and his sons live in the unsubstantiate realm, which did not form because it is the source of further radiation. Only at some distance from the unsubstantiate realm, the divine realm has formed with the help of the first being in creation, the primordial queen. The radiation, diminished due to the lack of some divine elements, passes through the divine Grail Castle into the primordial spiritual Grail Castle in the form of the primordial spiritual precipitation. Its union with the radiation of Parsifal gave rise, in the primordial spiritual realm, to primordial spirits in their worlds. From the purely divine elements contained in the primordial spiritual precipitation, primordial spiritual beings have formed. That which did not form in the primordial spiritual realm passes into the spiritual Grail Castle in the form of the spiritual precipitation. From the best part, In the highest level of the spiritual realm, created spirits have formed immediately. The rest is used for unconscious spirit germs that cannot form in the spiritual realm, so they sink into the world of matter in order later to become conscious and develop spirits, human beings. Spirit germs, therefore, do not have their origin in the direct divine radiation, but only in the spiritual radiation. That's why the statement that man can become God has been made in ignorance of man's origin. In the divine realm, the light radiation, due to strong pressure, moves back and forth along one line. In the primordial spiritual realm that is formed immediately past the divine realm, its movement changes to become elliptical due to a larger distance, cooling off, lower pressure, and reciprocal attraction. These influences change the original complex white divine radiation into a yellow one. Because of this change, it starts to split into two types, male and female germs. Divine radiation is integral and white, while the primordial spiritual radiation is twofold and yellow. From it, in the primordial spiritual realm, two types of spirits formed, male and female. In the primordial spiritual Grail Castle, Emmanuel, Parsifal, works as a triad, triply. He personifies, in the whole of creation past the divine realm, God's will as an integral principle, symbolically expressed as the golden sword, justice. This is closely connected to love, which is personified by the divine primordial spiritual being, Maria. She transmits love to the whole of creation, equally to men and women, while the primordial queen transmits love to women only. This Maria is not the mother of Jesus who lived on earth. The third part of the triad of Parsifal is the divine primordial spiritual being Ermengarde, and she personifies purity. Both female beings came from the divine realm into the primordial spiritual realm, so spirits can be formed with their help. The linear movement becomes elliptical. Parsifal, as continuity, and part of the unsubstantiate Trinity of God, rules in the whole of creation past the divine realm as a king in the name of his Father. From his direct radiation, and from the radiation of the square of the animals, as well as from the radiation of the eternal knights of the divine Grail Castle, in the primordial spiritual Grail Castle, the first four male primordially created primordial spirits have immediately formed. As they are the most of perfect ones, they function as Grail Knights directly in the presence of Parsifal. They, as the only ones of the spirits, are created in God's image, as they are the most perfect of spirits. Compared to the other spirits, they are enormous in size and form something like the pillars of the castle. The primordially created primordial spirits cannot personally see the Creator, as they live beyond the limits of the divine realm. Parsifal, being the continuity of the radiation of the unsubstantiate Trinity, i.e. God, he represents his Father in the whole of the further creation as the King, God. The first male, primordially created primordial spirits represent the four prototypes of male qualities and abilities. One enormous basic figure of the primordially created primordial spirit came into being, and at the same time, also others, similar but of different sizes, arose. They all have the same abilities as the original one, but the size differentiates their quality. Primordially created primordial spirits are no longer divine beings. They are called spirits, due to the fact that they were formed in the greatest part by the Holy Spirit, the Son of Man, Parsifal. In the primordial spiritual Grail Castle, the original divine precipitation changes into primordial spiritual precipitation, which is expressed in its division into male and female parts. From these, the primordial spirit germs, primordial animistic, and animistic germs are formed. The first male primordially created primordial spirits represent these basic traits and functions. First primordially created primordial spirit is the prototype of a ruler, a king, and at the same time, he is the protector of the triad of Parsifal. The second primordially created primordial spirit personifies masculinity and strength. The third primordially created primordial spirit represents heroism and loyalty. The fourth primordially created primordial spirit is the leader of all rulers of the elements, the prime elemental beings. The primordially created primordial spirits, like the prime elemental beings, personify all existing abilities and traits. While here on Earth these traits represent only quality, in them, as they personify these, they express the essence. Let's try intuitively to perceive the distinction between the words loving and love, just and justice. A just person is someone totally different from a person who, in his or her pure nature, represents justice. People reach for these prototypes consciously, by their desire for perfection, also subconsciously in times of need and crisis. For example, in dangerous situations, men express more courage, strength, and loyalty to ideals than in everyday life. In the next level of the primordial spiritual realm, 3 female prototypes have formed. Female primordially created primordial spirits of enormous dimensions. They radiate their traits and abilities into lower levels, each for a different area. The first one for the home, the second one for motherhood, the third one for health, beauty, and spiritual purity. These figures, like the male prototypes, do not live on their own, but in a colorful world of other women who are similar to them, but of different sizes. A woman in any level of creation, and that also applies to the earth, and her pure desire connects with the primordial spiritual prototypes and is inspired by them, gets help and strength from them. When we talk about connecting with primordially created primordial spirits, this does not mean that man on earth connects directly with them. The connection is made with the help of intermediaries, the elemental beings. The primordially created primordial spirits work in creation as enormous magnets. This is one of their fundamental traits or abilities. Their bodies collect the processed, i.e. used, radiation, the principal power of the whole creation, and they deliver it back to the divine realm. It is the return of the investment which the Creator has donated into creation. That's why the guardians of the Grail Castles do not guard the Grail, the vessel with the principal power, from enemies, but they prevent the loss and leakage of God's investment. It has to return to its originator, as it is his energy, his life. In an amended, processed form, it supports the development and life in the individual worlds. In the eternal, primordial spiritual and spiritual worlds, there is, according to the law of homogeneity, also love between the same sexes. It seems to us that love is poorer in them, however, only from the point of our earthly view. Sexless spirits do not feel a desire for the sexual act. For them, but this, there is no limitation. Their love has other demands and needs. Even on earth, spiritually more mature people are able to love persons of the same sex with merely sentiment, spirit. However, spiritually less developed man is influenced by their own body and senses, and often they fall in a wicked sexual love, for example, a father to a daughter. In the primordial spiritual realm, in some levels, worlds or planets, male and female spirits, also beings, live separately. The law of homogeneity has separated them, but they find their opposites in other parts, and they meet them at various events and celebrations. Because their love is spiritual, it lasts, even if they are not together all the time. It is a much fuller and richer love, as it is only experienced by their perfect spirit, their whole essence. Life in the primordial spiritual and divine realm is remote and unimaginable extensively for us. That's why we only mentioned some personalities and activities. It may be remarkable to note that the radiation of the primordial spirits sinks into the material universe and creates the cores of atoms being covered with fine matter. Primordially created primordial spirits, therefore, are creators of the ethereal and gross matter in the universe. Under the levels of the most of perfect of primordial spirits, the primordially created primordial spirits are the levels of the developed primordial spirits. They, in contrast to the primordially created primordial spirits, are formed through development gradually from children. They mature directly in this level. They need not incarnate into the world of matter as human spirits do. All adults take care of them until they mature. Some remain children forever, but this is not a sign of arrested development, as they are perfect. In the middle part of the primordial spiritual realm, 3 main spiritual planets are soaring, like islands resembling huge, beautiful gardens: the Isle of Roses, the Isle of Lilies, the Isle of Swans. Each one of these islands is, from the earthly point of view, much larger than a galaxy in the universe. People should know these 3 planets as they are, much more than any other ones, connected with the development of spirits in the world of matter. Their inhabitants, however, do not incarnate to Earth, but, in extraordinary times, when people, spirits, and primordial spirits cannot cope with the demanding spiritual tasks, their leading personalities, Maria, Ermengarde, and Swanhild, do incarnate to Earth too. The first 2 islands are levitating on the same height. The third lies a little lower, below them, but is still within the same level. On the Isle of Roses and Lilies, amongst flowers, spirits live, only women and children, of various ages and sizes that depend on the maturity of the spirit. They personify the traits of a rose, i.e. love, and on the Isles of Lilies, purity. The same virtues attract them to each other. They are the homogeneous connectors of the inhabitants of these islands, and that's why, amongst them, love or purity reigns in its most noble form. Their radiation, through the primordial spiritual beings, works in the whole of creation, having an influence onto the same type, women to women, and children to children of similar age and spiritual maturity. At the peak of every island, there is a beautiful temple, which has a function similar to that of the Grail Castle. The Rose Temple is visited regularly by the leading rose, Maria, from the triad of Parsifal, where she delivers part of her radiation, love. Women and children of the Isle of Roses receive it and, by their lives, process it and radiate it into creation. In the Pearl Temple, on the Isle of Lilies, part of her radiation is delivered by the ruling lily, Ermengarde, from the triad of Parsifal, who radiates purity and justice. Here also, as on the Isle of Roses, only women and children of different ages live. On the Isle of Swans, not spirits, but beautiful and angelic beings live, swan maidens. Their slim figures are covered in a cloak resembling swan feathers. Their foreheads are decorated with jewel-like blue stars. Their task is to connect the, for them visible, radiations from both islands above them into one complete radiation in the form of justice, love, and purity. Under the influence of their pure love and serving selfless, the processed radiation passes out unaltered into the further levels of creation. The life elixir of a swan maiden is singing, which gives her spiritual strength and tender charm. This way she also expresses her love for the Creator. Some heroes of the Greek fables have heard swan maidens sing with their non-material hearing and called them sirens. Painters depict them as swans with female heads, but the reality is totally different. They are beings with a human form, more beautiful and perfect than the most beautiful women on earth, although they have wings as they soar in God's will. They differ from each other only in size. The ruling swan maiden, Swanhild, is a primordial being from the divine realm and radiates extraordinary spiritual strength. When knowing of all 7 worlds of the whole of creation, let's reiterate, in a simplified manner, who lives in them? 1. The unsubstantiate realm is inhabited only by the unsubstantiate Trinity of God, Creator, Father, and 2 sons. 2. In the divine realm, beings live who were formed from the integral divine radiation apart from the primordial queen, who arose only from the female unsubstantiate radiation. 3. In the primordial spiritual realm, primordial spiritual beings and primordial spirits live, i.e., primordially created primordial spirits and developed primordial spirits. 4. In the spiritual realm, spirits live, created and developed spirits. 5. The animistic realm is inhabited by beings called elemental beings, great prime elemental beings, and little developed elemental beings. 6. In the ethereal universe, souls of people live, but also little elemental beings. 7. The gross material universe is inhabited by people of a material body and little elemental beings. What is the difference between a being and a spirit? Beings are formed, in the main part, from the divine radiation, while spirits have their main part from Parsifal. Past the divine realm, the beings are divided into male and female. Because of the direct divine radiation, also part of Parsifal's radiation is added, God's will. A further difference between spirits and beings is the fact that beings do not have their own will, as they are under the direct influence of the Creator or the primordial queen. Based on this capability, they are the executors of eternal laws. They carry out only that which is in accordance with God's will, nothing else. That's why they do not suffer any karmic consequences of their deeds, although they are sometimes negative, for example, killing a man due to a natural catastrophe, a lightning strike, etc. Beings are angels, while elemental beings are merely their lower form, in the same way as man is a lower form of a perfect spirit. The difference in the usage of will between a being and a spirit can be compared to the difference between an architect and a painter. An architect has to draw a house with some predetermined requirements of the owner and according to natural laws. He can express himself creatively and individually within this framework. A painter only gets his theme and proceeds according to his own inspiration. The architect, therefore, is bound by certain rules as a being is bound by laws, which does not mean that he has no opportunity to use his creativity within these rules. An artist has a higher degree of creative freedom, similar to the spirit, but he at the same time has to take the risk that the owner will not accept his creation if it does not appeal to his taste and ideas. The architect, on the other hand, tries to adapt to the owner from the very beginning, and that's why his risk of failure is not as high. Spirits and people have free will, firstly because they are the furthest away from the Creator, also because they are created mainly from His will. Primordial spirits and spirits, due to the knowledge of eternal laws, freely and voluntarily submit to God's will, while beings do so because of their ties to the Creator and as a consequence of the law of homogeneity. In essence, all in creation voluntarily submits to God's will. Only in the world of matter had God turned from God's will. Thereby, he or she set themselves free from the direct influence of the principal power and heads toward spiritual decline and extinction. In the lower level of the primordial spiritual realm, called Patmos, the developed primordial spirit Ismael works as the ruling personality. He directs all spiritual help from the Son of Man, from the primordial spiritual realm to the spiritual realm and into the world of matter. In every level under him, he has a deputy, who is also called Ismael, and who transmits the tasks given in his level. The primordial spirit Ismael, in spite of the vast distance and a lower origin, as he is only a developed primordial spirit and not a primordially created primordial spirit, he is, owing to his high spiritual purity, directly connected with Parsifal. He incarnated to Earth a few times at paramount spiritual events. For example, he was the ancient prophet Elijah, but also John the Baptist. He was the spiritual intermediary between the Creator and the Apostle John at the dictation of the revelation of John, the Apocalypse. Under this, the lowest level of the primordial spiritual realm, the isolation sphere exists, which creates a border with the spiritual realm. Here, as everywhere in creation, a rich and varied life prevails. Chapter 13. The Tempter. Man can never understand God or life in the divine and the primordial spiritual realm, even though they think that they can. They imagine it in human terms, as they do not know anything else. Why are they not able to comprehend the perfection and essence of God? For a simple reason. The law of homogeneity prevents them from doing so. He or she can process and understand only for what is able, absorbing within the frame of homogeneity. Let's just think of how hard it is to understand another person in a certain situation, and that he or she is homogeneous to us. They are people like ourselves. We live in the same world, and even on the same level. God is so many worlds higher than we are. Someone may ask a legitimate question, whether this limitation in comprehension does not slow man down in his or her development. Not at all. There is a wide range within the limits of homogeneity, many degrees, which enable understanding and gradual development. The law of desire for spiritual knowledge, contained in the spirit of every man, always urges him to seek and discover new knowledge, and thereby they can overcome their own limitation. He or she, who uses this potential, develops into unimaginable dimensions as their spirit connects with higher worlds through elemental beings. In this manner, some thoughtful people drew a conclusion that if there is a God who creates and controls everything, there must also exist a God who is damaging and destroying everything. They have correctly observed that there is something or someone who restricts man and prevents him or her from achieving their goals. But insufficient information about the Creator and the structure of creation has given rise to the distorted idea that two gods exist, one good and the other one wrong. From this delusion, the opinion was formed, and some people elevated it to a law that God assigns every person one good spirit, guardian angel, and one bad one to tempt him or her. On earth and in all of the world of matter there is, in the concrete, a strong negative influence present of someone who is more powerful than man. It is intuitively perceived by all sensitive and perceptive individuals. As the originator of this negative force is not visible, they assume correctly that it is a spirit, which is called various names: devil, Satan, evildoer, serpent, tempter, Lucifer, knight of the world, ruler of darkness, Antichrist, etc. No person can see him, as the law of homogeneity prevents it. This being is, as a matter of fact, of a totally different type than the human spirit. It towers above them by more than one world. People in ancient times were able to see prime elemental beings, the rulers of the elements, as they have from the viewpoint of homogeneity, the essence which is similar to human souls. They are ethereal, and that's why they are visible with the ethereal sight. But the mysterious being is of a much higher origin. Although we all come into contact with its negative workings on an almost daily basis, we are not able to uncover nor understand it. Because of this, many people stopped thinking about this being and stopped investigating it. They ceased taking its existence seriously. At most, it became a figurative and fictitious expression of evil. The following explanation will most probably be only plausible for a person who is able, albeit from his or her human perspective, to understand the existence of the Creator. Only he or she who is inwardly convinced that the universe and the whole of creation did not form on its own or by an accident, but under the influence of intelligently controlled laws which have their Creator, only that person can accept the knowledge about the existence of darkness and its representative. The representative of darkness, like God, is not comprehensible by the intellect. Consequently, only a spiritually developed person can assess the factuality of writing that follows. All of creation and its individual worlds were established gradually from top to bottom by the working of time and space, which are imperceptible from our perspective. At first, the Creator existed alone. Gradually, from his direct radiation, the divine realm was created. Later, through Emmanuel, Parsifal, the primordial spiritual, and later still, the spiritual realm was created. Only thereafter the animistic realm and the universe were created. The Bible describes how the earth was created in a few days. This is only a figurative portrayal, which cannot be taken literally. According to eternal laws, the earth could not be created separately, alone, but only as a part of the whole material universe, which was formed last. That's why the Bible depicts the origin of the whole of creation, not just the earth, and rather than days, we have to imagine millions of years. People in the lower world of matter, owing to the greatest distance from the Creator, did not develop as harmonically as in the other worlds above it. That's why the Creator sent one of his archangels to help. Lucifer, this is his real name, was supposed to influence them like a guardian spirit. He was to suggest his advice and help so that people would think that it is their own conscience talking. To fulfill this task, he was armed with helpers from the ranks of angels, beings. To be able to come down into the lower world, they had to, according to eternal laws, cover themselves with more material layers, coverings, which enabled them to stay in the lower level, above the world of matter. These layers also covered many of their divine abilities and qualities. By taking coverings and sinking, they changed from the original divine beings to spirits with their own free will, which they did not know before. That became fatal to them, but only later, under the influence of their leading archangel. Although many of his divine qualities were concealed, Lucifer still became the most powerful spirit in the world of matter, with incomparably higher abilities than a man. His task was to help people by influencing their psyche. That does not mean that he influenced each person separately. He used eternal laws according to which he transmitted certain thoughts into the world of matter, and these were, due to the law of homogeneity, pulled down, attracted by people. One of his most important tasks was to improve the usage of the intellect, so that man makes his or her life on earth less difficult. As the intellect exists in the world of matter only, people could not be helped in improving it by spiritual helpers from non-material worlds. Therefore, Lucifer was to step down from the divine realm to above the world of matter, better got acquainted with people, their material way of life, and due to his higher essence, he was to transfer his experience and ideas by influencing the intellect, using thoughts. For example, he sent out the idea that iron can be used to make tools. All who on earth were trying to improve stone tools have accepted this new idea, also the knowledge of how to produce iron. Naturally, it took hundreds of years until the idea was put into practice. At first, Lucifer fulfilled his task well, but when, after a while, he realized how easily people are influenced by his will, also angels have respect for him as God's deputy on earth, negative qualities of the intellect, pride, and vanity started to awaken in him. In the divine realm, he did not know these negative traits. The intellect does not exist in the divine realm, as it is only connected with the physical body. Denser coverings, the great distance from the Creator, many loyal angels and free will, they all spoiled Lucifer's purity. He wanted to become the unlimited ruler of the world of matter without the influence of the Creator. Under the weight of this negative volition, and later his deeds, he became heavier and started to sink into the lower spheres. When he realized his powerlessness in regard to eternal laws that have automatically pulled him down, he became angry towards their Creator and became his open enemy. He began to misuse his abilities, and instead of helping, he tempted and misled people onto wrong paths just to destroy the work of the Creator. Since his helpers, as former divine beings without free will, were possessed of a highly developed sense of loyalty to their leader, they let themselves be misled onto an incorrect path by him, and so became fallen angels. The blame for this downfall must, however, be primarily carried by Lucifer as their leader. When eternal laws were punishing him by making him sink, and he realized his gradual destruction, he wanted all and everything around him to be destroyed with him. It seems incomprehensible that angels, such perfect beings, could forget their Creator and their glorious life in the divine realm. But they did not remember him anymore, because, by covering themselves and sinking down into the world of matter, they became spirits, even though with more mature abilities. Their divine core is only partially awoken due to that they abuse their spiritual abilities. Predominantly, they live as spirits on low planets. People at first knew nothing about Lucifer's existence. That's why they were so strongly influenced by him, like puppets. He led them astray from their original goal in life, from spiritual development, by incessantly suggesting these incorrect thoughts. For example, the intellect is more important than the spirit. The intellect is supposed to rule over all aspects in life. Only the intellect can differentiate between things. Sensitive individuals accepted these thoughts as their own opinions and gradually made them a part of their lives. This is how Lucifer tied people to matter and, at the same time, disconnected them from spiritual help. By concentrating mainly on earthly matters, people began to decline spiritually and morally, also with them, their planets. By misusing divine abilities, the Tempter covered himself more and more by matter and negative karma, and thus he was losing the possibility of returning to the divine realm. The planets, which sank under his influence, got onto the path of disintegration prematurely, as they released themselves from the influence of the radiation of the principal power of the Creator. Lucifer, the Lord of Darkness, became their ruler. He was able to influence even the most crucial planet in the universe, the Earth, which got onto the path of disintegration prematurely as well. His power on Earth increases more and more, because people, due to their negative inclinations and unwillingness to educate themselves and grow spiritually, attracted his servants to Earth, fallen angels, and dark spirits from lower planets. Because of the lack of light, i.e. principal power, and the preponderance of darkness and matter, the effects of eternal laws on Earth, and primarily the law of reciprocal action, have decelerated. Our planet, as well as people themselves, began to yield to the decay of body and personality, which started to be visible as a higher incidence of mental and physical illnesses and distorted values and attitudes. The Earth, due to its sinking from the plane of living planets, animated regularly by the principal power, has excluded itself from the direct influence of the Creator. Therefore, Lucifer, the Lord of Darkness, could become its ruler. Because he leads people into the destruction by his activity, he is called the Devil, Satan, the Destroyer. His name, the King of Darkness, captures the fact that he founded his kingdom at the dark planets. What is Lucifer like? In difference to the ideas of many religions, which depict him as a beast or a devil, he is a beautiful creature who became a spirit whose form and abilities are incomparable to man. But his original beauty has faded. His eyes reflect coldness and heartlessness, which he uses to destroy human spirits. His grim outlook complements the characteristics of his personality, realizing its wickedness, own powerlessness, and decline at the same time. He behaves like some people on Earth do. If they are not successful, they wish bad luck on other people as well, and that's why they harm them. Lucifer and his helpers do not harm ordinary people in a way that they are able to notice. They do it in an inconspicuous and cunning manner. They know that every person, according to the eternal law, has free will that must be respected at his or her disposal. That's why the dark influence is never forcing. It only suggests, whispers. People themselves analyze these suggestions alongside their opinions and volition, and then decide accordingly. That's why the consequences of negative suggestions are being felt by people themselves and not by their originators. In the gross material universe and the astral plane, Lucifer disposes of swarms of loyal servants who are not only fallen beings, angels, but also spirits and people. They do not know the eternal laws, nor wish to recognize them, because they solely believe him. It will be too late when dark spirits will recognize that they are being caught in a trap without any possibility of return, because the eternal laws operate inexorably on low planets as well. After death, they will become heavier for their sins and will fall so deeply as not to be able to return upwards to the earth and to the paradise at all. Through these unknowing servants and through the fallen angels who also incarnate as men with the mission, Lucifer spreads wrong ideas, distorted opinions, also evil on earth when necessary. Indeed, he himself does not hurt, but the evil actions are done through others in his instigation, and thus they bear consequences for that. No one forced them. They were only deceived. However, the Tempter also suffers for the negative influences so that he keeps on descending and his former perfection falls off. Today there are many more dark than luminous spirits on earth and in the astral. That's why there exists the unnatural circumstance that every person has, concurrently, a good guardian spirit and a dark one, while the latter ones are even more numerous. This decline was caused by people themselves, by not taking the warnings and admonitions of prophets and God's messengers seriously to alter their ways. What in fact is the difference between dark and luminous spirits or people? It is expressed by the words already. A dark spirit or person has the luminous core, the spirit excessively darkened by the heavy coverings of the soul and body, because he or she is always concentrating on purely earthly material affairs. Their spirit is not able to shine through these coverings as it does not develop. It is boxed in, walled in matter. According to the law of gravity, it lives on denser planets under the level of the earth. A luminous spirit or person is someone who in life, through his or her motives and deeds, mainly develops the spirit. And so the spirit is not only covered in the fine coverings of soul and body, and it sets these layers aglow. These differences are not visible to people. They are only being registered, even through their material body, by spiritual beings. How do dark spirits work on earth? A number of dark spirits congregate close to a person who is about to make a momentous decision. Thereby, they prevent the influence of the luminous helper, who has to depart, due to the difference in homogeneity, because he cannot bear the higher density and weight of the dark spirits. And so the protégé is exposed, weak at that moment, and is only able to perceive the suggestions of the low spirits. If he or she decides too quickly, and does not wait to be connected with their luminous helper as well, they will find, mostly too late, that they acted incorrectly. Ignorance about these happenings is a hidden trap into which man falls every day. Lucifer became the lord of the earth. Therefore, the badness and distortion of values is predominating. They inhibit the realization of clear ideals and justice. Instead of joy and calmness, there is only wrong, suffering, and justice, and little love on earth today. That is felt mainly by those who are not able to approve of this change. The dark spirits who incarnated from the low planets do not observe any shortcomings on earth. On the contrary, they are very happy here because there is more light and more love originating in the actions of luminous men there. Some dark planets are technically more developed than the Earth. The flights of the material flying objects bear witness to this. However, the appearance of their crews clearly reveals that they are at a much lower spiritual level than the Earthmen. It is necessary, therefore, to avoid meeting with them and not consider them as better and perfect more at all costs, just for that they dispose of more developed technology. The higher spiritual beings help men and do not need to examine and dissect them because they can see at the bottom of the soul with their spiritual sight. What other tools, apart from whispering suggestions, does the dark principle use? Lucifer's most effective and easiest means of ruling over people is their spiritual ignorance, which he tries to perpetuate. Lucifer attacks the proselytizers of the truth and spiritual helpers of mankind the most. By dishonoring and eliminating God's messengers, people were lacking the knowledge that was to help them find the lost key to paradise. People do not know that the darkness influences them like cancer. At first, painlessly, inconspicuously, there is only a little pain if something is done that the darkness does not like. Even when someone can uncover the darkness, it is mostly too late. Let us make it clear on the example from life. During a checkup, a man gathered that he had developed stomach cancer. When he got a stomachache before, he thought it was only an accident and did not see the reason in the wrong lifestyle, although the doctor warned him. Even today, he did not mind because he thought, when he does not think about the illness, everything will be all right. So he continued in his mistakes, and the tumor was growing. In the pretended calm, more or less, he passed a few years. When the troubles became more visible and more often repeated, he started to take it seriously and visited the doctor again. But meanwhile, the tumor started to rule the whole body. Although the patient decided to fight against cancer and started to work on himself, nothing could be done anymore. It was too late. The ill cells overbore the healthy ones. They liquidated the body of the unaware man unobtrusively. The dark principle works in the same way. Illness, in many cases, is also just a consequence of a wrong path, either on the level of the body, due to improper nutrition and a general lifestyle, or on the level of the soul, as we have distorted values or do not understand ourselves and our problems. As each disease has to come to the fore eventually, so every evil will eventually be uncovered as well. He or she who does not take the influence of darkness seriously and considers it purely a fantasy will recognize it one day when they will no longer be able to do anything against it. Only now, because time is of essence, does man receive this valuable information, which so far darkness was blocking and will still be trying to keep from being disseminated. When this information comes to light, the dark helpers will try to distort and dishonor it so that people do not believe it. They will fight to maintain spiritual ignorance on earth until the very last moment, even though they know that their end is nigh. The characteristic of the dark principle is that it works indirectly, deceivingly, and inconspicuously and secretly. That's why no one can uncover and recognize it. The present-day person, overburdened mentally, has no time to be thorough. If someone still discovers a trace of darkness, his attention is immediately led away to forget the discovery or to consider it to be a mere accident. Why does the darkness hide? The answer is easy. When we do not know the enemy, we cannot fight and defeat him. We can only defeat a disease if we know its cause and consequences. In the next stage, the fight will be easier, because man will acquire a certain way of life which will lead to the gradual disappearance of the disease. Darkness also needs to be first recognized, and only then can it be fought. Another tool of darkness, aside from maintaining ignorance, spreading stress, and giving rise to fear, is the principle of indulgence. Psychologists and psychiatrists claim that when a person indulges in a vice, he or she becomes so satisfied with it that they no longer desire it. This, however, is just a short-term phenomenon. The opposite is in fact the truth. He or she gets used to it and then needs it more and more frequently. As an example, we can use sexual practices. Only a small percentage of people can escape this temptation voluntarily. The majority become slaves to it, and thus the slaves of dark spirits. What is the goal of the Tempter? Only one: to turn man away from his or her spiritual development, from their real purpose of life on earth. Man is but a spirit which came to develop into the world of matter so that he or she can live forever after. They decided so themselves when their desire for consciousness awoke in them. To improve their spirit, they had to receive a material covering, the body. Lives on earth are only necessary for the development of the spirit, for nothing else. If a man uses his or her lives properly, they eventually return without the soul and body into their home as a mature spiritual personality and then live forever. However, the Tempter and his dark helpers grudged him or her this because they have already deprived themselves of this blessedness to return to the divine realm. They lure in various manners for the human spirit not to find the course back to paradise. Man already lived hundreds of lives in the world of matter to develop his or her spirit, but due to the ignorance of eternal laws and the purpose of their lives, he or she let darkness divert them from their true path, and so they truly missed many of their opportunities. At present, the world is at the threshold of the judgment, and the majority of people do not even know what it means, what they may expect, and what they are supposed to do. Moreover, the Creator has never abandoned men. He offered them help through his envoys constantly. However, men full of arrogance and narrow-mindedness did not want to accept the light because they felt more comfortably and more pleasantly in the darkness. There seems to be more enticing to enjoy the earthly lives with all its pleasures than to educate spiritually with the aim of the eternal life. They do not understand that they can practice both things simultaneously. Who would fault Lucifer for a distorted sense of emancipation? No one has even the slightest idea that he is a much more intelligent being than man. He thinks and perceives in broader dimensions and relations. The Tempter was able to foresee the consequences of a distorted idea of emancipation. His goal was achieved. Stress, lack of time, and fear have multiplied in the lives of people due to the misunderstood concept of emancipation. The pressure keeps people in a state of permanent tension, which prevents the perception of finer suggestions and help from luminous spirits. In a state of mental stress, it is easier to perceive material thoughts from the intellect, from dark spirits, than fine intuitive inspiration from guardian spirits. With constant tension, man's diaphragm is contracted. This prevents proper breathing, and thereby also the spirit from being connected with the body, as precisely in this way and in this place the spirit connects with the soul and body. That's why, at the present time, relaxation and peace are of particular relevance to the spirit, can express itself more than the intellect. Not only distorted emancipation, but also a wrong set of other values makes man constantly busy and fearful. A stressed and fearful person is weakened. He or she loses their own ego and, more easily, without thinking, yields to foreign influence, pretending to be their own conscience. How, in fact, are the dark spirits who come on Earth from lower planets? It could sound unbelievable, but they form over half of all inhabitants on the Earth. Let's not succumb to the deceptive idea that they are only primitive, criminals, and cheats. Of course, these belong to them as well, but to the lower class. The rest of them finds expression in various ways. Some of them do not work, but they want to have the best time, even at the expense of others. Exploitation and affluence is the only aim of their lives. The next ones are a tiny bit better, however, only outwardly. They do not want to work as well because of low salary, because it does not pay off. They do not want to be useful by their work, and do not hanker for self-realization. They would rather act paupers and endlessly look for well-paid jobs with little effort and responsibility. The dark spirit does not know the law of equilibrium, according to which a man labors out of love for humanity, because he or she wants to be useful and is satisfied and happy even with a low salary. A lot of rich men who earn the money dishonestly are not satisfied and want more, even if they have more than other people. In the presence of higher spirits, these lazy spirits could mature faster, but they do not understand it. Also, they do not want it after all. The main characteristic of dark spirits from the superior circles is that they respect the intellect and hate the good and justice. However, they do not evince it outwardly. We shall find them the most amongst so-called wise people who consider themselves so, as they evaluate everything with their intellect, which they use as the only gauge of wisdom and knowledge. Why are they dangerous? Many of them, thanks to their education, knowing influential people through ambition or wealth, have reached high posts from which they drive people into disasters. At times, they consciously misuse their influence. They distort the truth and create chaos, evil, and decline. They are in so great numbers that we find them, besides the highest positions, also in lower leading ones. They use the dark principle. Thus, they indirectly attack all that is just, useful, and right, or they at least try to prevent these expressions. Not all dark ones are evil, and they need not actively harm either. But they are not worthy of living on earth, as they cannot live on it properly, although outwardly it does not seem like this. They behave as employees of a company who take their wages but don't do anything in return. They are not capable of working this way the proprietor requires. These dark ones do not acknowledge any spiritual development. They only acknowledge mental, intellectual, and physical, i.e., material, development. This is a result of their true essence. They were pulled up to Earth from the lowest planets of the world of matter, where life is only apparently busy. They are, in fact, dead planets. If such people are active in influential places, they impede the development of others who want to live naturally, i.e., in a complex spiritual, mental, physical way. They prevent them doing so from childhood by an incorrect school curriculum, distorted social rules and laws. By these actions, they burden themselves with new karmic guilts. Sometimes, even luminous people, under the influence of dark spirits, work inadvertently in harmful ways if they understand their position incorrectly. For example, If they work in high offices, they think that citizens have to serve them. They do not understand that for their salary, they have to serve the people, to inform them about their rights and possibilities. These administrators require the citizens to know all laws, even those which, due to their position, are only known to them. This wrong attitude causes an imbalance in human relations, suffering, chaos, and decline. They do not know that the law of reciprocal action will punish them as well, however, in a different manner and some other place. Those who give suffering instead of help cannot expect love and respect in return. They would only get that if they would be genuine helpers and advisors. Unfortunately, the majority of people sometimes behave as an ignorant herd of cattle. They can be influenced by one courageous loudmouth who is often more stupid than the rest of the people. The strength of opposition is only attained by knowledge and observation, which becomes a conviction. Only courage can withstand fear, and wisdom ignorance. Today, in the time of prevailing materialism, the rule of the intellect, emphasis is given to all that is earthly, material, i.e., the external form. Although we frequently suffered for being seduced by pretty packaging without being interested in the contents, we nevertheless still believe more in people who are trying to appear nice and friendly, not expressing any negative opinions, even though they have a totally different view. On the surface, everything looks harmonious, but inside a fight is going on, which is frequently a cause for diseases and suppressing emotions. Honesty has become an impediment, while diplomacy is a sought tool for gaining an advantage over. After all, an honest person who openly shows his or her rightful dislike or anger wants to express that he or she is not in agreement with something and is necessary to find a different solution together. But the diplomat does not show what he thinks, and only later will you find out that you became a victim of a misunderstanding or even a fraud. Not all diplomats are representatives of the Dark Ones, but if they do it consciously, they are under their influence. The Dark Ones have deformed the concept of honesty, so necessary for the mental health of people. Morality and prejudices created lots of harm in human relationships and the development of the spirit as they suppressed honest and natural expressions. Many outwardly unpleasant people are pure and good in their core. On the other hand, many superficially friendly and socially acceptable people have a decayed and rotten core. It is a matter of experience, can search for the essence of man, and not to yield to the so often deceptive outer expression. If someone is bothered by a certain character trait in another, he or she should realize that it is not a reason, if only in their mind, to judge and reject. On the contrary, they should realize that they themselves possess this character trait in a much higher degree, otherwise it would not bother them another. The active disturbers of peace and truth are divided into unconscious and conscious. The former are usually only channels of darkness, whether under the influence of mental homogeneity or just due to the weakness of spirit. The latter groups serve evil consciously, as firstly, they profit from it, and secondly, they are afraid to lose their power. The most dangerous ones are those who have a mission to prevent the real envoys from delivering the truth. They are mostly fallen angels who hide their higher abilities or only demonstrate them in front of their closest friends in order to gain their admiration. Consciously, but secretly, they try to destroy the proselytizers of truth in any way, mentally and physically. They do this while fully using their supernatural mental abilities. They harm in a treacherous way, never openly, and even if they are discovered, they are able to put up various fronts and deny everything. They never give up, but continue in a different manner. They only let their victims feel these unfriendly and destructive tendencies. Other people and even their family see them as the most charming and the best beings. Other servants of darkness are not outwardly active, but inconspicuously create doubts. By these subtle doubts, they take the trust hard gained in a certain truth away from people, just to waver and remain weak and unsure anew. But people who, indeed, research and seek the truth through doubts should not be mistaken for the servants of darkness. The Dark Ones are not trying to understand anything. Their aim is only to undermine everything. Another expression of the dark principle is to cause insecurity in one's inner self. When a person accepts new knowledge and it begins to uplift him or her, suddenly their own doubts about this knowledge cross their mind. In their mind, the most fantastic counterarguments arise, so that they wonder where these little intelligent questions came from. He or she does not know that, at the moment, they are fighting dark spirits who are exercising further ways of controlling them. When, after an exhausting struggle, the victim does not waver, despite these doubts, the evil will try another approach. It will render doubtful the person who has come up with the new truth. Character traits are the best way for destroying authority. It is sufficient, even just in the mind, constant repeating the deficiencies, which need not be as strong as manifested after being provoked, and these will stick to the attacked person at last and start to have some effect. This is well known to everyone. We all use this strategy almost everywhere, mainly with our superiors and public personalities. The newly elected or nominated person hardly starts to work in his or her position. They do not even have an opportunity to show their abilities, and they are already being criticized for their character traits. The people who criticize mostly possess these same faults, even to a greater degree. Because they do not want to recognize and acknowledge them, they cannot tolerate them in others. To project their suppressed deficiencies onto other people is a natural phenomenon. This way a lie, which is repeated endlessly, becomes a truth. The victim truly becomes an enemy. That is such for what is considered. The law of homogeneity attracts more dark spirits to him or her, and the person changes involuntarily. The Tempter knows that pure love and honest friendships create positive and strong vibrations between partners. They protect them from evil influences and also uplift their surroundings. That's why, in this area also, inconspicuously but constantly, the Tempter interferes with doubts, temptation, and intellectual calculations between partners. He brings instability and unfaithfulness into relationships, which he excuses via free of spirit and love for the entire world. In reality, he thereby supports superficiality and weakness of the spirit that is thus more receptive towards dark influences. One loving and constant partner gives his or her opposite pole more than many suitors together. Even though it may sound unbelievable, the majority of people were led away from their true partners with whom they would have established a better and more harmonious relationship than with the ones which they have chosen. Inharmonious relationships establish a suitable soil for problems, stress, and quarrels, which weigh the person down with new negative karma and rob him or her of the power to rise and develop spiritually. Many spiritually developed women and men of good character had to stay alone because the suitable homogeneous partners have left themselves seduced by the Dark Ones. They profit from them. According to the law of equilibrium, the greatest evil, which does not necessarily express itself outwardly negatively at all, attracts the greatest good. An erroneous opinion spread among people that evil tackles only people who themselves are evil or have bad karma. This would apply if there were a balance on earth, the rule of light. But because the earth sank into the area of darkness, the opposite became the truth. Darkness mainly attacks those who consciously or subconsciously do not attempt it and who resist it. Evil does not fight with homogeneity. It only fights what is not homogeneous with it, the good. Those who did not recognize darkness within themselves, yet are under its spell the most. While they are not resisting, darkness does not make itself known. It is sufficient for it that it could divert from spiritual knowledge and development. It does not need to harm the person otherwise, or manifest itself in any other negative manner. Too much of a preoccupation with work is also an expression of an influence of darkness. If someone tenaciously and honestly seeks the truth and tries to incorporate it into everyday life, darkness will bite into him or her with sharp teeth like a dangerous shark. That's why the best people experience the greatest suffering, injustice, and evil. They are surrounded by the greatest number of the dark ones. Why precisely those who have been acknowledged as spiritually pure and holy claim that evil and Satan were attacking them? Why did it attack just them when they were such good? According to the law of homogeneity, the following applies. The stronger the good, the stronger the evil that works on it. In the vicinity of any human, there can stay only a dark spirit of equal strength or intelligence as the person in question. That means homogeneity does not repose in quality, but strength. Good and evil attract each other equally, according to the law of completing a unit, as opposite qualities do. A dark spirit does not influence a spiritually mature person by suggesting evil, as the luminous ones would reject it, but by luring him or her away from their goal by various torments and temptations. Many of you may now think, why does God allow such injustice? Why does he not intervene and destroy the dark spirits? Before answering this question, we have to admit honestly that we have fashioned evil on earth ourselves. The earth was a planet of relatively pure people. That's why it moved to a higher level of the universe. Only the downfall of some people, and the fact that other people gradually imitated them, was the start of the infestation of dark spirits on earth. That has been going on for thousands of years now. The Creator consistently made an effort to assist by sending spiritual help, but people did not accept it because they did not believe in it. It may sound strange, but evil also has its positive sides. Sometimes, even if inadvertently, it aids development. By suffering and through struggles, the spirit of a person awakens faster and strengthens. The painful blows of darkness are indirectly serving the good. That's why the Creator allows them to a certain extent. But why does he not destroy Lucifer, the foremost originator of darkness? The answer to this question is not easy, but let's try to tackle it, if only briefly, from the human viewpoint. Lucifer, being an archangel, had the closest contact with the Creator. This close relationship cannot be rejected out of hand. That's why the Creator waited and gave him opportunities to change his attitude. Keeping in mind that thousands of years on earth constitute days in the divine realm, we will not be so surprised about his long wait. Only when, after a long time, Lucifer showed that he is incorrigible, did the Creator decide to destroy his power. However, he cannot do it abruptly. His own law prevents him from doing this. Archangels are eternal, indestructible. But Lucifer's original nature was so weakened by his fall that he is not able to return to the divine realm. His destruction, or correction, is planned according to eternal laws, and it will happen at the right time. The Creator does not destroy people either, despite their failure and rejection of all his help. But if they will continuously violate eternal laws, the result of their actions will be self-destruction. None of us doubts that fairy tales and fables, although portrayed figuratively and enhanced by human fantasy, have a true core. Why, in fairy tales, does the dragon, as evil personified, only attack a beautiful and good princess? Why does he leave the ugly and bad one alone? Or why does he not kidnap a pretty and good farmer's daughter? Why should the dragon kidnap a pretty girl who has no influence or power? Her goodness and beauty, due to her social status, could not spread widely, only within her small circle. Why does the dragon not attack or tempt the ugly princess? Why should he attack the one who already is homogeneous to him? Even without his active influence, she is spreading dislike and fear around her, which weakens people so that they are more receptive to the dark suggestions. The good princess, if the dragon did not control and restrict her, would spread only love, goodness, and justice with her influence. How could darkness work through peaceful and strong subjects of her, believing in her justice and goodness? How could, from the viewpoint of homogeneity, in such a country, dark spirits be born among pure spirits, and then rule? That's why the good princess had to be taken out of her environment in her youth, or at least be mentally harmed, not to have enough strength to express her loving nature. The own purity made of her much more sensitive one for perception of negative influences. But her ignorance about evil weakened her, and that's why she did not understand evil and could not protect herself from it. She lacked the positive power that should have been her partner. The good queens, who had husbands, protective protection, were no longer influenced by the dragon, so he did not kidnap or tempt them. Only the purest young man, who out of love for her or people was prepared to sacrifice his own life, could rescue the bewitched princess from the dragon. This pure sacrifice connected him with elemental and primordial spiritual prototypes of virtues, which gave him the enormous physical or mental strength necessary for victory. An ordinary person truly would not have any power over the dragon, since it was, in most cases, a fallen angel working as a spirit or wizard. The dragon was the expression of his spiritual form. When evil attacked the princess mentally, which frequently made her ill, it was a question of controlling her mind. This dark influence could be defeated only by a man of superior spiritual helps. Only a partner could rescue the princess from the dragon. She herself was not capable of doing it. Men, therefore, should also cultivate physical, material strength, as the density of a body is, in fact, a protection against the negative ethereal influences of the darkness. Being active, man is also strengthened mentally by this. Primarily, the woman, having social influence, should have a man, as she can easily become the victim of a dragon, even in the present day. Someone could ask, why should he or she fight against the darkness alone if they love God? He or she will demand from him help. That does happen in serious, critical situations where man gets stronger help. But in everyday life, man has to protect themselves to develop his or her strength. The Creator wants strong spirits, not weak ones in paradise. He only helps like a teacher in school, explaining to students new subject matter to understand it. They have to learn at home on their own to develop their abilities with effort. If a student is supposed to advance, the teacher cannot do everything for him. The Creator can help people on earth, either by spreading the truth via his envoys or by offering assistance through other people. Due to the law of homogeneity, he cannot help people directly from above, as the Earth is the most distant planet and at the moment is in enemy territory, on the level of darkness. As the majority of people listen more to dark ones than luminous spirits, even good people are failing in carrying out God's help. When the guardian spirit makes them aware of the need to help someone, this voice is frequently not heard due to the clamoring of the dark spirits. The dark spirits suggest bewaring of the person in question because his or her outward expression is negative, and so God's help has failed. Many people out of desperation, stop believing in goodness, justice, and love precisely because they do not understand the present-day state of affairs, which was caused by the Dark Ones. They voluntarily become their prey by starting to blame God for being unjust by not helping them. That is the goal towards which the dark spirits work, to bring the luminous one to waver, to fall, to distrust, to adapt to the majority, and finally, in despair, to come under the influence of darkness. How should man face darkness? What should he or she do so that it does not influence them? It need not be fought with specific tools. For an ordinary person, darkness is not as dangerous. It does not endanger him or her with serious evil. It only inconspicuously takes them away from their spiritual growth. It is sufficient to know about the existence of darkness, and thereby it already loses its power, as cigarettes have lost their power over some people. By knowing the negative effects of smoking, cigarettes stopped being a lure and temptation. The aim of the previous paragraphs was mainly to show that darkness is not a figurative idea, but a reality, although it expresses itself more on the invisible level, on the level of feelings. Certainly everyone is familiar with the fight within themselves when he or she does something with which they do not agree inwardly. He or she thinks that they fight their own ego, but, in reality, they fight the other ego, the dark spirit, or a group of them. He or she does not know about it, and so, in desperation, they reconcile with their own weakness and do not resist any more. If, however, he or she gets to recognize this barrier, they can conquer it. That's why man need not and should not be afraid of darkness, but he or she should courageously reject it as something which is separate from them. If he or she still has to fight it, they have to know that the best helpers are a strong will and perseverance, or an honest plea for help to the highest, expressed from the bottom of their soul. Chapter 14. The Darkness and How It Works. How does the dark principle work in spiritual doctrines? We already know that it is deceitful and hidden, and thus it is hard to be revealed. After all, it is not necessary to look for a certain person. It is sufficient to find out the distortion which lures people away from the truth. At the present time, Eastern religions, philosophies, and spiritual movements gained wide popularity because many idealists were disappointed by Christianity. They saw many unclear and illogical things there, and thus they chose some Eastern teaching, deceptively assuming that they will still find pure and undimmed truths there. These can be found everywhere, but, unfortunately, only in little pieces. Let's take a closer look at the hidden darkness in yoga, for example. This exercise has a relatively strong position amid spiritual and physical activities, as it helps the stressed-out person to attain balance and awake spiritually. But here also, he or she needs to be vigilant, as it is not without distortions. He or she who penetrates deeper into the nature of yoga will find the principle of the lack of desire. Its goal is to find the right measure of earthly desires, so there is time for spiritual education as well. Despite the unambiguous goal, a distortion has occurred to such a clear and useful principle. How did it happen? Very easily. This principle started to be explained as an absolute lack of desire, which meant to get rid of any desiring goal, not to ask for anything in life, to make no effort whatsoever. The totality of this principle is even hailed as the highest virtue. A life in a straight line, with no ups and downs, where there are no emotions, became the desired ideal. A person working towards this goal does not realize that by losing emotions, desires, and volition, he or she has eliminated the power necessary for spiritual growth. Poor nutrition, deficient in proteins, supports this weakness. Volition is one of the basic abilities of man which needs to be constantly cultivated, not suppressed. Without volition, without movement of the spirit, man is like dead and wilts and declines spiritually. Everyone knows that physical movement is the basis of life, but we are not as aware of the fact that activity of the mind and intuitive perception, or the spirit, i.e. volition, is equally necessary. We get help from higher worlds only under the influence of volition in various radiations. That's why everyone received the ability to make their own decisions, free will, to be able to attract all that they desire, that they need for life on earth. It is available above, but it does not fall of its own accord. He or she who does not want and does not make an effort does not get it. It needs the activation of the spirit, volition, to gain what he or she needs for growth. Even karmic rewards are actually the fruit of volition and effort in past lives. Nothing is for free. A strong will, volition, is needed primarily in the world of matter because life there is hard and inflexible. The human spirit, which had to enter imperfect matter in order to develop, did not get anything, apart from nature, as a gift. It still hides abilities that are to be awoken through activity and are to be used. Desires, volitions, and deeds make so the spirit grows and becomes conscious of itself, make it a personality, which after reaching spiritual maturity does not expire. It is everlasting. Wrong volition, i.e. exaggerated materialism, pulls the spirit down to matter. Positive volition helps the development of the spirit, lifts it up to the beings, into its home, into the spiritual realm. The spiritual man does not have to give up material desires. He or she just needs to know their limits and should not let themselves be controlled by them. A yogi who cultivates an absolute lack of desire, who does not want anything and does not have any desires, can be compared to a lazy swimmer. He, even though he knows how to swim, does not swim, as he has no desire to overcome obstacles within himself and to exert himself. However, in a critical situation, when his life is at stake, he will lose it, as he will not have enough strength to swim to the shore. The ability to swim without volition, will, is not enough to endure the journey towards a goal. Let's now examine Buddhism, which is very popular. Its adherents mostly live their lives in meditation to understand that all parts of the personality, body, soul, consciousness, and subconsciousness, etc., are transitory, unsatisfactory. They create suffering and so are unnecessary. They want to dissolve in nirvana, emptiness, that is, to make them immortal by getting rid of all transient parts of their personality. Why, since the time of Buddha and his closest disciples, no other one has come to the fore? Was his teaching incorrect? Not at all. It was just distorted. Buddha and his disciples understood the purpose and the transitory nature of all parts of a personality. But today's follower does not want to know about this, not even when and what these parts are useful for. He or she does not need any knowledge. It disturbs them. For them, meditation alone is sufficient. During meditation, apparently everything will be revealed to them. Even after decades, he or she has not lost the hope to become another Buddha. Yes, the coverings of the mind, the soul, the astral and material body, they all truly are transient parts of a man, but they are not superfluous. They serve a purpose until a certain time. To the point of maturity of the spirit, in the same way as a nut needs its shell until the core is ripe. Only after the core has formed and hardened, the shell becomes obsolete and falls off of its own accord. Up to that point, however, the shell is useful. But our European Buddhist wants to discard his shell prematurely, before his spirit is ripe, as he does not acknowledge any spirit. He does not want to be a spiritual personality. He only desires to dissolve in nirvana, in nothingness, although he claims he wants to live forever. But what is supposed to live forever if he does not believe in the spirit, and his personality is to dissolve in nothing? He does not realize that he behaves like a novice winter swimmer who flies to the North Pole and immediately removes his clothes as he wants to become hardened. Because he does not acknowledge his body, there is nothing to freeze. He does not want to harden his body gradually, first to remove his fur coat and only later the rest of his clothing, so that the body strengthens, grows accustomed to the environment. Hardening, maturity, comes gradually, with familiarization and experiences. Only then can the spirit release the coverings which have served it during development. A ripe apple falls from the tree of its own accord. It decomposes, and only the seeds remain, which live forever as new life sprouts from them. But if we pick an unripe apple and destroy its body, the flesh, thinking that it is useless, we shall find only unripe seeds which will not be able to sprout, as we have prematurely exposed them. The same applies to a person who gives up his or her coverings, soul and body, and thereby real life on earth, in favor of meditation too soon. He or she could end up as an unripe apple or a mad winter swimmer. Let's seek darkness in more earthly areas of life. Crime, cheating, robbery, and injustice, which are occurring more and more, do not need to be discussed separately, as they are well known. Each of us has been robbed or cheated already, as these base acts are increasingly widespread under the pretext of new, freer laws, like springing up of mushrooms. Why is it possible to go around and violate earthly laws, and what is more, without punishment? It is quite clear. They are made in such a way that no one understands them, no one is quite familiar with them, so that it is impossible to identify the offenders. The laws can be interpreted one way, but the opposite way of explaining them is also possible. The complexity and sophistication makes them unclear. If laws were written in agreement with eternal laws, there would be fewer laws, and they would be simpler and clearer. The whole of the universe is ruled with only a few laws, while every country has so many different laws that although a person would study them his or her whole life, they would not even be able to read them all. How are we supposed to live in accord with them when we also have other duties, not just studying laws? Their many types and ambiguity create chaos and a lack of transparency and clarity, which can be abused. Who creates these complex and tangled laws? Either the servant of darkness himself, or even an ordinary person who has no time to do his or her work properly. Here, also, the suggestions of dark spirits play a pivotal role. Man inadvertently adopts good advice and, without thinking about it, incorporates it in a law. One sentence, one word is sufficient, and injustice, treachery, and corruption have free rein. Perhaps the greatest trespass, which is fully used in the legal field, is the undue tolerance towards the responsibility of a lawyer. If he is not successful, or asks for a guilty plea, although the person is innocent, the consequences are not suffered by the person who made the mistake, but applied to the law. Truth is controlled by money and power, which allow injustice and crime to be perpetrated. A person who does not relate to human beings but only sees laws and does not perform his or her work with respect for justice cannot be objective and sufficiently sensitive to perceive the truth. Inadvertently, he or she creates mistakes and evil, the multiplied consequences of which they themselves will have to suffer after death. Unfortunately, even an innocent victim must often suffer the consequences. In the Middle Ages, the Dark Ages, crimes were perpetrated in the name of God. Now, in the age of progress, crimes are being perpetrated in the name of laws. No one wants to take personal responsibility, but it exists, whether people want to acknowledge it or not. The new generation, which will survive this age, will remember with horror the present-day legislation. The false lenience towards criminals is without foundation and out of place. It is a sin towards all other citizens. Strong and clear laws would protect the majority. Incomprehensible and lenient laws benefit their abusers only. Everyone who knows eternal laws knows that even the most hidden evil in his or her mind is real, and that's why he or she is subject to its consequences. How does darkness manifest itself in the health services? By the fact everyone is ill. Not only the old ones, how it was in the past, but also the children, almost all of them. Is the polluted environment at fault? To a great degree, but that is not the only reason. We have focused on the wrong values. We prefer the treatment of illness to prevention. Prevention would cost almost nothing. It would be necessary to pay only the enlightenment, which would be teaching people about what harms their health and what helps to maintain it. Man often causes his or her illnesses themselves. Out of ignorance, they destroy their body and soul by an unhealthy lifestyle and negative tendencies, as they believe that medicine will help to cure their disease should they become ill. He or she is too lazy to alter their life to create harmony, which would protect them. The man treats with his or her body as the lax user of the car. He or she does not do the regular service because they have got neither the time nor the money. He or she drives by it until they destroy it. Why should they treat their body in a different way? According to them, the car and body are only the material packages. Only when he or she loses them, they will find out that they do not have the next ones and have to reconcile with the loss or death. Every driver of the car knows if he or she does not give car fuel, it will not drive. Similarly, if they give the car faulty fuel or other petrol, they will destroy it. Why does not man think about his or her body in a similar way? Why do they feed it with bad fuel, which damages the body prematurely? Health is the expression of the law of equilibrium. He or she who does not take care of their health loses it. He or she who knows eternal laws and adheres to them in all respects is and will always be healthy. A good person can also become ill if he or she destroys themselves by letting themselves be abused by others daily and do not think of their own needs. A disease is not natural. The magnitude of the occurrence of diseases is the expression of the general deviation from the correct path of a nation, mankind, and their values. It is sometimes not only the result of the present day, but also of past karmic guilt or mistakes. Through new knowledge and change in personalities, even karmic diseases can be healed because they become superfluous. An illness should be considered a summons to change one's present way of life, relationship, work, or anything else. Everyone has to understand for themselves what and where it hurts him or her most, and make a change there. The healing of the soul and the healing of the body go hand in hand. A physician, similar to a lawyer, does not want to, and unfortunately does not have to, take responsibility for his work. When the physician poisons a patient or destroys his life, it is said that it was the patient's fate. The consequences of the physician's incompetence are suffered only by the patient. The present-day doctor operates on and cures only an organ, a disease, and not the whole person. That would take too much time and effort. How many doctors have chosen this occupation only because they wanted to help people? Often the patient has the feeling he is a strain for the sanitary staff. The doctors and nurses often look like they are not paid for their work. They knew their salary would be low, so why have they chosen this occupation? Fortunately, there are those who do this as a mission. They understand that the feeling of work done well and unselfishly out of love for people is their best reward. This expresses itself as inner harmony and the ability to be satisfied with less. These extraordinary individuals are the representatives and examples of the new generation. Our attitude towards property is also distorted. All of us, without reservation, condemn ownership. But money and property are evil only when they are gained by treachery and exploitation, and when they are the only purpose in life. An honest and fair businessman or a wealthy person can be more spiritually developed than a modest ascetic person who constantly seeks his ego in meditation as he cannot find it in practical life. Darkness in culture was created by the gradual lessening of the concept of beauty. Ugliness, which we call realism or surrealism, became the symbol of art. We discarded beauty as kitsch. Deformed figures and objects were awarded the highest prizes. No one realized that they were merely the creation of the distortion of the artist and his admirers. After all, natural and good of all kinds is beautiful. Abstract works depicting angular and technical forms force people to use their intellect to understand them. And so also this area where only the spirit, intuitive perception should reign, was invaded by the intellect. Works created by the intellect hardly live longer than their author, even if we forcefully try to keep them alive. It is a law. What came from matter has no longevity. Only works created by the spirit live for ages. How much time does a man lose from games, movies, or books, which are only momentary fun? He finishes them and does not retain anything for thinking and learning about. It goes up in a bubble. In spite of that, people desire for beautiful movies full of sentiment and ideals. The creators of the program only offer horrors, thrillers, erotic, and criminal movies. But the man is comfortable. He or she receives what is offered. They sit in front of the TV with a bored expression and claim they do not have time for more spiritual aim, for example, for a valued book. The book strains the man as well, because he or she is accustomed to seeing only in the form of pictures. By reading one, he or she can already, with difficulty, see it in their mind's eye, because they need a rightly developed hindbrain for that. But it has become stunted because of inactivity. As beauty became a trap for women when they based their whole life on it, so strength became perilous for men when they chose it as their life's goal. The well-known sarcastic saying, "the professional sport leads to the permanent disability," says rightly what leads the uniformity and exorbitant ambitions too. It is tragicomical that we put the coarsest men of the world, boxers and wrestlers, on the highest pedestal. They become idols and rich men. Almost nobody knows about the scientist who spends days and nights in a lab to find an efficient medicine against a new illness, even neither that who takes the medicine. But hundreds of fans, which revel in their sadistic and masochistic crazes, come to the match to see the brutish Noxon fight for life, despite the expensive fee. Still, a rising amount of these fans proves the nurturing of vices does not lead to getting rid of them. On the contrary, man succumbs to them more and more. Sport is useful only when it uplifts the spirit of the sportsman, and the spectator too. This can be achieved merely by a harmonious sport, without violence towards one's own or another person's body. What did darkness cause in education? In primary school, children already overburden their frontal brain. The teachers and the curriculum demand of them too much knowledge, which creates chaos in their head, and which, precisely for that reason, will soon be forgot. Less information a child would remember all its life. Often even parents are not able to understand the difficult and incomprehensible subject matter explained in the school books of their children. So it happens that many future geniuses leave school at the earliest opportunity, as unnatural memorizing is foreign to them. That is exactly what darkness aims for. The most gifted people should stay somewhere where they will not be able to use their superior qualities. That's why we will find many intelligent and highly moral people among the uneducated. There are more of them among the uneducated than among the educated, who were corrupted and distorted due to the rule of the intellect. It would be a waste of time to talk about the neglect of the artistic and emotional component of a pupil due to the overemphasis on the intellectual capabilities. This imbalance, despite strong criticism, has not only been maintained for years, but is even being strengthened. Darkness also influences the upbringing of children. The prevailing attitude states that children are to be brought up with love, persuasion, and leniency. If a child were to be in a sterile environment, i.e., in a family in which no dark spirit can penetrate, that would be the correct way to bring up children. But we will hardly find families like that today. So if a good word does not help anymore, consistency has to rule. Benevolent forgiveness, tolerance of shortcomings and bad manners are a weakness which will take its revenge. Only an indifferent and unloving parent lets his or her child grow without proper instruction, guidance, and consistency, a part of which would be and should be love and justice. Only by using these tools appropriately, we can protect a child from dark spirits which surround them from their childhood upwards. If upbringing of children is undertaken by grandparents or paid guardians, they are just as responsible for children in their care as the parents would be. Superficiality and distortion in the upbringing of children is also expressed in the fact that parents judge their children primarily according to their grades and successes. They are not able to inspire and support their child in decisions in which the child's moral quality, character, and courage should be demonstrated. Spiritual virtues will bring more in life than in education, which every parent is highly particular about. The educated intellect is the shortest way to darkness if, at the same time, the spirit is not being developed. The educated person is constantly thinking, as he or she have overactivated their brain with studying. The spirit cannot be active then, because thoughts, as material waves, are preventing the spirit from activity. The uneducated person perceives intuitively more than he or she thinks, and so is more resistant towards darkness. The educated person should know these influences and balance the knowledge of the intellect with a wealth of spiritual knowledge and emotional experiences.